Now, before we get started, would anyone like to get out?
Enable the reactor.
Launch sequence activated. System overload.
The core is going to shut down.
Life form detected.
The reactors are beginning.
Allison, you turn that thing off and I'll have your ass on the first departure back to Earth.
Tears cried, tears dried, love gained, love lost. Real life, ill mind, much pain, much cost. Uprise, downfall, fuck nice, outlaw. Wait! Alright, let's get it. I'm not a nice nigga, soul is slightly demonic, that's why you see lights flicker. Lower your eyes and let your mind enter into a new dimension to visit divine sinners. Known to make all my enemies cry rivers. People be looking at me funny like I give up. You niggas nothing but line sniffers. This is the return of the omen, your time is us. Titanic and ice pillars that's going down. Supply manners cause shy niggas get voted out. When my passion, my life should have been over now. Cause I'm manic despite feeling a motor mouth. 5 years I've been crumbling endless, trying to climb out the bloodiest trenches, fucking horrendous. Mixing honeys and friends with money and sins, even your league gets under your skin. I got grudges to live with.
Mission complete.
Quite the performance, Mr. Hobson. You've won over all of our hearts.
Why'd you bring me here?
Well, I'm glad you asked. We need you to draw the attention of the civilian population, while in turn we will infiltrate the corrupted government facilities to prevent a new world order.
And what am I supposed to get out of this?
We know the whereabouts of your son. Does that not interest you?
I don't trust you. I don't trust any of you guys. But I'll still do it. Where am I going?
The Netherlands.
The Netherlands.
Is the auto tune on? Good. Young money, serving the big shot. Time to do the thing, that's word to your wristwatch. Shoot the Glock till it burn to my wrist lock. Rims hella big, tire skinny like Chris Rock. I'll pull a gun sideways like old dog. Shoot a nigga in his face, knock his nose off. Make the girl say my name like a roll call. Painkillers got a nigga by the doors off. Big shit nigga, talk big shit nigga. Big bread like a picnic nigga. Shake the whole game like the hit stick nigga. Money spread like germs get sick nigga. Yeah, and fuck them other niggas. 1-900 who want it, I deliver. Concrete shoes won't help in the river. I don't care if you was Michael Phelps, my nigga. I'm higher than the motherfucking Elps, my nigga. I'm flyer than the motherfucking stealth, my nigga. Young money shit, top shelf, my nigga. We the motherfuckers like MILF, my nigga. Flow like syringes. Yeah, I'm in my mode. Got a cold like the benches. I was in the trenches. Now I'm in the trunk. And everybody watch your back when you're in the front. You ain't never safe. Stop playing with a gangster. Bring it to his face and he ran like a flanker. Bend the girl over. Put her hands on the ankles. I'm all over this ice cream beat like sprinkles. Why thank you? If you's a hater, I'm eating. You's a waiter. Pistol on my hip. Tomb Raider. Holla at your guala, soon later. Young tune nigga, typhoon, nigga. And if you think it's sweet, buy a room, nigga. Die move, nigga. I'm on my gang shit. She give me good brain like she studied at Cambridge. Lighting up a motherfucking blunt. Stupid fruity swag like a motherfucking runt. And I be with my dog like a motherfucking hunting. Every day of the week is the first of the month. Thought him up gay with the diamonds in the face. Can't tell the time cause the diamonds in the face. We could get it popping like a semi-automatic. And if you got beef, I put the biscuit on a patty. Rockstar tatted, big money addict. Running this shit, now I'm feeling athletic. I'm on a boat, bitch, getting seasick. Stop playing, I'm fresher than a degree stick. Street shit. Well, of course, I smoke mad weed. I'm on my high horse. Please don't shoot me down. I land feet flat, then walk a million miles with New Orleans on my back. I need a massage. And when it come to hoes, man, I got a collage. Finger on the button, nigga just stuntin'. If you ain't the bank teller, don't tell me nothing. Kush so strong, you can smell me coming. Bitch, I go hard like the boy from 300. You think y'all kick it? Well, boy, we puntin'. Young money, baby, we the shit. Big stomachs, no ceilings.
Yeah. I say, bitch bad, woman good, lady better. Hey, 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 hey. Now imagine there's a shorty, maybe 5, maybe 4, riding around with his mama listening to the radio, and a song comes on, and I'm not far from being born. Doesn't know the difference between right and wrong. Now I ain't trying to make it too complex, but let's just say shorty has an undeveloped context about the perception of women these days. His mama sings along, and this what she says: because I'm a bad bitch, and I'm bad bitch, sentence far above average. And maybe other rhyming words like cabbage and savage and baby carriage and other things that match it. Couple of things are happening here. First, he's relating the word bitch with his mama, comma. And because she's relating to herself, his most important source of health and mental health, he may skew respect for dishonor. Bitch bad, woman good, lady better, ain't misunderstood. Tell him, bitch bad, woman good, lady better, ain't misunderstood. They misunderstood. Yeah. Now, imagine a group of little girls, 9 through 12, on the internet watching videos, listening to songs by themselves. Doesn't really matter if they have parental clearance, they understand the internet better than their parents. Now, being the internet, the content's probably uncensored. They're young, so they're malleable, and probably unmentored. A complicated combination, maybe with no relevance into their intelligence meets their favorite singer's preference. Bad bitches, bad bitches. That's all I want and all I like in life is bad bitches, bad bitches. Now let's say that they less concerned with him and more with the video girl acquiescing to his whims. The plot thickens. High heels, long hair, fat booty, slim. Reality check, I'm not tripping. They don't see a paid actress, just what makes a bad bitch. Bitch bad, woman good, lady better, ain't misunderstood. I say, bitch bad, woman good, lady better, hey misunderstood. You're the greatest. Disclaimer, this Raymer, Lupe's, not using bitch as a lesson, but as a psychological weapon to set in your mind and really mess with your conceptions, discretions, reflections. It's clever misdirection, cuz while I was rapping, they was growing up fast. Nobody stepped in to ever slow them up. Gasp, showing up in this little world. The little boy meets one of those little girls, and he thinks she a bad bitch, and she thinks she a bad bitch. He thinks disrespectfully, she thinks of that sexually. She got the wrong idea. He don't wanna fuck her, he thinks she bad at being a bitch, like his mother. Mama never dressed like that, come out the house hot mess like that, ass, titties, breasts like that, all out to impress like that, just like that. You see the fruit of the confusion. He caught in a reality, she caught in an illusion. Bad mean good to her, she really nice and smart, but bad mean bad to him. Bitch don't play a part, but bitch still bad to her if you say it the wrong way. But she thinks she a bitch, what a double entendre. Tell ya, bitch bad, woman good, lady better, hey misunderstood. I say, bitch bad, woman good, lady better, hey misunderstood. Bitch bad, woman good, lady better, hey misunderstood. You're misunderstood. I'm killing these bitches. Bitch bad, woman good, lady better, greatest motherhood. Yeah. I'm killing these bitches.
Father, the sleeper has awakened!
I tell you, it's always fucking something. Start that again. God damn.
Father, the sleeper has awakened!
What's up, YouTube? It's Sunday. It is 12:05. I'm artisanmc, and this is Shop Talk Live. Thank you guys for coming through today on an on-call edition, which if you're smart in the chat, like I think it was Aquateki, he could see that I changed the time because the work order I was on was taking a while. And while I was doing that, I got another work order at the same time. So I couldn't get back in time. I had to finish that one up and then go to the next one and then come here. So this is actually kind of a shop talk because I'm actually one room away from the actual shop or an actual shop. So thank you guys for coming through today on the late one. I know the Super Bowl is going on today, so I was debating on still doing this stream at this time. But you know how it is when you're on call, you get everything set up, you get ready, and then the hour right before the show starts, you get calls. It's just what it is. So deal with the work, come back, and then I can come back and play with you guys, so to speak. I see no one in here. I want him getting no ideas. So first one goes out to shout out to Malika for supporting the stream. Like, share, subscribe. Support the stream if you feel so inclined. It does not mean a thing. Cash. That's not my line. I forgot what my line was. Anyway. I'm going to be a little out of sorts while I get my mind off of work and onto this work. But first thing I can do is give Malika the 3B salute for donating on Friday, I think it was. Appreciate you, Malika. I will give you, your Monica, a bedrock, a booty bounce, affectionately known as the 3B salute. Next one will go out to the package man. No one saying cruising at an altitude of 30,000 feet. Yes, we're cruising at an altitude of 30,000 feet. Or like Lil Wayne was saying in that song, I'm on my high horse. I'm not high though. I'm drinking coffee, but I don't think that counts. But I will give you that 3B salute. Appreciate you, Appreciate you for that. No one. What does he say? Breaking hearts and making middle bumps for the 14th deliveries. Oh, you getting it in. That's what you doing. Watching from the clouds. Yeah, you getting it in. You're gonna be delivering those side chick deliveries too, right? You making the side chick deliveries too. Shit. I was just having a good laugh with a BGS yesterday. I was talking about this whole Valentine's Day thing. As you get older, you stop wanting to do that shit. One of the things I did mention to him is that I kind of realized in my 30s that Valentine's Day was for kids. And not kids in the sense of little kids, so to speak, but young love. Young love, first time lovers, that's what Valentine's is. Because if you're with anybody for any amount of time, like say 5 years, every day, you live together and all the rest of that, what are you doing for Valentine's Day every year? Really? What are you doing? You buying more flowers? More chocolate, more candies? But one of the funny things I pointed out to BGS is that, if you take all those days that you celebrate women and femininity and stuff like that off the calendar, and then match them up to all the days you celebrate men and masculinity, it's never about you, motherfucker. It's never about you. You'll realize that really quickly. It's never about you. So once you understand that, getting into that whole thing is, oh, you need to appreciate me on this day. No, not really. I don't need to, especially if we living together or I'm seeing you every other day or so anyway. What's Valentine's Day? Leave that for the teenagers out there trying to impress a girl with, a nice dinner and shit like that. Leave that to them, because that's who it's for, really. It's not really for grown-ass adults. It's not. I mean, if you just met some chick, y'all just dating, and hopefully y'all made it a year, you get to Valentine's Day. Like BGS was telling me last night, that's their report card. Which I love that. That's classic. That's their report card day. See what they did for the year. Like, I don't know. Let's see how you look. Yeah. I thought about Tahoe, but what it's looking like, you might get a cheeseburger from McDonald's. Take your ass to Cold Stone. Get some ice cream. You might not deserve that trip. I'm just saying. Because it's directly related to how much stress you gave that man all year. directly related. It should be, but most of the time it's not. So shout out to BGS for that. Like I told y'all, I will never use somebody else's shit and not give them credit for it. It was funny as hell to me, and I will always give them credit for that. I always used anniversaries as that. Anniversaries, especially being married, anniversaries was a re-up day. That was the contract signing day. So that's when the contract failed. Like, do you want to sign it again? You want to re-up for another year? I mean, look, it's a perfect time to get out. Start date, end date. You good? You want to go again? All right, another round. Go another round. That's just what it's gonna be. But talk to that brother. There's been a lot of stuff going on in geekdom this week or last week. This week we got Ant-Man coming out. I'm going to see that Thursday after work. I'll be in the movie watching it on the big IMAX, enjoying the feature because I do want to see. I like the Ant-Man franchise. I've already told you guys that, but I am looking to see him get stomped out for some weird reason. I want to see Kang throw hands. I really do because I like Jonathan Majors. I'm already going to see Creed 3. Let me get a little bit of a prequel, baby. Let me get a little bit of prequel with you kicking off and Paul Rudd's at. Now, I know they did some reshoots, and I'll be really interested to see what the reshoots were. After the movie comes out, because that's when that information will probably start dropping. All the spoilers will be out there, saying the information they got from, behind the scenes or people who they know in the industry and stuff like that. I don't know those people. I don't. So I have to rely on reading articles and stuff like that. It is what it is. Appreciate you, Malika, donating to the super chat. I appreciate that. I always forget that I actually have super chat functions now. Great review of Fast X, an awesome trailer. I can't wait till it comes out. I can't wait till it comes out either. When I dropped the stream last night, my old boss, Steven, was in there. Me and him were bullshitting back and forth about it. I almost invited him over here today to do this stream, but I think he might be busy with his family. I don't know. He might be really into watching Super. But I thought it was something fun to do. It'd be just something fun for him. But I had calls, so I couldn't do that. I didn't have time to set all of that up. So appreciate you, Malika. Appreciate that. Yeah, let me get you the double up because you actually doubled up on a brother. Appreciate you. I'm doing the math in my head badly. All right, I will give you the guts and butts.
Double up, 3 or 4 times. I ain't telling no lie. Run it up. Never let a hard time on the was.
All right, I am looking for 10 contributors today. I told you guys by 4.0, show season 4.0, it will be 15. I can't keep going lower. Got to go high. So it is what it is. So this week, we're still looking for 10 contributors. I am about halfway there. So donate to the stream. Get through with this monologue, and I will bring up my special guest because there's some stuff I want to talk about that I saw, and I thought this person would be the best one to talk about it with, since they actually sparked the thought that got a lot of other associations in my head running, which I actually like. Right? If anything that makes me really think, I actually enjoy. I'm not one of those people that enjoy having my brain addled, like just sitting there laid out on the couch like, I don't enjoy that at all. I like having my brain active on something, and this is why I'm always multitasking. I keep my brain active and working, and my synapses firing. So I enjoy that. And yes, if you're wondering, I do have active sleep too. It's not horror movies though. My brain is always working. Always. I appreciate it. So I saw Beastly Nerdy here. What's up, Beastly? The Danger Room is open, but I didn't get to finish the thing that I had for you, Beastly. So it's not there. You can't see it. It's on my phone. It's not on the computer. And if you've noticed the last couple of videos that I dropped, they don't have all the flourishes that they usually have because I am switching between using the app that I use, which is Power Director, on my laptop and not my phone, because my phone is packed full of memory right now. Can't even basically upload a video with so much shit on there. So I'm trying to switch it off to doing it on here, but it's the same program, but it works a little differently on the laptop, which means some things take a little bit longer because you have to figure out where they put it and what they called it on the PC version, which is stupid. It's dumb. It's dumb. It's quicker to make it on the phone. The way I do it is quicker. But on the laptop, it takes a little bit more time, and it takes fucking forever for it to load. It does. I had a whole day yesterday to do nothing, pretty much, and I was just working on 3 fucking videos. And it took forever for them to load. So I think that's more related to the Wi-Fi system here than it is anything else. Catch you later. Replay gang. Okay, no one. I got you. Drive safe, man. Drive safe. I thought about sending a friend of mine something. I did send her something, but it's not going to get there until way after Valentine's Day. But it'll be fun. She'll enjoy it. It'll be a good gift. I feel a little bit bad for her because she's fucking. I think she's halfway miserable there. I think she's halfway miserable, and I've known her for damn near 15 years. Yeah, I think it's about damn near 15 years now. I don't like seeing her sad and shit like that. She don't got her kid there. Her dog died. New city, new place. She out of sorts. So I don't have a problem sending some well wishes to people. I really don't. Being that smile or laugh that people needed to have. I don't have a problem doing that. I'm a helpful type of person, even though the world has made me cold. I still have a warm heart in my what is called a heart. It's there. I have children, so it's there, obviously. I'm not sitting there cursing my name yet. So, besides the clip that I don't have for Beastly, I have some other stuff that I actually was trying to figure out and do for this stream, which is, let's see if these work today.
Bitch, are you for real?
Did y'all hear that? This thing has a record function on the portable stream deck that I have. And I recorded these clips that I wanted, but I don't think they come across very loud. I don't even think you guys can actually hear them.
Bitch, are you for real?
Like, it's loud for me, but it's not loud. I don't think you guys can hear it at all.
Before we get started, does anyone want to get out?
Can y'all hear that? I can hear it. I don't think you guys at all. Yeah, I don't think y'all hear shit.
What the fuck did I do?
Nobody's saying anything. Anyway, so on the menu, real quick, we got Disney doing some layoffs. The Bad Batch. What was it? Episode. What was that? Fucking 9. I don't fucking care. That was irritating me. BGS 1, you could hear it? Okay. Oh, you heard the transporter SF? Cool. Thank you, Aquatech. You actually heard it. That's what AB. You know, I got to get my man in the Federation in here with a transporter. You know, got to beam in. I actually like giving people nicknames or stuff related to them that they actually carry. It's actually kind of fun. AB beaming everywhere now. It's fun because it started over here. Like, you show up, he got his catchphrase. Beaming in. Yep, there you go, AB. Instant AB beaming in from the Federation space. So that's cool. The other one.
What the fuck did I do?
Just because that was one of my favorite lines from The Wire since I'm on season, 3. McNulty saying, "What the fuck did I do?" It's just classic for me. Like, you did a lot. Shut the fuck up. You did a lot. But it's always his thing. Like, he just don't understand. He just lost. And fucking Dolomite is always
Bitch,
classic.
are you for real?
It's just always classic. It's just always classic. And then the other one, the last one.
Before we get started, does anyone want to get out?
Do that when you start a new relationship. Anyway, so we got the Bad Batch to talk about. We got The Last of Us episode 5 to talk about, which was pretty good. He says salute to everybody playing Hogwarts Legacy. Beastly, you're gonna have to come up here later and actually give me a talk about this Hogwarts Legacy, because I've been asking people around here about it who are Harry Potter fans, and I know that's more your generation's stuff. So educate me. What I already know, just to speed that part up, it's a massive multiplayer, it's open world, and it's RPG stuff. The rest of that, you got to tell me what the big hoopla is on it. So we got Bad Batch, Last of Us, Fast X trailer, and then we some stuff with Willie D, what he said about Eddie Griffin having a comedy skit about B-dubs, and oh my God, it was just so terrible. And I really kind of took offense to Willie D saying anything about that shit, because I remember Willie D when he started his rap career with the Ghetto Boys, buying that tape, Grip It on the Other Level. I bought that. I own that fucking tape. And remembering listening to this dude all these years talk shit about black women, and now he's sitting up there talking crazy about Eddie Griffin. Oh, 1 second. This is not bad. Mr. Logan. Or Mr. Nick. Go ahead 1 second. I am at the shop. Okay, I'm live streaming. You want to say hello? I am. I'm doing it right now. Because you have Logan's phone number and it came up as Nick Logan. I will. My bad. All right. That was one of my Kotex. It sounds bad when I say it that way. It was another tech. Let's put it that way. He's bringing me the switch because he has an extra switch, and they know when I work weekends, I just stay up here the whole time because I live about 45 minutes to an hour away, and I don't want to be driving back and forth over a bridge. So I just firehouse the shit. That's my code for it. I'm firehousing. I'm on call for 3 days. I'm here for 3 days, and then I'm out of here. It makes it really simple. I'll fix that later because it kind of scared me. I thought that was an emergency call. All right. So got what Willie D said, and then this other gentleman did a video that I really enjoyed this week that actually got my mind on a couple of other things, which was called the Mini Monk Mind State, which I actually thought was interesting because it keyed into something else that I had been following myself. You know, I am an amateur psychologist, put it that way, because I only have an undergraduate degree. I do not have a master's or my PsyD or my PhD, right? Don't have that. So I only have an undergraduate degree that makes me an amateur, right? But one of the things I've done and always do is I track things, right? I make stats and figures and stuff like that in my head because I'm very analytical. And one of the things I've been looking at over this time is how relationships and people have changed post-pandemic. Because for me, the pandemic was what we would call for the economy the Great Reset. The pandemic was a great reset and a reawakening for people. And one of the things I noticed in it is that people had a time, about a year or two, to get in touch with themselves. And that changed people because they started learning what they didn't need. Everybody got 2 years to be an introspective person. And that's not normal for people. It's not. Usually you have a low percentage of people in your population who are really introspective introverts and stuff like that, right? For 2 years, everybody was a goddamn introvert. You had to sit in the house. You had to figure yourself out. And what people start learning, and what I see people figured out, was that a lot of this stuff, a lot of this crap that they take from work and other people and life and stuff like that, they didn't really need it. Didn't really matter. And they caught up to where a lot of other people who were introspective and stuff like that can be in a house by themselves all day and not worry about the shit. They kind of caught up in a way to that point. And one of the things that happened is while some women weren't going crazy because they weren't being watered by male attention, a lot of males got watered with the understanding that they didn't really need women that much. Now, that may all be all well and good, but once the pandemic was over, lockdown was released and everybody was out, you saw the change in people's behavior. And for the most part, this is just a setup, but for the most part, people have been a little bit more unstable. But also, people have been a lot less patient. It's harder now to get people to do jobs. It is. We've got a sign outside our building for a couple of months now, trying to hire people. I want to do it. Yeah, Aquatech, yeah. Funny how that worked out, right? That's my phrase. Funny how that shit worked out, ain't it? Women have become a lot less patient. Really militant, like angry when they don't get what they want, or freaking the fuck out when they finally figure out a guy is leaving their ass. It's been different. So I'm going to bring this gentleman up. He put out the video, so I figured I want to talk to him since it's his idea, it's his concept. I can talk about it, or since I know him, I can actually ask him if he wants to jump on my little soapbox and stand on his little corner with me and talk some shit. So I will bring up the one, the only Dark Vader of the space, Dark Lord of the Sith, Black Pillis.
For all the haters.
This is the one you call your master teacher. The voice, BGS. What's going on, BGS?
What's going on, Artisan? Mixed Master, what's happening?
Yeah, nothing much. I'm just trying to have some fun with the shit. Why the hell not? Why the hell not? But since we got the Dark Lord of the Sith up here, we must change the background. We need that red sunrise. There we go. Need that Sith sun rising. Y'all don't know what that is? You need to read some more books. God damn it. Go back to that old Sith order. That was the logo. Peace to the BGS. Yeah, so peace to the BGS. So, sir, you put out the video on the Monk Mind State. I watched the video on the Monk Mind State. Shot you a text and said, hey, do you want to come on with me? You agreed, so here you are. And he brought his purple lightsaber with him, too. I ain't afraid of you.
Yes, I did.
I'm rocking the green today. I'm gonna rock the green today. I'll rock the green for a little while. I'll be a diplomat.
Purple lightsaber was for the table, right?
Yeah, purple lightsaber for the table, boy.
But that mixed that blue and that red, huh?
Yeah, get the fucking around. We can go all odd all the time. Shout out to Ray Hama for hitting the super chat. Appreciate you, Ray Hama. We got please, brother Artisan. I also like your review of a Fast X trailer. You're right, though. They might as well ride Transformer vehicles at that point. Yes, they might have.
Might as well.
It's true. Like I miss. Look, it's lost in the sauce, right? One of the videos that I wanted to put up was a shop talk, where it's me and my boy Tyler talking in the shop, and we were talking about Fast 9 after it came out, and I watched it, and we're in this shop having this conversation, and we're joking about that whole thing with Fast Formers and shit, right?
Yeah.
Now, I'll say this and then Jesus Christ, he can't remember the damn garage code. I should get up and open it for him. Sorry. We are talking in the shop, and he's asking me about the Fast and Furious 9 movie, and then we got to joking around and shit like that, and we talked about Power Rangers, Jonathan David Frank, all this stuff, and this was over a year ago. This was all on this video, but it's just audio. So once my phone got updated and they updated the program, somehow that file got corrupted,
Okay.
in the editing software. So I lost all the pictures and stuff. The audio's
Wow.
still there, but all the
Okay.
pictures and stuff were gone. So I got a whole file. It gives me the time,
Hmm.
but you open it up and there's shit in it. There's nothing in it at all. Like, what the fuck? So I'm just gonna put out the audio and give y'all something background to look at, maybe hypnotize you. I don't know. Subliminal messages, something. Something there, some kind of psyop stuff. Get that out there, and then you guys can hear that conversation about the whole thing with Fast 9 and Fast Formers and stuff like that, because it was a funny conversation. He might as well jump in and charge of that Transforms. It could be Bumblebee. I don't give a fuck. I don't care. I need Toretto and the Stunticons. and Toretto working with the Autobots to take on the Stunticons in fast and the Furious cars. That's just what I need. Might as well. I don't care.
It tells you that it's making too much money. They can't turn it down.
They can't.
It's like the last Matrix. Okay.
Yeah.
Too much money.
He could have turned that shit down. Look, Keanu don't need it. He could have saved his time and got John Wick out quicker. Look.
So I don't want to do it. Oh, wait a minute. How much?
Yeah. Look, that shit Lana wanted to do in that movie. Look, you could have did that on Netflix or something like that. Don't they got to deal with you? You doing some other show? You could have did that in your Sense8 show.
Yeah, they could have done it with could have animated it.
Yeah.
Like Animatrix.
Yeah, give me an Animatrix too, and that could have been it. Save me some time, dude.
Yeah.
Like, oh my god, you didn't need to do that. What up, BTM? She in there playing peekaboo with her screenshot. I'm mad though, because this picture, you see what's the problem here, Toya? See that little camera thing right there? Can't see them lips.
That's what I was gonna say. The same thing.
Fucking it up. I'm an old man at heart. I look young. I'm old as hell. All right, so going on to old man stuff. Like I said, I appreciate you coming up. I gave the setup. So this mini monk mind stick. You want to left it on the table. Go to Senorita bread, motherfucker. Sorry, I thought he was gonna come in here. All right. And Beasley, no, it's not the last one. Read the trailer. What did it say? The beginning, the end of the road begins here, or some shit like that. That means there will be an 11, motherfucker. The Mortal Kombat stop at 10? Okay.
No.
Shut up. Yeah, don't be silly. Read.
And I'll keep going. So it's gonna keep going.
Toya said your dad is listening. I was hoping that was your dad. I saw that, Toya. I saw that Instagram video. I'm looking like, who's this old ass nigga? Is that her man? That better be her daddy.
It's her daddy. Yeah.
That better be her daddy. Your pops look like my pops. They'll wear sneakers and baseball caps and shit like that. I think about that every time I put on my hat. I'm like, Pop still wear his baseball caps too. Love my pops. Hey, Toya daddy, good job. Picked the right one that night. Good job.
Silver bullet, huh?
Silver bullet. Yep. Good shot, man. All net. All net on that one. Good job. We like Toya. She cool peoples. She cool peoples. And she actually carries herself like a lady, which I find amazing. So BGS to the topic. Monk Mind State, you want to give people a quick rundown of what that is from not your perspective, but from your mind to my audience?
Okay.
Some of the same people.
Even though I wrote the article is because some of the stuff that we've been doing in the manosphere, especially the MGTOW manosphere, has been adopted in corporate, whereas really the original idea of monk, of going monk, which a lot of people hate, even in MGTOWs, it's kind of poo-pooed, is basically what are you doing is cutting off, if you get to a certain age, I don't recommend it for young men, certain age, like at least 50 and above, right? Where you get tired of dating, get tired of having like an emotional relationships with women. Some monks they kind of dip and you might have a little girl here and there that you pay for, but the thing is, you're getting out of relationships, and what you find out, over time, is that is that there's a lot of labor, a lot of work, a lot of care and feeding that you have to put into a woman, especially a main one. And as you go through, you know what I'm talking about. Okay. And thing is,
Yes, I do.
as an older man, what you find out is that, okay, what you're getting out of that relationship, juice is not worth the squeeze, because after 50, you don't need sex as much as you did when you were 20 or 30, even 40. And so that trade-off, what you have to put out, you know, as far as emotional time, uh, uh, time, money, trying to keep her entertained, trying to, you know, manage her emotions, manage her feelings and stuff like that, is it's not worth it. You know, it's like living in a small apartment with a dog. Okay, you know, you love the dog, but think it's not worth it because the dog is not doing anything for you. So the same thing with a woman. After a certain amount of time, I don't, you know, I'm not saying this for everybody, but certain guys figure that what I'm getting out of this relationship, getting out of having personal relationships with women, is not worth it anymore. And in the video I was saying is that, and I actually started with Rich Cooper because he recommends for some guys what he called mini monk mode. And what you find out is that if 6 months you cut off relationship with women, stop chasing tails, stop trying to spend your time with women, stop trying to entertain them, okay, and put that energy, the emotional energy, into yourself, you find out that you're actually more productive. And what executives have found out, if you cut it down to what I call a micro monk mode, where you cut off contact for, you know, with your loved ones, or with women or other people for like 2 or 3 hours in blocks, you can actually get way more done because you're not distracted. All that energy that you put out into people gets put back into you.
Now, I will tell you guys, just to validate one of those points, I can validate at least the last 3 of them. But just to validate one of them, I told you guys, you saw how many videos I put out yesterday. What do you think that was? Why do you think that was? I cut off contact with you. I didn't talk to anybody. The first person I talked to yesterday was actually BGS that evening. But all I did yesterday evening was work on videos. I didn't get any calls. It was slow. Got those 2 in the morning, and that was it. Rest of the day, I was working on videos, getting stuff straight with the computer and all the rest of that stuff. I got a lot done. But it also, that validates one point. When you're not spending time focused on women, you can get a lot more done. But it also validates another point that I've said to you guys many a time, that while I do enjoy women, like the company of women and stuff like that, like their energy, or positive ones' energy, right? Uh-oh, here we go with AB. AB beaming in, right?
Instant AB reporting for duty.
Instant Media has showed up. Instant Media beamed in. I'm gonna get the whole video thing too, AB. Just wait. You need an intro. But what I've told you guys before most of the time is that at best, even liking women and stuff like that, at best they're a distraction. They are. And I learned that when I was studying different religions and stuff like that. And I think it was Hinduism. And one of the things why they swore off women and became celibate, because they could actually focus on their studies. Because they can get stuff done when they're focused on what they're supposed to be doing. They can get more stuff done. It's actually
in all religious traditions, you know.
Exactly. Anything that you want to devote a lot of energy to do, to perfect, to get good at, you're going to have to cut that shit off a little bit. You have to. There's a line in the Prince song that I love, and it was one of the last songs he did before he died. And the intro to the song talks about anybody that requires your attention like that has deviated from their purpose. They have. And they're trying to deviate you as well, if they require that much attention from you, right? That's why when you're young, you figure out really early why you have annoying girlfriends and stuff like that. Like, she's too needy, she's too this, too that, or the guy's too needy, he needs too much of this and too much of that, right? Because you're more purpose driven. When you get older, you kind of accept the fact, look, I don't need all your attention all the fucking time. I got shit to do. You do. You just get to that point. You understand, like, look, I got things to do. And maybe I don't need you focused on me 24/7, and I don't have time to be focused on you 24/7. That's not even natural. You know? I got other stuff that actually needs to be taken care of. So how you end up finding the balance and managing that shit is really interesting. But BGS was there over a year or some change ago when I went into my mini monk mode. I told him I hung Dexter St. Jock over my shoulder and just said, I'm good. I'm good for a minute, man. And it was after dealing with another relationship, and I was like, this motherfucker does not want to act right.
Yeah.
And I'm giving it, you know, AB in here like Scotty. I'm giving it all she's got, Captain. She's not responding. Fuck it then. Abandon ship. Right? I just said, fuck it. I slung it over my shoulder and called it a day for a year. And wasn't worried about it. I did get a lot more done. In that time, that's when I really start focusing on working on the shop. That's when all that stuff actually got moving a lot quicker, because my attention was not into, I need to parse this between work, family, relationship, and this new thing I'm trying to do. I got to focus on the new thing I was trying to do, other than trying to maintain this and motherfucker acting crazy because they think I'm giving too much attention to y'all. Like, look, man, you can't serve. There's only one master you can actually serve, and as you get older, you start realizing that. So, being able to get that focus was going into monk mode. It was going into monk mode.
Yeah, that's what we call it. Yeah,
mm-hmm.
They call it mini monk mode. Yeah,
yeah, it was a mini monk mode. Because after a year, I came back out because I know who I am. I know my appetites. It was like sometimes the beast gets hungry.
Yeah. The thing, when you come back out, you know the cost.
You know the cost, right? And that was another one of the things that I wanted to hit on with you, but we'll get to that part. We'll get to the cost of it. We'll get to the cost of it at the end, because you know me, I like the sandwich method. I got to give them some of the positive, I'll mix in some of the negative, and then we'll try to round it out with something positive. But I ain't just gonna beat you over the head with, look, it cost me all. Can you pay to play?
It costs.
Right. So up front is like the benefits, and one benefits in just the situation where you can find yourself in it. Now, BGS says he doesn't recommend it for people under 50. I don't really recommend it for anybody 35 or lower. I don't. I wouldn't, because having been married in my mid 20s up until my 30s, I realized in my 30s what I didn't need people for, and how little I actually needed from other people. Really got a real keen grasp of that shit. And it actually coming to that awakening while you get into your 30s as a man is understanding where the testosterone dips down a little bit and you get that clarity of thinking, which you don't have when you're in your teens and your 20s, because your testosterone is through the roof and your mental faculty is like, take down whatever comes your way. That's
destroy.
Yeah, search and destroy, right? You on a mission. That's your biological job at that point. It's like you the prime hunting years, boy. Go, attack, get it, see it, looked at you, get it. It's just what it is. But once you crest 30, it starts petering off a little bit, and you get control of your mind again. And now you can actually think a little rationally. That's why guys in their 30s start looking for different shit other than, I just need a wet hole. It's like, well, maybe if she can talk too, that might be good. Maybe if after I bust and we roll over and look at each other, maybe we can have a conversation. Maybe. All that other stuff you wasn't thinking about before is like, she is really dumb.
Post nut clarity.
Yeah, exactly. Post coitus clarity. They don't sell it in pills. Like, why are you here? Oh my God, I did that? Oh my goodness. I have no standards. Right? So after 30, you start getting to that point and you start understanding that. And what I told my son is that your 20s are your struggle years. That's when stuff really is, you're really trying to establish yourself or whatever. But hopefully by 30, you've actually established some stuff for yourself, and it's beneficial to have that time where you actually do have a little bit of clarity and a little pause on things, so you can actually start making better choices, right? So that's why I say like 30 to 35, because now you're thinking clearer. After 35, if you've already had maybe a marriage, some kids and shit like that, trust me, monk mode will be completely understandable for you. Trust me, you'll be like, I'm about done with dealing with this shit. Maybe I just need to, maybe I just need a break. Maybe I'm just gonna sit on the bench for a minute. Coach, can I get a timeout? Let me just sit on the bench and watch the game for a minute. See what the hell my role is on this team. What am I doing out here? Am I posting up, or am I just giving it up too easy? It can be good. It can be good for you to get some clarity or to accomplish some things that you were trying to do. That's why I agree with it to a point. But underneath 30, no, you got to fuck up. You don't know what you're giving up. It's like training a child to be a Jehovah's Witness. Like, what are you sacrificing everything for? And you don't even know what life is yet. You don't even know what you're giving up.
That's the point I always say.
That's not a choice. Yeah, you don't know what you're giving up. So I don't recommend it. I wouldn't recommend it, but I'd say it'd be more beneficial if you've known what you're giving up than to just say, well, this seems like it's cool. I'm gonna be a monk. Shut up.
Yeah, sit down. Sit down.
Calm down.
Yeah,
Calm down, Padawan. Calm down, Padawan. Put the stun saber away. Okay. Put the stun saber away. You're not really doing nothing with that. Okay. It's a practice blade. Quit it. Right? I don't recommend it for people younger than that. After 35 or so, yeah, you'll probably come to it. You'll probably come to it. It won't even have a name, but you'll start groping around the sides of what it is. Like, I have way too many of these, failed relationship situations.
Because you don't understand it. They seem failed because you don't understand them.
Exactly. What up, Baron? What shall we do with the Baron? Somebody's in the house.
What up?
What up? So let me see what Ray said. He left a long one. After you're breaking down a different version of monk mode, I'm trying to figure out which one am I. I mess with the chick, but these chicks have disgusted me over the past 4 years at BGS.
Well, you're not in monk mode, okay? The thing is, if you've been in one, then and we'll talk about that later. You've been in one, basically, you separate yourself, like eating sugar, right? Okay, you're addicted to it. So as long as you're eating, you really don't notice the taste of it or how it makes you feel. Say you go off for sugar for a year, and the first taste of sugar is nasty. It's way too sweet. It's acidic. You can actually tell exactly what you're eating with that first bite of sugar. You have the decision to actually keep doing it or stop. Okay, because
you taste everything.
Because you taste everything, right? Same thing with women. Okay, I'm not saying they're not good and they're not necessary. The thing is, you know exactly what they are and what their role in your life is.
Hold on, let me do a little bit of housekeeping real quick. HB Benin, you need to clarify that comment about Green Gorilla, because I fucks with Green Gorilla. You calling him a menace, you're gonna have to be specific, or you about to get sniped on sight. So you better get real goddamn specific in the next 60 seconds. Not gonna talk about anybody I fuck with foul in here. That's not gonna be the move, because I don't usually have trolls.
Yeah, because he's following me over here. That's what it is. Because I shared the video.
Okay, appreciate that, but yeah, everybody who got a wrench in here, you see somebody talking about somebody that I actually mess with in this space, and feel kind of positively about, tune them up, please. That's what you got a wrench for. I know you don't have to use it often, but take it off the wall, unsheath that bitch, and tune some folks up. because if he talking foul about GG in here, that's gonna be a no-go for me. I'm not hearing that shit. Not today. Go to GG channel and talk that shit to him, because I am absolutely sure he will have that conversation with you, homie.
Oh yes.
Watch that shit. Let him monetize that shit. Monetize your hate.
Yeah, don't call him
you strong. No, he is not the G for PhD for nothing. Yeah, good minutes or bad minutes. That's why I asked him to clarify. I'm just letting it be known right now. I'm not. Gotta clarify. I asked for clarification because I don't want to jump the gun. Maybe you wasn't. Maybe you didn't mean it in a negative fashion. That green little cat is a menace. You taking too long. Can somebody just time him out for a minute? Let him think about it, man. Think about it while he's thinking, sidelining my conversation. Just some. You ain't got to boot him. Just time his ass out.
Send him to the corner.
Yeah, let him send him to the corner like the Blair Witch, and let him think about it and come back.
Mm-hmm.
When the paint start getting real moist and condensating, then you can come back out. I know that because I had to stare in the corner for a long time. I'm a bad kid. I just asked a lot of questions, man.
You were annoying the teacher. Huh?
That wasn't annoying. It's just I'm a smart ass, dude. The questions I ask the things I ask people piss them off. It pissed some people off.
It's annoying to them,
namely women, because it's logic. And they don't like that shit.
That's
don't stand in that corner.
That's my grandson.
Oh yeah. Oh. Yeah. You better start. You gonna tell him about monk mode early?
Now he's trying to be a pimp. That's what he's trying to be.
Oh my fucking god! Woo! You talking to Grandpappy too? Oh my god! Yeah. Second coming of Rosebud. little BG.
We shake our heads. It's gonna count a whole lot of women out of their money. I see it already.
That's your son's son, or is that's your daughter's son?
That's my daughter's son. That's the eldest grandson.
Oh yeah, don't let him talk to his uncle too much.
Oh gosh.
Woo!
Oh my goodness, that's another story.
Yeah, Uncle and Grandpappy gonna give you some game.
Yeah.
Anyway, so that is a couple of ways that I see monk mode going. That I've actually dipped into this a couple of times in my life since divorce and dating, especially modern women nowadays. It is been somewhat beneficial to drop into a mini monk mode here and there just to get your damn clarity back. Mm-hmm. Get your sanity back from dealing with some of this shit, because look, there's a lot of distractions coming at men nowadays, right? There's a lot of it. But you have to be able to keep your focus, just like you need to be able to hold your frame. And it's not to say that none of this stuff will affect you. It will affect you in some kind of way, but you need to know how to mitigate that shit, right?
Yeah.
I'm not one for believing that you can go through this world completely cold. I've done that for a couple of years. It does not work. It does not work completely. I mean, you will have a real problem relating to people if you are completely cold.
Yeah.
Right. If you've had children, it's absolutely impossible for you to do that unless you want them little motherfuckers putting your face up on billboards and stuff like that. 1-800-kill this Negro. Okay. It's going to be a problem. You have to be, in some ways, emotionally available for some selected people in your life. You have to. It's just what comes from having relationships with family members and all the rest of that. Because I don't know no guy, no matter how red pill he is, if his sister, his mama, or somebody else was into some shit, you're going to be looking at him like, so fucking what? Too bad for you. And just sit there and pop that popcorn and watch them. I know very few people who will do that. You have a bit of a heart. You have to have a little bit of compassion for some people, especially if you have kids, because they're going to require that from you. It's going to take that from you to be able to deal with them and their problems, and maybe stuff that you already dealt with 20 years ago.
Yeah, but you have to you have to be able to connect.
Yeah, exactly. You have to be able to connect. You have to be able to connect, because that's the way you're going to be able to help them. Because I can say this for having a son and having a daughter. Daughters require a lot different connection. It's not to say your sons don't require that connection too, because your son wants to understand that his father knows what he's going through, can appreciate his journey, and will set him straight a little bit. He don't want the block of steel. Okay, maybe he do sometimes, but he needs to know you understand him and that you see him as being his own man and really trying to work on who he is and becoming who he is, right? Or who he wants to be. Your daughter's going to require a little bit of that softness. You're going to need a little bit. Toya here, y'all ask her. She right here with her daddy. Ask her.
Yeah. Yeah.
Can daddy be hardcore pimp the whole time? Do you want to hear the advice from a pimp when you having some problems and that's your daddy? Fuck no, you don't want to hear that shit. Like, look, can you just listen to me a little bit?
Yeah, yeah. Girls require more talking. Let's put it that way.
A lot more talking.
A lot more talking. Yes.
When you hear modern women talking about emotional intelligence, don't think all of that is bullshit. The way they use it, it is bullshit. It is.
Yeah.
It's just a manipulation game to keep you listening to their ass. But what it is you have to understand that the women who are saying this don't usually have fathers in their lives in good relationships. That's why they're looking for that. That's what that's what the whole point that they're looking for all this shit from the men that they sleeping with from. They're looking for that father that they're missing. That's what a father would give you, that non-sexual attention in spades. That's what your father gives to women. Your father ain't looking to try to sleep with you, but he will give you that attention. And if you get it positively from your father, you never have to look for it in your dude you sleeping with. He can be himself and not have to play half a father role, half of a sex toy. You know, you can actually have a normal, actual relationship. So I say with my daughter, it comes out. It has to come out because me and my daughter have a good relationship, just like me and my son have a good relationship. But dealing with my daughter is completely different from dealing with my son.
It is. Yeah.
Because if I want to yell at my son, I can yell at my son. I can yell at my daughter too. But they're gonna take it completely different. They're gonna take that shit completely. We could be yelling about the same thing. But I've told you guys a story about having debates with my daughter because she's a little brain, a little smart ass like me. She got all my rage, and she'll get pissed off, and we having a debate at dinner. She's like, "Oh, I'm just gonna walk." You ain't walking nowhere. Who the fuck you talking to? You know, you have to reassert. We can get on a level and talk to each other like regular people, but at some point, you know, you have to reassert that I'm still your dad. I'm not a dad.
You got to pull your pull rank. Yeah, who am I?
Yeah, you got to pull it.
Who you talking to? You talking to? Who am I?
Yeah, we ain't dating. This what you do to dudes.
I remember that. Remember that in Love and Basketball when what's your name said, "Oh no, did they cuss the mamas out in Spain now?" Pull rank. Who you think you talking to?
Like, wait a minute, back it up a bit. Yeah, we friends because we had that conversation BGS about not being equals. That fucked her up.
Yeah,
we were out at dinner. We were out at a restaurant at dinner.
Yeah,
she got pissed off about that shit. It was like, no, we cool, but we ain't fucking equals.
No,
who
we're
are you talking to?
Yeah,
you talk to your friends that way, but you ain't talking to me like that. You eat your goddamn food and get in this fucking car.
Act like you got some sense.
Act like you got some sense, or I will revert to whooping that ass. Come on, man. Well, fuck no, I don't take shit off of kids. I'm sorry.
No. You can't. You're not supposed to.
No, I love the two of them to death. I'm telling you, I love the two of them to death.
Yeah.
But we've had to have those conversations. But I have a decent enough relationship because I know how to connect with them in some ways emotionally.
Yeah.
To where I can leave the floor for them to actually speak their mind and be who they are, and not have it be contentious and disrespectful.
Right.
The only difference with my daughter is she went to a damn liberal school. My son went to culinary school. My daughter went to a liberal college.
Oh yeah. One of the most liberal colleges.
One of the most yogurt places in the country to go.
Yeah.
And she up there being the Black Fist militant up there. Like, goddamn, baby girl. Goddamn, baby girl. You just had to go where they didn't have you, huh? Just so you could mix they shit up a bit. So she has become her own woman, and she asserts herself like I wanted her to be able to. She knows how to talk. She knows her mind. She knows her feelings. She can rein that shit in and control it. She can't let it flash out of control. But that's because she had that tutelage there for me, and I learned how to connect with her early. So that's why I say it's beneficial. You can't go through the world completely devoid of any feeling. You have to, especially if you have kids. You have to be able to connect with them. Otherwise, she'd have just been out there wandering, looking for the next dude that she was with to be her emotional tampon or the person she could just vent to and not try to jump in her pants and see it as a vulnerability. You have to, okay? So that's why for me, monk mode is reserved for the older class. It's not something for somebody. I'm 18 and I'm in monk mode.
Yeah, I would never suggest.
No, you're just a virgin.
Yeah.
Shut up. No, come on, quit it. Like, you step away from being an incel. Stop it. You know, so after a point, you know, you have enough experiences, then you can graduate to this option area.
Yeah. It is an option. It's actually a calling almost.
Mm-hmm.
If you're going that route.
Yeah, if you're going that route, because you will go through it enough. I mean, the way this dating market look for modern people right now, like I'm running towards fucking 50 right now, so I'm almost completely out of my 40s. Like, so at this point, I'm at a different stage of life where I see, you know, dating and mating and stuff like that, where it's like all of this shit should actually be simple. And if it's not, it's because some people are making this shit way too complicated. And one of the things that BGS said in his video that I really agree with is that it's not so much about loving women; it's about understanding. I think yes, like a good hunter. A good hunter understands his prey. He don't love his prey. He understands it for what it does. That's why he can track it and catch it.
Mm-hmm.
That's all it is. You have to. I seek understanding from the world and the world around me and everything. I want to understand. So it's no different with understanding women and having enough experiences with them. You start to understand them a bit more than they understand themselves, and that's unnerving. You throw the psychology thing on there, you really got the triple X. Like they call it for the exorcism. So what I strive for is understanding, and actual monk mode is helpful for that understanding. If you want to research some shit, you in monk mode, you can focus on understanding what things are and come out a bit better than you went into that shit. Because it gives you time to have that clear vision, that clear thinking, or whatever. Like, you know, Paul taking the water of life.
It's almost like a fast or a purge.
It is. That's exactly what I looked at it as. This last one, that's what I looked at it as. That it was a purge, and I made very clear mental notes on what it was going into it and how I was coming out of it and how I approached situations was completely different. And also a bit more relaxed.
Mm-hmm.
A bit more relaxed about some of these situations. Like, okay, well, this has 2 weeks to play out.
Yeah.
You know?
Yeah. And that's why I think maybe the like you're saying, people that kind of changing after COVID, after the lockdown. I think people went into monk modes. And,
they did.
And then if you're younger, you find out how much you actually miss people, especially when they find out how much they actually miss the attention and miss people.
Yeah.
And whereas men found out, okay, I miss women, but okay, it's not. I won't die if I don't have sex. I won't die if I don't have women's attention. I won't die if I don't date.
No, you won't. I mean, past 40, I understood that clear that after going through some of the hardest things as a man you will deal with outside of losing a wife to death or something like that. Going through divorce is tough on fucking dudes, especially if he was one of those guys that really actually give a fuck about being married.
Yeah.
It's tough on guys, right? But coming out of that, you understand that's probably the worst pain relationship wise, emotionally, that you can deal with in a relationship, because my belief is that relationships only end two ways, and it's by death or by choice, and it's mostly by choice most of the time. So it's always going to come to an end, and once you've been through that and understand that it will always come to some type of an end eventually, you get comfortable with understanding that, and you don't stress about the ending parts. You don't stress about that. You can actually live in the present time with the shit, not worry about it, right? So going through those situations, understanding what comes out of monk mode, it's the same thing. It's the same kind of understanding that this is the natural course of things. Things have to go in their natural flow. This is the natural flow. And part of your natural flow could be drop into a monk mode for a while and actually understand what the other person brings to you in your life and your relationship.
Right.
Because that's why I don't agree with it under a certain age. Because under a certain age, your hormones are dictating that you need to have this person. You can't be
Yeah.
without this person.
Yeah.
All
Agreed.
that shit. Right. And relationship studies will tell you once you've had a breakup, you need to not be with anybody for a while. Right.
Yeah.
That's part of that purging process of getting that toxin, that sugar, whatever out your damn system. Have your emotional enema and get yourself cleaned out. Right.
Yeah. Yeah.
Monk mode is the same thing because once you come back to it, if you spent the time thinking and bettering yourself, you understand what you're looking for the other person to do, what they are bringing into your serenity. Because I think even Dr. T was going through it for a minute, right? He was like,
Yeah, he was. Oh yeah, at the coach.
I'm getting a lot more done. I'm getting
Yeah,
a lot
yeah,
more
yeah.
done. I got my tub in. I got this done. I'm like, Dr. T getting the bachelor pad together. I'm waiting for the velvet rug, the stripper pole, and the ceiling globe. like, you got to have smoke machines and everything in that bitch. You know, so I was happy seeing that. It's like, but it's understanding what is happening to people after this time of this, you know, everybody's life was put on pause and you had
Yeah.
to reevaluate. And that reevaluation to me came out in a lot of different ways. One of the ways that I see it coming out after lockdown and stuff like that is how big passport bros blew up after that.
Yes.
So like everybody was waiting to run out this goddamn country so this lockdown was over. All I was seeing on Instagram and some of my friends, they was out all over the damn world. If they had money to be gone, they was out of here. And it's only rational that people who have been caged up for that long and couldn't go anywhere,
Mhm.
that once the gate is open, they
Yeah.
get all over the world, but then they also start meeting other people
Yes.
and seeing that the shit that they were dealing with here, they didn't need to be dealing with. You couple that with the understanding that I've been sitting here for 2 years thinking about this, and these are not the things that I want in my life. This was not healthy. This was toxic to me. I don't even like using that word. But now I've gone out into the world. I'm seeing some more of the world, and these people are actually interacting with me better.
Yeah.
That some of these other brothers who was doing this before this pandemic thing was talking about were right.
Mhm.
Oh shit! Look, the genie's out the bottle.
Yeah.
The genie is out the goddamn bottle, right? But the other thing that plays into it is that because people understand the genie is out the bottle, they are coming back with stories like, "No, they was right. This shit is kind of awesome over here. These people love us. We good." And even if they don't love us, they don't have a problem hanging out and having a good time with us. Let's do that. Let's just have fun.
They come back like Emancipation, Lincoln.
Yeah, Lincoln. I came back with Lincoln. Lincoln's out there, right? Lincoln, really? No, kill them. They know something, right? But what you see is the women who went through the same lockdown,
Yeah.
that are still here,
Yeah.
are really pissed.
Yeah.
They're really pissed. And the only thing I equate it to when I hear this vitriol coming at people for passports and people getting out of their relationships and starting different stuff in different places, all this vitriol I hear is like, they food sources is drying up.
It is.
It is. That's what they upset about. It's like they mad, like Emancipation. These fucking slaves done ran away, and they coming back and telling other slaves, "Hell, you think you is? Kill Harriet. Kill Harriet. Kill him." So when you see the crap that happens with somebody like a Austin Holloman or Andrew Tate or any of these other people that they going after now, like the video Dr. T shared with us about the post office chicks not wanting to approve the brothers not sending his passport application off, like that's illegal, right?
It is.
That's a federal document. What is you doing? You trying to mess up your little E1 status? The post office? They do not want these slaves running away. And yes, I'm talking about you, black man. Your slave ass. They do not want you running away.
Yeah.
You fucking up the church money.
Yeah.
you ain't got no freedom. We need that clip. We need that clip. We need that clip. They are hostile because you are getting away. And you took that 2 years time to figure out that you need to be out of here and find something better, and you are. and they're so pissed off because you're coming back and telling people you found something better. Because that's the only thing I really hear them saying the whole time. Outside of the fact that, yeah, don't tell nobody else. Don't shame me. Don't throw it in my face. It's like, who the fuck is throwing it in your? We don't even know you. Yeah, Donnie Mac. What do you say? Give us free.
Shit.
Give us free.
I can hang out with y'all, man. I can hang out with y'all.
That might end up being the title of the stream. I just called it Diversity Month because I thought how funny it was. Like, it's supposed to be Black History Month, and they started talking about all this other shit other than black folks and black males and shit. It was like, what the hell does this have to do with the one-legged woman? The one-legged woman model because she what the fuck is? Oh, okay. I guess it's Diversity Month and not Black History Month. Whatever. I don't run this world. I just live in it. But to Malika's point, he said artists and passport bros equals 21st century black men emancipation from the gynocracy. That is exactly what it is.
It is.
That's exactly what it is. The 21st century emancipation. Yeah. Run from the gynocracy. And they see you running and they mad about that shit. Because one, they can't necessarily stop you unless they work at the post office and they don't want to send your application for your passport. Or like the other video, the brother was saying that women from the US are calling women in other countries, at least the video was about Africa, calling women in Africa and offering them money to get on video saying some foul, wrong, lying ass shit to put that out there on the web so they could try to make it go viral that no, these women don't really like these men there. It's like, why are you so hard up about this? Jesus. Look, man, oh my God. This fallout from this pandemic is far reaching. And for me, when I hear people, white guys or whatever, or people that are not part of this space and this YouTube community, mentioning stuff like that, mentioning passport bros, mentioning a Kevin or something like that, or just people, lower in notoriety than Kevin, and hearing these ideas from corners I don't usually hear them from. It lets me know that this is really far and wide. This is really far and wide. That even regular women that I would fucking know is mentioning some of this shit. Like, the landscape has shifted. The worm has turned, didn't it? The shit is drying up. Maybe it's not enough simps out here anymore.
There is.
Because I can say the one thing about a simp is you're only a simp until you get enough knowledge. And one thing a simp is good for is actually having some money. If he taking his little simp ass, his little blue pill booty, and getting on a plane and flying somewhere, and he can have him a nicer chick, a better chick, for them same, cheaper simp prices, I think that simp is going to change up. And I think that's fucking them up. That's fucking these B-dubs here up. Just women in general here. I always tell y'all, I date pretty interracially, so I'm telling you about what I see with women throughout different races. So it is in all women. It's not just black. We the canary in the coal mine, yes, but the rest of the mine is fucked up too. Okay, I'm just telling you. I pulled all kind of gems out this bitch, and they all got flaws. Okay, so
it's built in because it is.
It's built in. It's hardwired into all of them, and they all adopting the same shit. So you'll see the same types of BS the whole time. Because trust and believe, Kevin wasn't doing a show just talking to black women the whole time. When he opened it up, he started getting all kind of women with the same goofy shit, and you start wondering, like, damn, they making these in every Barbie factory? What the fuck?
Yeah.
It comes in every model now. Oh my God.
There's different degrees of the same shit. That's all.
Yeah, different degrees of the same shit. They own the same stuff. Doesn't mean it's not decent women out there. But look, you hit a monk mode, you'd see the difference really clearly.
Yeah.
It's really clearly.
Decent. Decent doesn't mean perfect. Decent means they're not as bad as the others.
No. Nobody's perfect. I'm not fucking perfect. I will never tell you I'm perfect. Like I'm not perfect, and I don't know it all. Because if I know it all, if I knew it all, I wouldn't be here with you motherfuckers. Okay, I'd have sprouted my angel wings and flew the fuck out of here because I got other planets I want to see. Okay, so I don't know it all, and I'm not perfect. But what I do know, I know pretty well. And that's just what it is. Nothing is taking that away. And what I've experienced enough to see, and it may just be my anecdotal evidence, but what I've experienced is a massive amount of delusion and dysfunction from people. They do not know how to operate. And they really do act like you, black, white, indifferent. They do act like you, they slaves. Straight up. Now, it may just be because I'm a black man, but the first time I hit a monk mode, when I decided I was going to be done with dealing with these modern ass chicks, that's what the reason why, because they was all on the same shit. Black, white, Latina, Asian, they was all on the same shit, but they're all from the same age range too. And they all from the same country. And that's what this country produces right now. That's just what we make. We don't make shit else, but we do make, dysfunctional fucking people right now.
Especially according to the old mode of family formation and relationships.
Exactly.
And you see it in your movies. You guys complain about this in your movies.
No shit. Because you see it.
You see it.
Yeah, because partly modern movies and stuff like that is a propaganda piece anyway, right? You understand that when you go into it. But what's happening now is more of the propaganda, less of the goddamn story. They don't know how to tell you a story. They know how to feed the propaganda to you. And that's why you see us chafing so much at these movies and stuff, because it's more propaganda than story. You could always have a good story and throw your little bits of propaganda in it. Comic books have done it forever, right? It's there, but it's not overpowering the whole goddamn meal, right? But like a terrible chef in a restaurant, they threw all the salt in there and gave you none of what you actually wanted. All you taste is the messaging. Like it is not even edible. No, it's chicken. This is not this is saltpeter. What are you talking about? Say chicken? Fucking potted meat. What are you doing? trying to kill me. I'm black. I can't have all this salt. And that's what they're doing. And then they get mad at you for not liking the meal. What? Get the fuck out of here. I can't even eat it. It's not even edible.
Yeah. And get mad when you go to another restaurant.
And get mad, outright virulently upset when you go to another restaurant and say, hey, they're making me some good food over there. And they sitting there pissed off like, they're just going to take your money. They're just going to set you up for a lick. We gonna call and get the fire marshal to come down there and shut that place down. You don't want him in there. He be dropping rat turds in your food. Like, bitch, why you lying? I ain't did none of that. Like, they just trying to fuck you up. That's all they doing. That is some what they say. I'm gonna tell you what
Lot's wife.
Saltier than Lot's wife. Yes. Sound like that's gonna be my code word for them motherfuckers now. Sound like Lot's wife speaking. Salty bitch. Better find you a horse to lick on your ass. Look, but that's what it is. It's a lot of pissed off projection. That's what when the whole thing about Austin popped off, that's what I heard. All I heard was a bunch of people that were mad at him projecting a lot of their bullshit onto him. I was like, that's what black women do.
Yeah.
Look, I ain't gonna shame anybody. But there's a woman I know, an older woman in my life that I know, that at a certain point in my age, she did have her some old dude from the Caribbean. She did have her own Dexter St. Jacques. Right? And it did turn out that Dexter St. Jacques did have an actual wife. Like, motherfucker, this has been going on forever. Wasn't how Stella got her groove back? That was the whole fucking thing.
That was the whole point, yeah.
That was the whole thing. A younger dude from the islands. I'm coming over there. I got money and all the rest of this. You just need to be, digging me down.
Yeah.
So what are you upset about? Oh, y'all just gonna be over there tricking. That's what you do. Look, it didn't take Dennis Sperling to show me no video of no white chick going to black countries and getting her son. I saw that firsthand when I was 15. Okay. I went to Jamaica. What did you think I see in Jamaica? A bunch of chicks, bunch of white chicks out there getting her some Jamaican ping ding right on the dance floor.
Yeah.
Okay. Come on, man. They've been doing this forever. It's been going on.
Getting ganja down. Yeah.
Getting ganja down, whatever the hell they was getting done, dude. I thought that was part of the Sandals Resorts, pitch. Come on, man. No, it's been happening forever. So what you're hearing from them is the resentment that you were able to do what
Yeah.
they have been doing. There is not a girls trip that I know of that's not what they trying to do when they on their girls trip. They're not trying to get dick down by some local. Get the fuck out of here. So you mad because some dude is going over there, but instead of him just trying to have some vacation sex, he actually looking for him a wife.
Yeah.
Oh, God forbid. A man that you didn't want is taken out of the dating pool. They just gonna try to hit a lick on you. Like y'all bitches.
Like getting flued out for $5,000. Yeah.
Yeah. At least they lick is gonna be cheaper.
It is cheaper. That's what I told him. And that's what SRism asked me. They said, are y'all over there tricking? That's it for 90% off.
Yeah, for 90% off. For coffee money, bitch. I ain't hear that one. That was actually funny. Yeah, y'all tricking. It's like they tricking here. So fucking what? What they say, they tricking if you got it.
Yeah. Yeah. Why you're gonna trick, why get a discount?
Look, if you're gonna spend your money, if I could buy a Murcielago, right?
Mm-hmm.
And there's one for 2.5 million or one for 1.5 million. Which one you think I'm gonna buy? 1.5, motherfucker. Because why? Why?
Yeah.
Look, if you got the money to spend on stuff, why should you pay the highest price for it? That's fucking stupid.
Yeah.
Dude, I live around rich people. Rich people don't pay full price for a goddamn thing. If anything, they the main ones in there with coupons because they gonna keep their money.
Yeah. And they got money, they got leverage.
They got money, they got leverage, which means I never have to pay that full price. Why am I paying that full price? No fucking way. You need to drop that stuff. Like everybody in this country, it's tax season. All y'all mad about all these rich people that's gonna get all these goddamn tax breaks. Look, they probably should because they got a better fucking tax agent than you do. Because they found better loopholes for them. They put something more into the economy instead of bills and credit card debt. They might actually own a business and employ people. I'm just saying. It might not be right to you, but look, if I was a billionaire, y'all better be cutting me some kind of tax break because I employ a lot of motherfuckers. So I need some benefits. You need to make it worth it, me doing all of this. Otherwise, I can shut all these plants down and you can take care of all these people on unemployment. So that's just me. That's a little side thing. So now,
what COVID also did was kind of cut off some of the fat as far as welfare and payments and other things that actually support women.
And that's why I say the food sources is drying up.
Yeah.
A lot of those social programs that they depended on that gave them their false sense of independence, which nobody on this ball of dirt is independent. You are interdependent as much as you can be, right? And even people in some damn commune somewhere are still dependent on the rest of the society making plastics and all the rest of this bullshit so they can build their houses out there. Okay. You're not totally off the grid. Okay. But even then, we're interdependent. And a lot of stuff they were propping themselves up on is going away. Like, how do you get child support if a dude won't get you pregnant?
Yeah.
If they're actually putting a twisty tie in it and, duct taping the condom on, how you getting pregnant? What happens if you can't get anybody down at the child support court for none of this stuff?
Yeah.
It kind of eats itself.
Yeah. I mean, even during COVID, right, when the kids were out of school, right, you depend on the public school system for childcare.
Exactly.
That's
what you found out. Yeah, that's what you found out. Yeah. That was a daycare.
It was. Yeah, it was.
It was a daycare, and the motherfuckers couldn't deal with their own kids before even a month of lockdown. They couldn't deal with their own kids.
Yeah, they were going
out there
nuts.
Going nuts. I got to get out the house for these kids. Why are they yours? What's wrong with them? What's wrong with them? That teacher was right, wasn't she?
First called the daddy. I need help with these goddamn kids. I said, "What?
We got to figure out something." Yeah, you got to figure out something.
Yeah, we got to figure out something. We
ain't gonna figure out shit.
Yeah.
You ain't cared about my opinion since you found out you was pregnant.
Also,
now we need to figure out.
Also, we're French now, huh? We?
Yeah, we're French. I didn't realize you got to Duolingo that quickly. Yeah, that's exactly what it was. That was one of the first things in lockdown that I thought was really interesting. was one, women who couldn't stand being by themselves, so now they locked in the house. They can't go out to the clubs and get free drinks and shit like that. So they stopped doing their makeup and shit like that. It was real funny, right? And then the second one was these women with all these kids that don't want to be home with these fucking kids because they don't actually want to deal with their kids. That the kids aren't the kids aren't there because they actually want the kids there for the kids. Kids are there as accessories and payment options for them. That's all it is. That's why they don't like dealing with them. That's why they can't sit in the house with them. I don't give a fuck how long it was. I could be in the house with my children.
Yeah.
And have some fucking peace. You can't be in the house with your kids and have no peace. You trying to run from them motherfuckers? Then what did you do to them? What's wrong with them? Are they broken? Were they untrained?
Yeah.
Are you sending them out there to the teacher to teach them how to act like human beings and not animals? No, imagine that. Parenthood is hard. Oh my God. Do tell. Yeah, wow. You actually have to interact with them and teach them things?
Yes, you have to touch them and hug them every now and then. Yeah.
Wow, tell me more. I never knew that.
They actually talk a lot.
Yeah, exactly. A lot. They ask questions that you don't have answers to. And it's pointing out your own level of intelligence, huh? It's very low. These kids are smarter than you already. Oh, wow. You might need to step your game up, huh? That's all it was. That's all I saw it as. A bunch of people who never wanted to actually like these kids and he spend any fucking time with them. Now, all of a sudden, they can't even deal with them for a month. They're your fucking children. The rest of us are dealing with them. What's your problem? That makes no sense to me. It makes no sense to me. But when I hear something like that, I think of 1984. And I think of the main character, Winston, his neighbor down the hall. I forget what her name was an older woman with a couple of fucking kids. Wow. And those kids ran her crazy. She couldn't say nothing to those kids because the kids belonged to Big Brother.
Okay.
The kids belonged to the state, not her.
Yeah.
So she couldn't really discipline them motherfuckers. So that's why they was in there driving her fucking crazy, acting like little psychopaths in the house. She couldn't do shit to him. She'd end up at the Ministry of Love getting re-educated. Now you got to let them express themselves. Look, that's a classic book. Orwell was
he saw it coming.
He saw it coming. You live through some communism, you'll see some shit coming, dude. We're like, this is not the move, man. I've been here. It's not the move. I wrote a book about it. You want to hear it? Here it go. Read it. Yeah. Donnie Mack said 1984. Remember that book? Yeah. Motherfuckers nowadays can actually watch the movie. That's one of the movies they keep, filtering out where you can't find it all the time. That's why you always buy hard copies of stuff. Because they keep moving that shit around every once in a while and jacking the price up on it so you can't afford it. They don't want you pros being able to read that kind of stuff. Life imitating art right now. Yeah. That's all it is. That's all art is a reflection in sometimes of life and actually of projecting what you want life to be. That's why I don't get into a lot of dystopian stuff, because if that's all you put out there, that's where you're trying to direct life towards. That's why when you guys hear me bitching about Star Wars stuff, I want to see something in the future, because I want to see people thinking ahead to something positive instead of thinking in the head to everything is bleak up front. Well, thanks. I didn't need any help figuring that part out. Give me something else, though. Wow, dude. Yeah, I got it. But I need more than one vision of a way forward. Okay, let's have some creative thinkers step forward. So, benefits. Did we go over benefits already? I don't think we did. But let's jump into that, or the downsides. Let's jump into the downsides of that. Since we're talking about dystopianness, let's jump into the downsides. This will be fun.
The downsides of Monk, right, is going in, and people think going in and getting cut off from the source, right, from the addiction is the worst part. Depending on how long you've been in it, right? Because you got to go through withdrawal symptoms, just like anything else. Getting cut off from women, getting cut off from sex, relationships is a withdrawal. So there's the withdrawal period that you have to go through. But that's not the hardest. The hardest part is actually reintegrating, because you kind of divorce yourself from all the irritations that you've never noticed before, right? From women, from relationships, from giving up time, that kind of stuff, right? So when you go back into it, guess what comes back? All the irritations, right? Oh, she talks a lot. No, I can't. I can't. I don't think I can stand here for 30, 40 minutes just rambling on. Or I can't stand the neediness. I can't stand that I really have to show up for a date, okay, and pay for it. Just
Yes.
here eating and try to entertain her.
Yeah,
Okay.
her jaw clicks when she chews. I fucking hate that shit. Oh, I said that out loud. My bad. That's what it is. You go into things with the sledgehammer of truth.
Yeah.
You really do. You have to
Yeah.
watch yourself.
Yeah.
Because Kevin pointed it out at a point, and this will make you guys understand it. There was a time when Kevin was talking to some of his chicks on his stream, right? And one of these women had been married for a bunch of years, and she got out. Now she's in the dating market, or excuse me, she had been out of the dating market for so long, and then she came back to it. And one of the things he told her, because she thought it was something wrong with all these men out here, what he told her was, "You are out of practice."
Yes.
That's what it is. She was out of practice. Everybody else here has been in the pool doing the dating game for a while. They understand what's going on. You're the one coming in with your old set of ideas of how this is supposed to work. That's not the way it works anymore. It works like it's working right now. You need to adjust, not the pool. Everybody in the pool don't need to figure out what's going on with you. You need to figure out what's going on with everybody else. Monk mode is that same way. It can be beneficial. Cut yourself off completely, it can be beneficial. But when you go back to that reintegration part, like, man, I'm gonna pull it back down and roll it up in the pants, and we're gonna go out here and see what's out here in the world. You're gonna have to make an adjustment. You're gonna be out of practice. You are going to be out of practice with dealing with people. And you will hear, because I've heard it when I came back to it, to dealing with females and shit like that. That harshness was there first.
Yeah.
And I made a joke about saying her jaw clicks and stuff like that. And that's really annoying. And I said that out loud. That's exactly what I was doing. There was stuff I was saying out loud because it's just truth, right? And I don't know if y'all know this, but women don't like just truth.
No.
It's not helpful. Doesn't make them feel good.
No, it kind of burst the bubble of illusion.
Yes. Yes. And I was out there with an automatic weapon shooting the bubbles all over their head, like you overweight your jaw click. Yeah. A bubble? That a balloon? Yeah, that string of balloons holding them from touching the ground was getting destroyed. I was taking it out with a shotgun.
and an eye roll when she's talking doesn't help either.
No, it's really. Oh, you don't like what I'm saying? Why do you think that? Because you just rolled your eyes. I said, did I roll my eyes? Oh. So you just did it again. Like, damn, you annoying. You gonna keep mentioning that shit? Just go on what you got to say. Look, I came back straight up Scorpius. Straight up Darth Scorpius, dude. I came back hard. And I was not tolerating anything. And it was an adjustment process, getting back adjusted to controlling the eye rolls. Feeling it on the inside, but not showing it on my face.
Right,
like,
exactly.
Okay. But inside, be like,
can she shut up for a second? Yeah.
Maybe if she just sucked my dick, she could shut up. Yeah, Skillmonger. I did cut myself off from the force. I did. Yeah, I did the Jason Solo cut yourself off from the force. I drew the force around me like a cloak, and I disappeared in the force. Couldn't find me. And then I emerged like a sun. Like, oh, there he is. Didn't know you were standing there. Yeah, but it was a learning. I wouldn't say it was a learning experience, but that's the closest thing that I can relate it to you guys. But it was just refamiliarizing yourself with the process. Mm-hmm. It's a job that you've already done. You've already done it a bunch of times. It's old hat, right? But it's getting back in the groove again and how people react now. And it was just a year, but it's a little different mode. Anything you've been out of for a while, you have to get reacclimated to it before you get right back to being back at the level that you were.
Yeah.
That's all it was. And it was the toughest part was I was not as patient.
Yeah.
I want to do exactly what I want to do in the time frame I want to do it. That's it. And I will not wait. Oh wait, I'll be ready in 15 minutes. You know what? Fuck it, I'm already gone. Never mind.
Yeah.
I'll catch
In
you
fact,
next time.
in fact, there's been a couple of complaints. Like, I think one woman said she was late, and they complained about it. And then one woman was so late that he actually got up and left. He wasn't there.
Yeah, he left. Yeah.
Yeah.
I've done that. Okay, I'll leave. No, I'll be there in a couple of minutes. Obviously, you didn't care about my time to be here on time.
Yeah.
So you got 2 more minutes and I'm out of here. Damn, just like that. Just like that, you burned a minute. I don't wait for nobody. Look, I came here because I wanted to eat here, with you or without you. It was tough. It was tough. I'm not saying it was tough for me. It was tough for them because I was not a patient soul. I was not a patient soul. It wasn't like I was really cut and dry. It was really black or white, red or blue on this shit. Like, no, nigga, you is fucking up already, and I don't have the patience for that.
And the lack of resistance, and that's when you have to. After a while, I have to come into understanding her and understanding yourself. Right? Okay, they're not doing this to piss you off. They're not doing it because they're evil. They're doing it because they're women.
And you know who told me that, BGS?
Who's that?
My daughter.
Okay.
Yeah, she gave the chicken out, even though she don't give a fuck. She's like, well, maybe it was something going on. What was going on with her that day? I don't fucking know. Did you ask? Of course I didn't. She said, Dad, you gotta at least find out what's going on. Maybe it was just a one-off. Like, and she put enough seeds of doubt in there because she's my daughter. She knows how to talk to me. Okay.
Yeah.
It's my daughter. She knows how to talk to me. And I was like, yeah, I didn't.
I want to be fair. You know, that's
I want to be fair. She knows that.
Yeah.
She appealed to my fairness. Like, you're right. I didn't ask. Let me see. I think she's still on some bullshit, baby girl, but I'll ask. That's all it was. That's all it was. Just that little bit of doubt. Did I do everything on my part to actually try to be a little reasonable? A little reasonable. Not 100% unreasonable, but maybe 98% reasonable. Okay. Could I dial it back to 2%? Yeah, I could have dialed it back 2%. I could have waited 2 minutes. It wasn't gonna kill me. 2 minutes. I can give you 2 minutes. Not like we're talking about 45 minutes, 10 minutes, 5, 2 minutes.
Yeah.
2 minutes. All right, calm down. Stop going so hard. Stop going so hard. Okay, we can't be gangster all the time. And it was something. It was something fucking simple. Whatever. But that's the toughest part. The toughest part is first cutting it off, which takes about 30 days.
Give or take. Yeah.
Give or take how active and shit like that you were anyway. And then reintegrating takes a little bit. It does take a little bit. So you can actually start dealing with people normally again. And if you want to really relate to it, think of it as going away to prison.
Okay.
Day one, after you've done a little bit of a stretch, do you operate the same way you did when you went in? No fucking way. It's going to be a little bit of an adjustment period. Just a little bit, because you were dealing with things differently for that time you were away. And now you're reintroducing to the greater population and how they interact. And you're going to have to, raise the shields a little bit and slow down the impulse power. You're going to have to take it a little slow with these folks because they don't know you. They don't know how you are. So you may understand a little bit better how they are, but you have to be a little bit more patient.
Yeah. You got to build up your resistance to it. You
got to build up your resistance again.
Yeah.
Consciously. And it is consciously. Conversation. I told this to a ex that she didn't understand how much work a guy puts into listening to a woman's shit.
Mm-hmm.
And you mentioned that in your video. That's why that was one of the reasons. Like, oh, me and BGS got to talk about this. I got to have him on to talk about this because I can talk about it, but it's different because he talking about it too. At 60 plus, I'm about to hit 50. If I could find a younger dude going through this shit, I would.
And I'm hearing it more now because for eons, right? Emotional labor was always on the woman. And we expect emotional labor
That's
to
what they
actually
say.
show up like women, right? No, show up
Yeah.
like women, like how women show emotions, right?
Mm.
Guy, and I'm starting to hear that guys express emotions differently,
They do.
and women don't understand them.
No, they don't. I mean, my biggest thing that I see with women nowadays is that they do not understand men at all.
They don't. They don't.
They can understand some sexual proclivities of men, but they don't understand men. And that's, to me, that's a gross misunderstanding of what a man is. It's like, okay, so you can, by that rationale, you can totally understand a fucking dildo.
Yeah.
But you don't understand how to make it.
They understand children, and a lot of times when a woman wants to connect with you, she tries to either baby you or mommy you.
Yep.
That's what they
And
try to do. That's her connection with you, to
well,
the little boy in you. And
yeah,
sometimes it works, sometimes it doesn't. But things they don't understand the man.
they don't understand the difference, and that's why that's why one of the reasons I agree with people talking about not really dating single mothers. I know it sounds really fucked up. My mother was a single mother. You know, I've dated single mothers, but I'm a Gen Xer. That shit hits differently for us, right? Everybody we knew was single fucking mothers. Like that's our whole dating pool, right? But what I've noticed from dealing with single mothers is that, like BGS is saying, they only know how to compartmentalize men in one or two ways.
Yeah.
Children or sex objects. They don't know how to deal with men. And what you find, the older that single mother gets, and the more she has not had one stable man in her life, she does not know how to deal with dudes. She does not. She only knows how to deal with men sexually, but anything other than that, she gets to acting like children.
Yeah.
A man as a child. And she will always revert into that tone, especially when there's disagreement, because she doesn't know how to deal with an adult man disagreement.
Right.
Her son getting older and becoming a man and having disagreement with her, she still has the high ground.
Yes.
Because she's the parent.
Yeah.
So she can always loud talk him or do whatever or threaten or all that shit. And he has to take it.
Yeah.
Till he turns 18 and can get the fuck out.
Yeah. But
right?
even then that little boy is still there. She always has that, you know, your parents always have that little piece, right? They can pull because you've been trained that way. Yeah.
Yep. Always had that piece. But with adult men, they don't have that. And they don't understand how to argue, disagree, or even debate adult men.
No. They've
lost that because they only know how to deal with children. That's why they can only have relationships when it's sexual. It can barely go on past that because when you get into the tougher parts of emotional relating that comes into dealing with, we're both adults.
Right.
Doesn't work. It falls apart. You start seeing all this shit like these goofy motherfuckers like mad at Austin because he in another country like, damn, this woman is easy. Oh, nigga, what you say about my sisters over there in the deal? I'm gonna get you fucked up right now. Like, god damn, what is wrong with you? That's not how you deal with that shit. A grown ass man talking to other grown ass women.
Yeah.
Not you. What is you upset about? Shut the fuck up.
Because he's
Go
not
find you something.
He's not talking to the women the way I want him to talk to them.
Exactly. That's the other thing.
That's a mommy thing.
That's a mommy thing. It's always about how I want you to talk.
Right.
What I want you to say. You could have said, that's nothing you say to grown men. If you ever, as a man, if you came to a dude and told him, hey man, you could have said it this way, what do you think that dude is gonna look at you and say? Nigga, if you don't shut the fuck up, who the hell do you think you are telling me what I should have said? I'll tell you this. How about this? How about I say go fuck yourself? How do you think I should have said that? It's not gonna work. But when you deal with certain type of women like that, you'll see that come up all the time. They will start. It's not even tone policing. It's just correcting what you should have said. and that's a mommy thing.
It's a
That's
mommy
not
thing.
relating to you like an adult male. She doesn't know how to do it. She can't. I shouldn't say she can't, because that gives them no hope. We know it's bad not to give women hope. She can't.
The thing is, it's something that she has to learn how to do.
She has to learn how to do it.
And I have coach women through talking to men.
Exactly.
Okay.
And that was the other part I was going to say. She has to learn how to do it, and some man has to teach her how to do it.
Has to teach her, yeah.
Has to, because it's not going to be something you learn. It's not going to be something she learns from her girlfriends, especially if her girlfriends ain't married.
Yeah.
She's not going to learn it from them. She's going to have to learn that from a man.
Mm-hmm.
And that first man that would teach her how to talk to a man is a father.
Mm-hmm.
Father ain't there. Who'd she learn it from? Uncle? Older cousin?
Mm-hmm.
Somebody. It can't be the dude she fucking.
No.
It's not going to be the one. But she's going to have to, or she will be, on Kevin's couch dying along with a dog. Just saying, that's just what it's going to be. Because no grown man has to put up with that shit. He doesn't. Never. Even no young one, not your son either, because your son get away and he'll be like Austin Holliman hanging out with him. Like, yeah, I went and found me some of these chicks in the DR. Like, you didn't want a B-dub, but I'm black. Yeah, that's why I don't want one.
You don't get it. You don't
get it. Yeah, no, I don't want what I had to deal with you. Why would I want that? No.
Yeah. Why should I have to retrain you when to get one that's already trained?
Yeah, no, she's coming. She don't have that program. She don't have that millennial. What were we talking about? That Windows Millennium Edition. She don't have that Windows 98 program.
Windows Vista. Yeah.
Yeah, she don't have that Vista programming. No, man. She got the new chipset and everything. Nah, I'm good. No, we got that quad core happening, man. She processed. She understand.
Yeah.
I don't have to go backwards. I don't have to backwards program this shit.
Reverse engineer, yeah.
I don't have to do that. No, I'm good. No, this was updated. Yeah, this is updated already. We can roll with this. And that's usually what it is. So yeah, the integration, the reintegration, learning how to deal with people again. And then what was the other part?
I think we're talking about the anima. Develop your anima.
Yeah, that was it.
Translate.
Yeah, developing the anima. That to me is one of the benefits of that. And the weird thing, I'll tell you guys right now, that is also a benefit of being a son of a single mother. Your anima is there.
Okay.
Now, this is one of the points I thought would be contentious that I did want BGS here to explain, because he understands the part about the anima and the animus, right? It's Jungian psychology stuff, right? Of understanding that everybody in your balance, your yin and yang of your balance of who you are, is your anima, which is your feminine side, and your animus, which is your masculine side, right? Everybody has those two energies within it. Like a yin yang, it's always there, it's always spinning. Right. Your goal is to try to find balance between the two of those, right? That is your goal. It can't just be completely out of whack one way or the other one. You're going to be screwed up, right? Now, finding the balance is a little tough if you only have one parent in your life, because you're gonna default one way or the other one, because you have to exist with that one parent. A single boy dealing with a single mother the whole time develops a lot of his anima. Why? Because he has to deal with his mother all the time. And before coming to this space, we never really heard people talking about this shit, right? So shout out to BGS for talking about it, because it was just something I was into. I read a lot of goddamn books. I got a big head and it ain't full of air, okay? I read and store information, right? And one of the things I realized is that when I actually got out into the world, what my experience with dealing with the world was learning to translate everything that I had learned from being around my mother and her fucking friends, and then dealing with men in the world of men. And the problems I was having dealing with my mother and stuff was that masculine side of me, that masculine thought process,
underdeveloped,
rubbing up against her shit, that
Right.
she was trying to keep stifled down because she couldn't deal with that shit.
Right.
The masculine side of me wanted to dominate that situation and calm her the fuck down. She don't want to be calmed down. She don't want that shit. She resisted that shit. That's why it had to be subdued. That's why you can't talk in your deep voice or talk loud. She don't like that shit. That's masculine. She wants to suppress that as much as possible. That's why girls couldn't be around the house, because girls around the house mean somebody fucking. I still had girls around the house. I snuck them over. It's just what happened. What's gonna stop me from getting my pee? Okay, I had to get it wet.
Got a lot of free time.
A lot of free time. You away
unsupervised, yeah.
Unsupervised time. I'm a Gen Xer, latchkey children. That's why we had kids early, because we was getting it in young. Okay, so that is what developed, and that was what helped me being in construction, being around just older black men, really getting that seasoning picked up to catch me up to where I was, right? Where I should have been already when I wasn't being stifled by all this femininity. But what I came out of that with is a real understanding of the animal, right? My feminine side, and it doesn't mean I'm walking around with a limp wrist and high heels and shit like that. That's not what it is. It's just understanding women nature, and being able, like Tupac would say, get on a level with them. To get on a level with them where I can actually conversate with them and not be throwing off all that masculine, predator prey energy the whole time they feel comfortable. They like talking to me because I can't hold a conversation with them without like, damn, he trying to fuck me right now. Like, maybe not right now. Maybe later. Maybe later. Definitely later, but not right now. I'm good. I can tolerate you for a while. That's what the benefit is, because what made me think about it was one of the things that Tupac had said, and one of the things he said in one of his interviews was why he can get on the level with women, because he was raised by his mother.
Yeah.
But the streets raised him a bit too. So the things that come out of his mouth is not the things that a mother would say. That's the street talking.
Yeah.
But how he can get and write songs that make you feel the shit and touch women who really feel like they connected with him and want to do all this stuff for him, that's from being around his mother the whole time.
Yeah.
That's what it got. It opened up his animal so he could connect with him. And the only person he said that he thought was like him was Prince. You know, Prince always had a fleet of bad bitches around him. What?
Single mother, same thing.
Mother. Oh, he's sensitive. Yeah, but he fuck all of them.
Yeah.
He ain't that damn sensitive.
No. he speaks their language.
He speaks their language. He understands how to decode that womanese and can take his masculine and translate it into womanese so they get it too. It's like, I feel so connected to you.
Connected. Yes.
We need to finish the connection. Yes, we do.
Yeah. You get me. Yeah.
Yeah, you get me. Yes, I will. Let's plug it in. Right. So that is the benefit of that in a strange way. You understand women a little bit more. At least emotionally, you understand them a little bit more. If you've dealt with your mother for any amount of time, you know how to talk to them. You know how to set them off. And you know how to calm their ass down a bit. Depends on who it is, right? Because a woman who didn't have a good relationship with a mother and the father was never there, she's going to be chaotic as fuck. And this is why me and BGS have talked about it before. This is why I think I attract a lot of chaotic women. I attract a lot of chaotic women, not because I'm hella chaotic. I'm really fucking calm.
Yeah.
But that, in pimp sense, it would be like you a rest haven for hoes. It ain't that. It's a calming thing. They end up coming down a level or two. They'll keep raging out sometimes, but it calmed them down a little bit. They
seek your energy.
Seek that energy. They get drawn to that light. And I tried to explain that to my ex-wife at one time, and she thought I was just being really egocentric about that shit of why so many females end up gravitating to me. And no, I wasn't fucking all of them. They pretty women. They fine. Yes, I would want to fuck them, but no, I wasn't fucking all of them. I don't need to. But we having conversations about all kind of shit that I can just find out because they feel comfortable enough to tell me this shit. So I know about who they fucking around on and who they not fucking around on, who they like, who they don't like, what their proclivities are and what they not. She's like, you shouldn't be knowing all this. And it's like, they telling me. I don't have a problem having a conversation. They want to tell me this shit? We can. Fuck it. We can talk. Because this is Gen X. Gen Xers talk to women a lot. It wasn't all keyboard. We had to, face to face and telephone with folks. So conversation is not hard. It's not a hard thing. They usually get into that part of the thing.
Yeah, that's how they connect.
That's how they connect. Relationship is different because then you flip to that, man speak, and they be like, "Wait a minute, I think you tricked me." No, you weren't wearing no pumps. I wasn't wearing no blouses and shit. No, I've always been a man. Yes, how big my eyes are, how big my teeth are. So understanding it, somebody would call. I think it was Rom who called it, or you told me it was Rom that called it beta game or something like that. It was like, really beta. I still want the same thing. I'm just not as. I don't act as hard up about it as everybody.
Yeah. Beta game is really specific, right? Beta game is only for aggressive women. And the thing is, you're acting like a mark, but you're not.
Yeah. That was never me. I'm just me.
No.
If anything, I could say it's more of an aloofness, right?
Yeah.
And that's what usually interests them. Like, man, who's your quiet friend over there? Oh, that's just hard. He cool. You got a woman?
Why is he not paying attention to me?
Yeah, why isn't he? And that's usually it. Why is he not paying attention to me?
Yeah.
Because you're a woman. You're just a woman. I mean, there's a bunch of them in here. You ain't got nothing no different than the rest of them outside of your personality.
But I have pussy. Yeah.
But I have pussy. Well, I've had pussy before, so But mine is the bomb. Yeah, that's what the last 3 chicks said. But let's see. I'll take a sample. Let's see if it is the bomb. Well, maybe it'll change my mind. I don't know.
That's what happened with Whitney Houston with Bobby Brown. He wasn't impressed.
He wasn't impressed. Well, I think I can turn you out. Let's see. Yeah, I don't think that was it. Yeah, they don't like that shit. So that's why all female coworkers want to come to my office and use me as their personal therapist. Yes, Aquatechy. That's how you figure it out.
Yeah.
It's 2 things that I've learned so far in life, right? You got to pay attention to who gravitates towards you, what type of people gravitate to you, and then understand why they gravitate to you. It lets you know what you're throwing off. If it's all energy, if we're all energy, you throw off a certain type of energy or a certain type of magnetism, right? It draws to you people attracted to that type of shit. I attract chaotic ass women. I'm calm, or maybe I got a little chaos in me. I don't fucking know, because if you've been with any of them that talk to you about arguing with me, that once they push me to a point, I go to fuck off.
Yeah,
you brought it out.
But you know how to deal with them without running away.
I do. I don't have a problem running. I don't run. Put it that way. I have gasoline draws. My asbestos underwear is on tight, so I'm not worried about the damn flames. Like being a true Targaryen motherfucker.
Right.
Fire don't burn me. I'm not afraid of fire. I was born in this, so big deal. I got Gemini mama and grandmama. There ain't a flame built that I can't deal with. I'm just telling you, I'm fireproof. Okay. Johnny Blaze ain't got shit on me. I'm good. You think I like the ghost ride? It's just hellfire, dude. It's like, it just seemed like a warm day. Like, I don't even need a coat.
I would ask Aquatechy, what do you get for it, for being a therapist?
Yeah, that's the other thing. Aquatechy.
You give it away for free or what?
Yeah, you have to make them pay something for that shit.
Something, something, favors, something. Got to be something.
I did a lot of free therapy before I went to school for psychology. I gave out a lot of free therapy, and once I did go to school for it, I understood that shit had to stop. I wasn't doing this shit for free no more, and that's when a lot of them stopped coming to me, because then they had to pay for that shit.
Had to pay for it.
It wasn't free anymore. I said, no, I can't pay all this money for this education and let you get the same shit I'd have to be charging people for free. Fuck that. No, everybody got to pay.
Yeah.
Ask gas or cash. What the fuck?
Literally. Yeah.
Literally. Yeah. No, everybody got to pay for this, because that is the emotional labor that men put in on women. You shouldn't be getting that shit for free.
Yeah.
You should. Now, my friend I feel, sort of bad for, because she's having a tough time right now. What do you think she's suffering from? Being broken out of her network of fucking simps who pay her a lot of attention, and being in a new place where she ain't got it all developed.
Yeah.
That's what she's suffering from right now.
Yeah.
It's not that it's just hard on her just for being alone. She don't have that support system emotional network that she had when she was up here. That's why it's tougher on her.
Yeah.
because she needs that shit, and she
Women
don't have it.
women need attention, especially pretty women.
Hmm.
They grow up on attention.
She's pretty her whole life. Used to be a
Mm.
model. Used to be a
Oh yeah.
model. Used,
Oh yeah.
used to be a lowrider model. You know what that's
Oh,
like.
oh shit.
Oh my god. Good lord. Yeah, good lord. She bereft of some
It,
fucking attention now, and she's older.
it
So
DMs and
past
dick pics. Yeah.
DMs and dick pics. So she passed the wall
Mm-hmm.
and losing her pretty girl privilege.
Mm-hmm.
Shout out to Kevin. So pretty girl privilege card has been, like
It's been
they reissued it.
it expired. Yeah.
It expired. They didn't reissue it. It's been expired. So now she back down to dealing like normal women. Like,
Yeah.
this is
No,
crazy.
honey, we can't stamp this again. No,
Yeah, it's like, oh no, this
no,
is
no,
yeah,
no,
no.
no.
We gotta take this. They called the office. Told us we have to take this now. What? But I still got it. No,
No,
we
no,
got
no.
you can here. You can have it back. You can have it back cut up, but we can't have you using this no more. No. Yeah. Baron Zombie, like Kendrick say, this dick ain't free. No, it's not. It's not, and that's not a bad mentality for you to be in it. You go through monk mode, you'll understand that shit very clearly. When you come out, this shit ain't free. Fuck you. No. Look, if that's why it's more advisable for older men to understand it than younger men.
Mm-hmm.
Younger men cannot turn down any pussy. I heard Platinum talking about this before, and I was on his comment section saying this is exactly right. You don't learn how to turn down pussy until after you're not necessarily in the young game.
Yeah.
Once
yeah.
you've had it, you understand how to turn it down. It's not the end all be all of dealing with this fucking chick.
Yeah.
Because everything else is more important now. Because like my homeboy Anthony, who I did a lot of construction jobs with, would say, sooner or later, you're gonna have to talk to her. After all that sex, sooner or later, you're gonna have to talk to her.
Yeah.
And then
Yeah,
what
you
you
will.
got?
Then what you got?
Then what you got? Then you're gonna start figuring out what you got. The cooch part always happen. It don't matter if she cute, ugly, fat, or whatever.
Yeah.
Shout out to BGS. If you spend enough time together, you're in close enough proximity, eventually y'all gonna end up having sex. It's just how the shit works. Okay, it's biology. It's not even hard. It's not even hard. Okay, that's why every dude got a fat chick in his closet. Okay, all of y'all will fuck some fat chicks. Stop lying. Okay, that's the first one who want it as much as you do. So quit it. But after a point, pussy is not the identifier for you anymore. It's not the hook that it used to be. And that's usually when you get older. Once you get 30 past that,
at that 35, the hormone, the testosterone starts to let you go a little bit.
That's why it starts to
level
loosen this grip, loosen this kung fu grip.
And you can start also you say, wait a
clearly.
minute, what is this 2-letter word I've been dying to use? It's called no.
No. It's a consonant and a vowel?
Yeah, did I
No.
say no before? Yeah, I can say no.
And right after that point,
I got pussy. No.
Women start hating that shit. That's why they hate no. Because the big joker don't work no more. Oh, I got this one. No, that's not gonna work. I don't need that.
Gonna work.
Nah, but I got this. I got a friend. She look like you? Nah, she your friend.
No.
Nah, fuck
no.
Definitely no. I don't need two of y'all.
Is she irritating like you?
Yeah, no. Which one? The cute one or the loudmouth? You know Sharika got a lot. Oh, no, fuck her. Hell no. Why you even bring that up? No, fuck no on both of y'all now. But that's when it happens. That's when you start actually being able to control yourself, or your mental faculties enough to be able to say no to a chick that ain't bringing shit to the table but vagina, no matter what she looked like. You actually are improving as a man because BGS, no, I think he's seen a picture of my crazy ex. Crazy ex was fine. She didn't like being told no. She couldn't fucking process the fact of me telling her that shit. She couldn't.
Mm-hmm.
She was fucking mystified doing all the sexual stuff, all that. You don't want this? No. What? She was angry. She was fucking livid, dude. If I ever thought I saw a demon walking on earth, that's what the fuck she looked like at that moment. Like horns sprouted out, the hair was flying and shit. You said no, nigga. You don't want this pussy. No. I'm sitting in hell with an ice cold lemonade. Like, no. It's not doing it for me right now. Like she could not process that because it had never happened to her before. Never. that's what drove her so fucking nuts about me. Like, like told me, no, you know you're supposed to be turning this down. You must be gay. Now I'm gay.
Yeah.
Look, we just had you all over this place, but now I'm gay. Yeah, it happened in the last 5 minutes. You still wiping jizz off the walls. Come on now, calm down. It's not it. I just don't feel like having it. It's not enough. That's what it was. It's not gold. It's not enough.
No.
It's actually kind of whack. Yeah, that hit her in the low blow. That hit her in the ovaries. I like that shit. But
I'm pretty.
But I'm pretty.
Yeah.
Somebody else would want me. I'm sure they would.
Yeah,
Till they knew you, like I know you, and then they'd be sitting here with me if they were smart. Like,
not juice ain't worth the squeeze. Not anymore.
yeah, juice ain't worth the squeeze, and the juice ain't really that juicy. Just saying, like, don't get me to critiquing. Like, they really don't want that critique. But that's what it is. But that is the benefit of having gone through monk mode a couple of times, where you can actually sit in a situation like that and turn it down.
Yeah.
And not be fazed by it. Not think, oh, it's the worst thing in the world and it's gonna fuck me up for the rest of whatever, man. Somebody else can have that shit.
Yeah.
Because they ain't getting nothing, different than I had, and it ain't that good. So
you're doing cost benefit analysis, like
and that's exactly what it is. The cold hard calculus of this shit. And like, yeah, I got on the abacus and yeah, this shit ain't adding up.
It's not adding up, baby. I'm sorry.
Yeah. Talked to my Chinese financial advisor, and he said, "No, sir.
No, sir.
No, sir.
I got a Chinese accountant." He said, "No, no good.
No,
no good.
Not good. Not good here. No,
not good here. No. Pussy no good here.
Pussy no good. Pussy no good here. Money only. Money only.
Yeah.
Pussy no good. No credit. No credit." Item number 1, item number 2, column B and column A. No special. We don't do that. We charge you double. But that's what it is.
That's why you write this book, because a lot of guys, especially young guys, don't know how valuable that emotional labor actually is.
Emotional labor is
you
very
give it away.
Valuable. Yeah. Emotional labor is very valuable. I mean, I stay out of certain conversations with people right now because I understand the value of my time and my emotional time to let them dump on me like that.
Right.
And in a sense, it's tough because going into psychology, your goal is to be there for people to talk to, right? And listen to them a bit, but give them some pushback on things that they need to be fixing, so you can set them kind of right in a way.
Right.
Not fix them. They have to fix themselves, but you can set them kind of right. Point them in the right direction. Like, yeah, but your compass is a little bit off. If you tweak it this way, it'll give you a true north.
It's
so
almost like correcting a paper, like somebody writes a paper. Yeah,
it's exactly like that. It's basically, for me, it's in a visual sense, because I'm very visual. In a visual sense, they're standing in a room full of fucking stumbling blocks, and you're just getting them to look down around their feet and figure out and move all the stumbling blocks they put in front of them to keep them from getting to whatever fucking success they want. That's it. Get the stumbling blocks out your way that you built yourself. Move this stuff out the way so you can get to where you're trying to get to. I'm just here to help let you know, like, you can get a lot further if you untie your shoes from each other.
Yeah.
If you want, well, I want to do this. You want to do this? Okay, well, why don't you stop doing that? That's keeping you from being able to do this. But it's all about him. It ain't all about fucking him because he's not running your life, is he? No, I'm my own woman. Okay. If you're your own woman, you need to make your own decision and go your own fucking way, right? Stop blaming everything on him. How is that helping you? How can you drive forward if you're constantly looking in the rear view? That doesn't make any sense. Like, you're gonna hit a wall sooner or later. But that's what I see it as, is actually helping people get shit out of their way so they can get the success that they want for themselves. I'm not fixing you. You're fixing yourself. It's like Neo told Kid in the Matrix, in the Animatrix. I didn't help you, kid. You helped yourself.
Yeah.
You transubstantiated yourself, or you awoken on your own. Just help you find a way out. That's all you. You do the work. It's your brain. It's your body. It's your life. I'm just here, kind of giving you the signposts. It's like, this is where you fucked up.
Yeah.
you missed that turn off where you could get off of Fuck Street and get onto, the right path. Why don't you take that turn off instead of just keep driving around in a circle? That's all it is. But that comes from having that clarity, and that comes from being able to go back and re-engage with the world and bring back what you have learned from that clarity. Because BGS on the panel, look, Moses went up to the top of the mountain, but he eventually came back down from that bitch, didn't he? He eventually came down with some tablets and was like, "What y'all doing down here?"
I leave for 1 second and come back, and this is what y'all doing.
Really? Yeah, I leave for a minute and y'all got into all this debauchery. What the fuck? It's not what we was doing. This is not what we're here for. I came back, made this hard work. Fuck these goddamn tablets, right? But that's what it is. Eventually, you come back with what you've learned to re-engage, to introduce that into the system, just like Neo. Reinserting his code into the matrix. Because what you reinsert, what you've learned, that red pill that you learned, reinstituted into the matrix changes.
Yeah.
Or wakes up more people. And that's why they don't like you having a passport, nigga. That's why they don't like you coming back on the internet talking about it. That's why they don't like hearing you repeating manosphere talking points that sound like we got one who can see.
Yeah. Really, they got one they can see. Yeah,
they live. Like, no, that's what that's about. That's what all that angst and anger and all that shit is. It's you are actually being waken up. And you are changing the face of it. It's more of you than it was before. That's why. That's why the cacophony of their screams and their harpy like yells is getting so much louder. Like, they turn it up. I thought it was always loud.
And they're trying to proving to other guys about why those guys left in the first place.
That's why they don't want it in their face. They don't want anybody else to see it. Because all that complaining is about. What they want is for you to shut up, for you to not letting everybody else know. You're fucking up the church's money. You're fucking up slave masters' hold on the rest of the slaves. You're going to let the rest of these people get free too. You keep talking. So keep talking.
and
say it louder.
One lady said that. She says it's the singing.
Mm-hmm. It's the singing.
Yeah. Ooh, I found paradise, and you black girls suck.
Yeah, you ain't got to tell us we suck, and that's why I have issue with Willie D with that shit, because his whole issue with him having an issue with Eddie Griffin wasn't really because Eddie Griffin was talking about how messed up some black women have been, repeating red pill talking points that he probably heard because most comedians nowadays always on the internet, yo. They always on the internet listening to content creators on the internet. Do you think a black comedian is not listening to the black manosphere with black men talking? They're just regular fucking dudes. They're just regular guys that get up on stage and do comedy about life. That are listening to the content, right? So if Eddie Griffin gets on stage and delivers some red pill stuff, and some black woman gets all of her fucking feelings about it and wants to get online and complain about it.
Yeah.
And then some dude jumps up in his blue simp shoes and throws his cape on and decides that I need to take issue with Eddie Griffin because he disrespected black women. We need to stop tearing down all women. You know why tearing them down? They're tearing themselves down.
Yeah.
All he did was reported on what he's seeing because as far as I know, he got some black babies. He got a black mama. I think he might have a black sister. And he got black friends who have black women. So I think he probably know a bit about what's going on with black people. But your complaint about him is, oh, you can have your Asian wife, but you ain't got to talk about black people like that. Nigga, shut up. It don't matter who he fucking. Really? That's where you gonna go?
That's where you
go. He got an Asian woman. Oh, because he happy. Huh?
Yeah, he's happy.
Yeah. You sound like a black woman now. You sound like a black woman now. How you gonna talk when you over there with that Asian bitch? If she called him a nigga, you would love it. So shut up. So shut up. She'd be your girlfriend then. Quit it. Y'all only care because it's something that's given as an alternative to being better, superior, or just a little less of a fucking headache than you are. And that's so ridiculous.
Yeah.
It's so ridiculous to me to say because you understand, you That's why I played that Lupe Fiasco song, Bad Bitch. Because you a bad bitch, right? Well, I don't want no bad bitch. I don't want a bitch or a bad one. I don't mind having a baddie in looks, but I don't need a baddie in fucking attitude. No, I did. I don't even want a bitch in my backyard chained up and having to feed it every day, being a dog. I don't even want that kind of bitch. So why do I want you? Come on, man. It shouldn't be. It doesn't have to be that damn hard. Just don't give a motherfucker a headache. It's very easy. It can. So, any final thoughts on the whole the mini monk mode that you want to throw in there, BGS?
No,
I held you for about an hour and a half.
that's
Bullshit.
pretty much that's pretty much it, man. Basically, I was just pointing that it's now what was kind of hidden and secrets is becoming viral. More guys will actually get into it and know about it. And I think COVID actually kicked some of this stuff off because you forced a lot of guys into this mode, okay, for months that they couldn't get out of. Like forced them into a diet. And now they come out of it and said, okay, wait a minute. Okay, this sugar doesn't taste the way it used to when my body felt differently when I was off of it. And so now I have a choice. Do I want this sugar or not, or actually eat it more moderately, or what?
Yeah, that's
and
the
women are going nuts about that. Women are going nuts about that. Wait a minute, my mojo doesn't work the way it used to.
No, like what the hell is wrong with this thing? The
Yeah,
coochie ain't working no more.
It ain't working, and they shake it in front of your face. Wait, wait, no. I need more. What do you mean more?
What do you mean more? This is really just all I got. Well, that's not enough.
It's not enough.
Yeah. Sorry. You'll have to get off the panel, but I dropped the link so if people want to come up and throw in their 2 cents on this,
they can come on up. Yeah,
they can come on up. So I put the link in there. So if you guys want to come up and add your thoughts to this conversation, this is, despite what you might think, this is a geek conversation because understand you can geek out over all kinds of stuff, and I geek out over all kinds of stuff, science, some tech stuff, geekdom, movies. It doesn't matter, dude. You geek out on what you geek out over.
I had a whole bunch of finance geeks last night, man. Talking about taxes and
China and stuff. Like I was listening to some of it.
Yeah, life insurance. All kind of stuff, man.
Behind no
401ks, yeah. They were really. I said this is kind of like our artisan on Sunday. They're just geeking out.
Yeah, it's just that's what it is. You geek out over whatever it is you really get into. And thankfully for me, there's a lot of stuff I really get into, like psychology, human development, and stuff that I geek out over. And that in my free time, I will listen to, read about, and stuff like that, because that's the stuff that actually interests me. But geek stuff always interests me as well. Geek culture stuff always interests me as well. But I have a lot of interest. So I'm telling you, I'm trying to be Buckaroo Banzai in this bitch. Trying to do it, everything I'm into, I'm trying to do it. And I got my certification in the HVAC Aquatechie, so I'm golden. Universal. I'm doing it all now. So Gucci, another notch on my belt.
All right.
I am an artisan for real. So it's all, in the game, so to speak. It's all in what you geek out of. Oh, they ain't gonna come up. It's like 2:19. It's close to Super Bowl time.
Yeah, they're doing the Super Bowl commercials now.
Yep, Super Bowl commercials. So I should let you go free because these people are gonna be out of here. Unless y'all really want it to keep it going, I'll keep it going. I'm not watching the Super Bowl, but I understand that if HBO and The Last of Us didn't want to compete against the Super Bowl, then I'm a fucking idiot if I stand out here like Jon Snow in the Battle of the Bastards. Just cut my sword. Yes, I shouldn't have been out here, but here it is. I'm not that dumb. Okay. Like I'm gonna let people have a time. Let people have a time. And I'll come back at your asses later. And there's a crossover between geek interests, even better. Yeah, there's always crossover. Yeah. Aquatechie knows that. This is one of the things I always try to do is try to feed these things into you guys all together because in my mind, it all works together. It's all life.
It is.
That's why it's always 3 topics. It's always geekdom, YouTube, because I'm on YouTube, and life. Because all those things work together. And they always feed into each other every fucking week. They'll feed into each other. Right. So you geek out over whatever you geek out about. Somebody geeking out over romance novels or or clipping buds and stuff like that because I'm in California and what's the difference between sativa and all the rest of this shit? Like, I don't give a fuck, dude. I don't smoke. I don't need to be that paranoid. I don't need to. But if that's what you do, knock yourself out. Somebody can give you a whole treatise on what's the best vape and how you vape and all the rest of that shit, and I listen to 10 minutes of it. Like, okay, I don't give a fuck.
Just all I need is the answer. I don't need the background. Yeah, just give me the answer.
I get some of the background, but it's still some stuff that I'm not interested in, so I'm not geeking out over that. But they are. So I understand and accept the fact that you geek out over whatever it is that you're really into.
Mm-hmm.
That may not be for me, but it don't mean that because I'm not into it, you can't teach me anything about it, because that means I will listen to you when you bring it to the table of what to talk about.
Yeah.
I'll listen to you because you in that situation, you are the expert. I'm not. So I'm always willing to learn. So I will listen to an expert tell me about what's going on, as opposed to telling them, hey, shut the fuck up. I know better than you, even though I've never experienced any of this shit. You could be wrong. Yeah, they could be, but whatever. Look, Aquatechie, HVAC certified. Get yourself a Superman cape for the summer. I told you, Aquatechie, I roll up in my van playing the Superman theme song. Every time they had to call me, hey, can you give me a hand? Yes, I'll be right there. Dun, 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 dun. Dun, dun, dun. Walk in that building playing it on my phone. Like, you needed some help? Like, what are you playing? You know what it is.
Dun, dun, dun.
Is that the Superman theme? You called,
Yes,
didn't you?
You
You called, didn't you? I'm here. Now, what's the problem? Look, man, you got to have fun in life. You have more laughs than gripes. Okay, have more laughs. You have better erections. In and out of monk mode. Yeah, shout out to John Williams. Yeah, shout out to John Williams for that one. He hit the note on that. So if there's nothing else, thank you, BGS, for coming up and having this discussion with me. Oh, somebody popped in here. Hold on a second. See, motherfuckers always want to wait till I say I'm leaving for the second time to show up.
Wait. Hold the bus.
So we got the brother coming up to the building. We got Ensign Media.
Ensign Media.
Good name for me.
Ensign Media.
Media. Transporting in from the Federation space. What's going on? Oh, I don't have this brother's intro yet, but shout out to the Beastly Nerd. Danger. The danger room is open. What's good?
What's up?
God damn, dude. You calling from the void? You are in the danger room. He got a whole everything.
No, because he posted that scene in his video, and that is the one time ever in my life that I actually agree with the Joker.
Okay.
What time was that?
I'm talking about the when he killed Murray.
Yes.
Yeah.
That's the one time I was on the Joker side. I was like, I was like, yeah.
I understood. Yeah, that's exactly what I was going to put it in there, but the thing is, they said, okay, Andrew Tate.
Yeah, you probably would have got copyright.
Scene, I probably would have got dinged for it. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, you would have. You would have. No, that's one of the words they don't like nowadays. Like, you put an A and an E together, they're like,
oh my God, we got to flag him, stop him. He's too much of truth. We're getting out.
Especially thinking about people like Wayne stepping over people, just like the Gynocracy stepping over boys, and it's just not to actually rage out.
Yeah, but at the point when I think about the Gynocracy, I literally feel like the Joker in that movie.
Yeah, that's what he's saying. It's that you don't respect us, so you just step over people like me. Yeah.
Yep.
And a lot of guys are actually feeling that way. Society's actually stepping over them.
Exactly. That's why they got so afraid of that damn movie.
Yeah.
Like, oh, this is the incel movie. Like, they was saying that shit before anybody ever seen the damn movie. They was freaked out. Like,
he was getting pussy. What? Oops, did I say that out loud? I'm like, wait, he was getting pussy in the movie. How's he an incel? Oops, did I say it?
It's crazy. he imagined it. Sort of. But if he wanted to get some, he should have got it from her.
Yeah.
I don't know about you, but she was in that movie doing that little walking in that little dress. Like, damn, she got a bump. Good
Yeah,
Lord.
yeah, she does.
Oh my goodness. Yeah, that was a good neighbor. You need
State
some
Farm is
sugar.
there.
Yeah, you need some
State
sugar.
Farm is there.
You need
Yeah.
something from I can give you. Loaf of bread. So what y'all got on the little topic we was engaged in, or something else? The free fire zone is open, so you can get
I agree
in.
with you guys. You gotta do something for your emotional labor. They have to give something in return. Otherwise, it just doesn't work.
That's the only way you make them value it.
Yeah.
The only way you make them value it. But they have to understand it, because a lot of them don't understand that. I forgot to make this point. A lot of them don't understand is that the time that you spend actually talking to them about anything that they have going on, their feelings and shit like that, and what's going on at work, that is emotional fucking labor.
Mm-hmm.
And it should be compensated.
Yeah.
Because them doing it for you, if you actually invest in talking to a woman and getting her female opinion and stuff like that, is compensated in some kind of way from her to you. It should be compensated the same way back to you. But they don't understand how to deal with that. If they don't understand how to deal with that, it's probably because they're not relating to you the same way that you're relating to them. They're not seeing the relation as adult. They don't know how to relate.
I actually do it all the time when I go to the dialysis center, because a lot of the techs are black women, and I do let them download sometimes, because that is a very stressful job. It's a very stressful job, and not everybody act right.
No, they don't.
Sometimes there's a reason why black women are pissed off when they get home from work, because folks don't always be acting right.
I always just thought they didn't like working. But I'm not saying anybody likes working, but they got him. Got him. Fucking Klingons.
They called him back.
They called him back. We lost his signal. We lost the buffer.
Much truth.
Yeah, too much truth. They pulled him back to Federation space. What was it, fucking Romulans? Intercepted his beaming.
Yeah, that's why I want Doc to write that book, about male emotional labor.
Yeah, he should.
What it costs and how it shows up.
At least write a paper on it. At least write a paper on it. He's a professor. He can write a paper on it and throw that shit out there.
He did give a lecture on it down in San Diego, maybe like a year ago.
Oh, did he? Okay, good. Yeah,
and they got quiet. The women got quiet. I mean, real quiet.
Yeah, I bet the fuck they did. Thinking about all the people that they was gonna have to go download on, and if he heard, if the motherfucker was in the room and heard this speak, heard this speech. Like, damn, I gotta talk about this later. Is Professor Johnson in there? Yeah. Akoteki said it was the Romulans. Yeah, I think the Romulans got them. Disruptor beams. Broke up the signal. He in a immense firefight in the ship right now.
Yeah, then in the neutral zone.
In the neutral zone. Look, he's supposed to be fighting over there. Them motherfuckers up to some bullshit. Romulans always up to some bullshit.
Yeah, Ensign's fighting his own Kobayashi Maru right now.
No shit. In a pitch battle. Maybe a Borg ship showed up or something like that. Borg cube showed up. I'm like, radio silent. Let's get out of here. Run for it. What up, Dubsy? So what you got on this, Beastly?
Oh, nothing. I was actually coming up here because I remember you said you wanted to know about the Hogwarts legacy.
Okay.
Because I think y'all covered it the most. I mean, I can't beat a dead horse at this point. You know, I mean, if they don't get it by now, I don't think they ever will. I mean, we've explained our position. We know what the problem is. And, as far as the monk, guys should do that when they're older. They should get out here when they're younger, because you need to understand what type of woman that you want and going to be dealing with, especially if you're trying to seek the marriage.
He's back. He's back.
Sorry, I had to take out the Jim Hemdar too.
The shields went down and his ship got attacked.
I heard what y'all said. I had to come back with
Yeah, that's a good one. No shit. Go ahead. Go ahead, Beasley. Finish your
I'm
thought.
sorry.
No, I'm finished. I'm finished with my thought.
Okay, yeah. Okay, so back in Federation space. What's up with them Jim Hadar, man? What the fuck? off they white?
you know, Dan, you have to blow their chips up, otherwise they're gonna ram you.
Yeah, motherfuckers going out like
No, that
Vikings.
actually happened. They actually rammed. I think it was.
Yeah,
oh my
you
God,
know why? You know, yeah,
They
that was.
actually-
You got a lot of mouth telling me I got a lot of noise. Yeah, I'm trying to eat some licorice.
Yeah, they rammed a ship that's similar to the Galaxy class
Yeah,
Enterprise.
the S class ship. Yeah, I remember that when they first went up against Jemadar.
Yeah, you know why, right? Because fuck them. That's why.
Yeah,
we gonna win one way. You may win, but you still gonna lose.
Yeah, their
we're
motto
willing to
is victory
sacrifice.
is life. They do not care. They will do it by any means necessary.
Yeah, I know about them.
Toss them some ketchup so white.
Yeah, toss them some of that white, boy.
Ooh,
Oh,
wait a minute.
they
That's the
ass
good.
down.
That's the good white. Oh,
Got
hold
that
on.
good white.
They had the good white here.
Yeah, I still
Had
go
them
back.
damn had them dancing around like this, give them that temperature white. Give them that white, boy, they'll be good.
You know them boys are some bad boys. They took out the secret order of the Federation, not the Federation. They took out the secret order of the Romans and the Klingons all at one time. Like, damn.
Yeah, they
well, yeah, the changelings did because they infiltrated them. Yeah.
Yeah. Jim the Hard Clan ain't nothing to fuck with. Like the Wu-Tang. So what else you got, AB, on the topic of some other things before we get to the Super Bowl? You know what they say after the Super Bowl, Monday after the Super Bowl, abuse go up.
They lost their money. They made that bet.
That's probably why ain't nobody donated today. Like everybody got bets on the Super Bowl. I see.
You bet the rent money, you bastard. He said, shut up, bitch.
You make them damn tacos. That's why your team lost. What?
What?
The fuck you say? Nigga? Go ahead.
The last thing you're talking about, I wouldn't recommend anybody under 35 try monk mode. That's just not gonna work. That's not gonna work.
I wouldn't recommend it. That's kind of hard with all the hormones. You're fighting, hormones.
Yeah,
fighting too many hormones.
Yeah, ain't nobody won that fight. Ain't too many people that won that fight.
Yeah, he's just.
That's why I never. Yeah, that's why I never got into the idea of. I resisted the idea in my teens of telling like teenage kids to abstain from sex. It's like, get the fuck out. You got a better chance of teaching a fish not to breathe water. No, just tell them to do it safely, okay? Because you're not stopping them from doing it. Yeah, do it responsibly, do it safe as possible. You're not stopping them from fucking doing it. Not at that point in life. That's stupid. Just tell them to just try to train them how to do it responsibly. That's it.
You're not stopping 4 billion years of bioevolution. You're not stopping.
But if you show them 6 guys paying child support, you can slow it down.
You stop that shit. You slow that shit down. Like,
slow that shit down.
We can't stop it, but we damn sure gonna slow it down.
You can slow it down. Yeah.
That's why I be laughing at these single mothers talking about my son ain't gonna be going around messing with the girl. Like, yeah, that's because the right one hasn't bent over. Shut up.
No, because they keep talking like they're gonna be there in the room with them when the girl finally want to give it up. Like, you ain't supposed to be doing that, Mama. What you doing here?
Wait a minute. But the thing is, how many boyfriends have I seen with you over the past 10 years?
Mm-hmm. Oh, yeah.
You're telling me not to have sex? Mm-hmm. It's not gonna go down very well.
Yeah, it's a funny thing to see people getting older and their kids getting older. And their kids starting to have their own ideas about what the hell they do. They ain't gonna be ready for them conversations. They're not ready for them conversations.
Yeah, because you don't have any kind of moral ground to stand on.
You have no moral ground to stand on, and they making their own assumptions right now. Because I think it's one of the tragedies of single motherhood is that they always try to steer their boys towards not having fucking women.
Yeah,
which is stupid shit. Right.
Yeah.
Because in a sense, you're basically saying you're more comfortable with your son being gay than having a female, because you will repress him from actually going in that direction because you think it unseats you in some sense, which it actually does.
And plus, they're protective of the little girl that got pregnant by a boy like the father.
Which all the time, look, a little girl is a 12-year-old or an 8-year-old. I'm not taking a teenager or a 20-year-old as a little girl. You fucking grown.
Right.
In a lot of places, once you over the age of 15,
in
a lot of parts of the world, you grown as shit.
You're an adult.
Look, if you in this country over the age of 18, you can buy a gun, you can go into the military, you can get trained to kill other people. You are not a child. Nobody's tricking you into getting a dick up in you. That's not a trick. It's not a magic trick. Watch this penis. It's gone. No, it's not a trick. Okay?
And Artisan, you just described with the women trying to do that with their swords, the good human statement. And so, how they just say boys will be boys. No, boys will be good humans. I'm like, what the fuck does that mean? I've always tried to break that down to them. Like, you don't want that because that's what you're going to create.
Demasculating them.
You
want them to be a good human.
Defanging them so that my little boy can't hurt a little girl like me.
Yep, that's exactly what it is. Defanging them.
Yeah.
Trying to steer him away from being what he is biologically designed and supposed to grow to be, a man. They don't want him to be a man.
No, like he's no good daddy.
It ain't even that their daddy's no good. You dig a little deeper like Kevin usually would do. You take them surface level fucking statements. They say, oh, he was abusive. It was terrible. It was this, that, and the other. Really? What was going on with this? What was he doing here?
Where's the police report?
Yeah, where's the police report? He abused me. Where's the police report? Did you ever file one? Oh no, you know how it goes sometimes. I don't believe them. Give me that shit.
But you had 2 children from 4 years apart. Okay.
I don't know if you noticed BGS, but now the sons are starting to tell on them. The sons they're starting to tell on them like, nah, I went to go find my father and ask what really happened.
You should.
And they're telling on him. I saw several videos like that. I was like, whoa.
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
I'm a big advocate for that. Is that even if you never saw your daddy, you never talked to him one day in your life, you've been raised with your mother for 18 to 20 years. You owe your father the opportunity to talk to him and get his side of the story.
Get his side of the story.
If you're grown enough to be thinking that you need to take on your mother's hatred for your fucking father, you need to go talk to your father and find out why. You need to talk to him and just find out who the hell he is for yourself. You owe him that conversation to have his side of the story told. And if you don't think so, let somebody put yourself in your situation like this. Somebody has accused you of doing a crime. Now you on trial. And the judge says, that's okay. You don't need to talk. That's what your mother is doing. Captive audience for 20 years, feeding you all the anger, distaste, and detest she has for your father. And the main thing you should understand about this shit is how ridiculous it is. Because unless your mama was raped, can't say that on YouTube for some reason. Unless she was raped, she likes your daddy enough to open her legs and let him skeet and shoot up the club. So get the fuck over it. Whatever she's saying, she is just an emotional, pissed off woman because shit didn't go the way she wanted it to.
And she had a baby for him.
And she had his baby for him. Talk to your daddy and find out what.
I think the reason mothers don't want them talking to the father is because you actually find out what kind of person that the mother actually was. Why did you pick him? What is about him that that drew you to him? What was you like when you was 21 years old, Mama? What were you doing?
Yeah. This was an Eddie Griffin joke way back on the Chronic. Mama, you was a hoe. Tell the kid. I was a hoe. I was weekend pussy. I had you to keep the nigga. It doesn't work out, and that's why he ain't here. But he a good nigga because he went back to his real family. I was just a dumb bitch trying to keep a nigga that I want. Come on, man. That's usually what it is. They just don't want you to have that other side of the story to find out who the hell they were and what they were into. But it don't take much. You've been seeing her the whole time without your daddy being there. Was she on the up and up with all them dudes that she was dealing with?
No.
No, nigga. That's who she is.
Mm-hmm.
If you understand that stuff, if you even ask yourself the questions like that, like if dad's so terrible, why the hell can't see mama having a functioning relationship with Eddie?
Mm-hmm.
Maybe your dad ain't so terrible. Maybe your mama dysfunctional. And there's nothing wrong with saying it. It don't make her not your mama. It don't make her not did all the nice things she did for you, cutting the crust off your peanut butter and jelly sandwiches and getting you the Jordans and dressing you up like Steph Curry and all that shit. It don't mean none of that stuff.
Mm-hmm.
But it does mean your mama don't know how to handle relationships
Mm-hmm.
with adults. She don't know how to handle men. That's what that means. Because the more that door keeps revolving, the more it keeps proving that point out that it may not have been your fucking dad.
Yeah.
It may have been her.
Yeah. Mama got clay feet.
Mama got clay feet, right? Better get her away from the sun, boy. She's gonna drown. Look, I remember my son's mother trying to tell him, we were having a conversation and me and her were joking about the shit. I'm joking with her about the shit.
Mm-hmm.
And about talking about our son and getting him to believe that she wasn't wrong. She said, "Oh no, I don't ever want him to think I'm not wrong." I said, "No, stop doing that. That is not right. The fuck." His mom's a Gen Xer. We the same age, right?
Yeah.
We knew each other from high school. So I'm bullshitting with her like that. I can get on a level and still joke with her ass, even after all the dumb shit, because my son is grown. So we gotta deal with each other like that. But I'm joking. It's like, you can't do that. You wrong. It's okay. It's like, come on. She got irritated with me because I told our son at a younger age that what we did, me and her did, was irresponsible. That we were being irresponsible. And she didn't like that. Because she didn't like it because it makes her look bad. I said, but that's not what the truth is. The truth is we were being irresponsible. I said, what would you call what we were doing? Would you want him to do it at our age? Fuck no. So it's irresponsible. Yeah. It's just what it is. Yeah. You don't have to like it. It doesn't have to make you feel warm and fuzzy and have a halo over your head. You ain't got one. Even a devil was an angel. Shut up.
Your mama makes you feel better. Your daddy makes you better. Okay.
Daddy exactly.
Don't do what I did with your mama. Okay.
Don't do what I did with your mama.
Yeah. Don't follow in our footsteps. Do it the right way.
Yeah, do it the right way. So I told my kids, build your nest first. We did it ass backwards.
Mm-hmm.
We did it ass backwards. We had the kids before we ever had a nest. You build your nest first, and then go and have your fucking kids. Yeah. There's nothing wrong with that. You got plenty of time. You're gonna be producing sperm forever, so you good. Don't worry about it. They the only ones on the time. They the only ones with an egg timer. You ain't got no egg timer. So don't worry about it.
That's why I really made my son get married, right? I said, don't follow my footsteps, son. Do it the right way. Do it the right way. Okay. At least give it a shot.
At least try. Yeah. At least
try. Yeah.
That's partly why I got married, because I wasn't afraid to try. That's one of the things I know about myself. I'm not afraid to try. I'm not. It could not work out. Yeah, it could not work out. But it also could work out.
Yeah.
And that's what scares people more than anything else, because people in this time now don't know how to deal with success. If they actually find something that's working and successful, they freak. Especially women. They don't know how to deal with things that work right.
Because
they'll fuck it up.
because they have to keep it working.
They have to keep it working.
They have to keep it working.
And they don't understand how they got there to the position that it is working, because it's usually not on them to do. That's the whole thing. It takes work, but it's not always work that they're doing. It's the work that the guy's putting in. It is that emotional labor that he's putting in to make this shit fucking work.
Mm-hmm.
They don't know what they're doing to make it work, and they worry about getting to the point where he doesn't want to do that part. And they don't know how to keep it running. It'll fall apart. So they start destroying shit, because that's the only thing they know how to do. That's what makes it easy for them to have a conversation with their girlfriends.
Yeah. Yeah.
AB say, well,
I said, girl.
Yeah. Black women, yeah. Disrespect is their jam, you know.
Yeah, disrespect and dysfunction is they jam. What is this? My damn, this dysfunction. It sounds like police sirens and bottles breaking. Ooh, it's my song from the window to the wall. Crazy ass. It is what it is, and I think you hit that perfectly, BGS, at one point when you said you can love women and understand them. Right? It's more fun if you understand them. It's more fun if you understand them. You can love a particular woman, but it's a lot better if you understand. It's more fun because then you can't take a lot of the shit they do seriously. It's just comical.
My brother's having a problem with the women in my family, right? Oh, they just piss me off. I said, man, they're just women. Okay, that's what they do.
Dude.
Well, they did this. I said, they do. Black women, that's what they do. Okay, they're just black women. Okay, you can't take it seriously. You can't take it personally.
Yeah. I told a female that about a dude because she wanted to talk shit about the dude. He said, I don't understand why the hell he do that or whatever. I said, it's male logic. You're not going to understand it. You're not. He said, what does that mean? Man logic. I said, it's man logic because it makes sense to men. You're not a man. Unless you hiding something that you ain't showed me. You ain't a man.
Yeah. Well, I would say this, McDrama Bear, coming from seeing my grandmother and my aunts and my mother, right? Okay. What they've done to marriage is make it too complex, right? Marriage is supposed to be simple, extremely simple. Okay. If you're raised to be a wife, you're raised to be a husband, it's simple. I saw that with my parents, right?
It is simple.
It wasn't extraordinary. They had their fights, but the thing is, marriage is basically simple. Okay. You do your job, I do mine. Simple. Okay. When it comes in, when people are actually unhappy with their jobs, that's the problem. Marriage is too complex now. About partnership and my feelings and meeting my match. Shut the fuck up.
I'm not happy.
Yeah.
Yeah. He's supposed to make me happy. You cannot make another person happy. You can't. I tell people that now and they think I'm actually being fucked up. You can't make another person happy. You can put them in a situation to have or share happiness with you, but you can't make them happy because happy is a choice in you. It's your emotional state, just like being angry. It's a choice. You can't make them choose that shit. You can put them in a situation with beautiful beaches and all the shit that they said that they actually wanted, but if they don't choose to actually enjoy that, be present in that moment and have fun with it, they'll be there still miserable. You can't make people shit. I must have had a troll because I asked the motherfucker to cam up so I could see who they are, and they bounced out.
Oh yeah.
Well, there you go. I don't do trolls. You got rules and regulations over this bitch. Sorry.
Yeah. But I think I'm tired of that narrative that marriage is that hard to work. It's not supposed to be. Okay. I see poor ass immigrants that 17-year-olds can get married, do their jobs, and stay married for 60 years. Okay. It can't be that hard.
I pointed that out. BGS, I used that example recently when talking to somebody about this whole thing with relationships, that it's not supposed to be hard, it's supposed to be easy, it's not supposed to be as much work. I said it is supposed to be work if you ain't did the work to understand how to make it work. I said it's not actually that hard. You guys overcomplicate this shit because it's not actually that hard. But you overcomplicate it because what you're deficient in. What they're deficient in mostly is respect for men.
Right.
You haven't been raised on a diet of that. That's not what's pumped into you right now. You're always looking for a reason to discount or look for negative in a man, which means you spend more of your time focused on negative shit
than
being present in what's positively happening. How can you progress like that? You can't progress like that because you're always looking for something to be wrong, even when there's nothing fucking wrong.
90% of the times in a marriage or relationship, there's nothing wrong.
There's nothing wrong. And that's the part. That's the part that I got to understanding is that women do not like things where there's no drama. They can't live in a world where there's no drama. Not many of them, put it that way. The majority of them, modern women, can't deal with things that's no drama. If there's no drama, it's boring as fuck to them, and they'll create some drama so they can go somewhere else and have some dude that's fucking around on them the whole time. So,
I mean, how can Austin Holloman and somebody else like a passport bro go out of the United States to some third world country, get married and stay married for years and be happy?
How does that happen? He's still the same guy. He's the same guy who couldn't catch a real date here.
Yeah.
And was having a hard time here, but all of a sudden he just took a trip somewhere and now he's having some success.
Yeah.
It's the same guy. So what's
Yeah.
the problem?
And now
Is it
they're
him
in the
or
body.
is it the people here?
Yeah. Yeah, we
Just
turn
saying.
marriage we turn marriage into partnership. Partnerships are hard. Gay marriages don't last that long because they're not they have a mismatch in roles, right? You have wives and husbands they don't match. Okay, the old school I could tell you because I have so many aunts and uncles and stuff like that been married for years. Sometimes says I can't stand that bitch, but it doesn't matter because I do my job, she do hers. I need her to do her job. I need him to do his job.
Anybody who's had a long enough relationship knows you don't like each other all the time. It's okay.
Yeah.
No, you ain't getting butterflies all the time. And it's good. Maybe you don't like each other. Maybe y'all ain't talked for the last 2 months.
Yeah.
But you still together because you understand it's something more important than the fact of how you feel momentarily.
Right.
There's something more important than that it's okay for people to have they room to breathe and say, you know what, you really pissed me the fuck off with that shit. I do not like meatloaf. Fuck this meatloaf. It's the only thing I know how to make. Or go to a cooking school or something, bitch. Make something else. I'm sick of this shit. I'm not talking to you till you learn to make something else.
Yeah. I'm going to work. Okay.
I'm going to work. I'm going to work.
You clean up the house. Make sure the house clean when I get back.
Just go in the garage and do whatever you do in the garage. I go in the garage and jerk off. Just leave me alone so I can do it in peace.
Yeah. Not that hard.
It's the same thing. Yeah. But you still married. You can still be married and still be in a relationship. And that does not make that's a dysfunctional and a toxic relationship. No, it's not. It's just a fucking marriage. It's just a marriage.
Yeah.
Any relationship, this is how simply I break this shit down. Any relationship you have with another person on this fucking planet, fucking them or not, you will end up in a situation where you will have disagreements with them.
Right.
It's not important that you have a disagreement. The disagreement is not the problem. It's how you disagree. If you are totally disrespectful to them, you get to saying all this hateful shit about them in that disagreement, that's a problem with you. You've been saving that shit up and you really don't fucking like them. That's what it's showing. There's a problem with you. It's not a problem with them. Even if all the shit they do is annoying, you didn't have to say that shit. You chose to, which means you don't respect them. That means your ass need to be off by yourself. You need to be off by yourself. You are not the type of person that can be in a relationship, because even in a relationship with friends, when you get into an argument like that, you can have an argument with your friends and be cool the next day, 10 minutes later, having a beer, going to find some chicks, something. You can be cool after that. As long as you ain't went to the point of you need to just disrespect them and try to make them not even a person in your eyes. If you do that, you're going to be done forever with whoever you dealing with. It don't matter. Go cuss out your mama and call her all kind of child of an ungod, all kind of bitches and hoes and shit like that, and see how often she come to visit your ass when you're in prison.
or you can also add the passive aggressive aspect of it too. When you've been letting shit slide and haven't really been saying anything, it's like, and then you let the shit boil over until the point that you gotta call them everything but a child of God in an argument.
That passive aggressive shit is one of the things I stayed away from. That was one of the key things after my divorce that I wasn't doing. I don't do insecurities and I don't do passive aggressiveness. I don't do that shit because I like my bullshit up front. I don't care if you upset. Tell me you upset. Don't give me this what you think I want to hear bullshit. This what I call that human tofu shit. Just no, I like whatever you like. Bullshit. It's a goddamn lie. It's a goddamn lie. You had somebody before me and you was liking the shit that he was liking and we ain't nothing alike. Fuck no. Don't give me that. Be honest. Just be upfront. I'm not looking for fucking agreement. I'm looking for consensus. Like, do you agree? You don't? I need to know who the real person is that I'm dealing with, because I don't need representatives. I'm not looking for representatives. I'm looking for real people, genuine people. And you're gonna have to be genuine with me, because I'm gonna be 100% genuine with you. You can like it, not like it. It's better if we find out up front. Save us both some damn time, rather than, I never really liked that you did. Then why the fuck is you here this long? You should have been gone a while ago, because it's not changing. That's not what's going to happen. I'm going to be me. So that and that passive aggressiveness is that weak person's impression of strength. That passive aggressive shit is more toxic than anything else you can do. because you ain't got the stuff for the fight. Then you need to calm the fuck down and get in your humble role instead of trying to do all this passive aggressive bullshit. That's really childish to me. And for me, I always see myself as progressing further and further away from whatever I was at 8 years old. There's no need for me to be passive aggressive. Fuck you gonna do? It's not tough Tony talk. It's just real grown folks talk. Like, fuck you gonna do? You want to fight about it, or you just gonna have something to say about it? That's your only two fucking options. But I still gonna say what the fuck I say. Stand on your square.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, exactly. What squares do you stand though? Make the boundaries clear. Exactly. There's nothing wrong with that. Look, I had a debate with somebody about we live in a world of gray. I'm like, no, that's bullshit, because a lot of things in the world are strictly black and white.
Yeah.
A lot of them are. And it's just the way it is. You don't show up for your job, you fucking fired. Black and white.
Black and white.
Black and white. It's not a gray area to that shit. Your boss tell you to do something and you don't fucking do it, you will have a problem. That's not a gray area. That's a black and white area. Very fucking simple. You either... Yeah, I can hear you.
Okay, yeah. Cool. Just making sure. I had to switch headphones.
Oh, no worries. Good. You're not so loud now, so I'll turn you back up. A minute ago, BC was loud. There you go. I got you, man. I'm working this. I'm doing the audio thing. There you go. You good.
Cool.
I get AB up. But AB was trying to jump in, and I stepped on his toes. What did you have to say, AB? A-Bizzle? Instant Media? He said, I forgot it now.
Instant Media. I think I like your name. Start calling Instant Media.
Instant Media. I always call him Instant Media over here just to be fucking with him about the Star Wars, because I told him, BGS, I might watch Picard season 3 because I saw the trailer. Said, that shit, that trailer looked pretty good. I might watch that shit this year.
Skip the first two, huh?
Yeah, because AB was the one telling me about Star Trek. I could not. I was having enough emotional stress dealing with Star Wars. I didn't want to get over to Star Trek and see what screwing up over there too. I couldn't do it.
Watch it though, Artisan. Without questioning, this is in the future of Star Trek. This is not them retreading. This is them going in the future, like.
Okay, it's actual story progressing the story past what I've already seen. Thank you, because Star Wars is killing me with that shit. If I spend any more time in the goddamn Clone Wars, I'm gonna go crazy. I'm gonna become a clone. I'm gonna lose my damn mind, dude. I'm really gonna lose my mind.
That's just like with this Hogwarts Legacy. They're expanding on the story.
Okay,
that's pretty much what they're doing.
Oh, okay.
So it happens after the Potter movies?
No, like more of the lore. They're expanding. It takes place like 200 years before the Harry Potter stuff. But they go back and they're expanding on more of that universe as far as with the main character that you're dealing with.
Okay, so it's more history. Okay, 200 years is far enough to where they shouldn't ever run into a fucking Harry Potter or Voldemort or fucking Dumbledore might not even be alive then. Okay. They could run into a problem if they get to too much of a big bad and how that feeds into the rest of the story.
No, but you already meet two of the ancestors of the two main characters. One of the Weasley's ancestors was one of the professors, and also a cousin. And then the headmaster is Black's Sirius Black's ancestor. He's the headmaster.
Sirius.
Yeah.
Okay. So it is open world. Yeah, it is open world, right? It is RPG style, right?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. And it is in the Harry Potter universe, so there is magic and creatures and all that kind of shit there. Okay. Because one of my coworkers here, Sean, he's young. He's in his 20s. He's all up amped on this shit. And he was already telling me something like, yeah, if you get to level 20, you get to do this such and such spell, or it just kills people. I'm like, Okay, so you playing this shit to get to level 20, huh?
Well, I just
Yeah,
did
Mark.
off for like a brief second because if y'all didn't hear me why I was so quiet was because my damn cousin, he's in the one of the missions where you have to have the different gear equipped in order to fight the main boss, and he's like struggling. I'm wondering like, what the hell is taking you so long? And then I because it didn't take me no time to beat this. And I look at his damage. He's doing like 3, 6, 3 on a level 15 opponent. I was like, bro. I'm like, bro, did you equip any of that stuff that you found throughout the game? He said, no, I don't have no gear. I looked, I said, first off, they gave you a new cloak that was supposed to improve your attack. Like, as soon as you got there, they gave you a new cloak. And I was like, okay, equip that. Your offense, I said, this offense went up to 5. Now your offense is at 5. But let me go ahead and beat this. And he said, what's taking me? He came in, what's taking you so long? I said, bro, don't make me get upset with you with this controller. I said, because you didn't equip, you didn't bring no potions. You didn't bring none of the carnivorous animal plants that you can bring into battle, like the mandrake or the Chinese cabbage or the venom. I said, you didn't bring none of that into this fight. You just went in there and thought you was going to be.
Man, this is the Skyrim level shit. But go ahead.
No, this sounds like some Legend of Zelda shit. This motherfucker ran into a fight with the wooden sword, and he's still carrying the Master Blade shit. Like, nigga, when you use a real sword, what you doing with this little wood shit? Like, you trying to get killed. Look, resource management. If you're playing an RPG, you got to manage your gear and you got to manage your resources. You don't run into no fucking fight nowhere without no health potions, you idiot. Not in the beginning of the game. No, you gonna die a lot. That's just common sense. Look, in the real world, if I was running into some place and I knew it was gonna be some big creature there, I want something to help me. I want a lot of things to help me. Some body armor, something. That's fucking stupid.
And look, and this game got whatever you need. And this game has no excuses because you can either go buy the stuff. They give you the opportunity to make it because once you get to a certain point, you get to what is called the room of requirements. And that's your little private. Yeah, you can craft everything and everything. You can put like add stuff to your clothes. If you find beasts in the wild, you can bring them back and put them in there, and you can use them to make your potions and stuff. And you can grow the plants and stuff you need. So the stuff you need, so you can grow the plant, go to your little potion station, mix it up. It give you a certain amount of time. You can speed it up, and you can just take it with you. So there's no excuses of why you should be running into a battle. You can find the stuff in the wild, or you can buy it at a store.
You're right, AB. It sounded like some Skyrim stuff. You can craft if you can craft it. You can find it, you can craft it, you can make it, and you can upgrade, which is the better parts of RPG gaming, is that it's always about progression. You can always get better, and you're always getting better throughout your quest. So you can actually hit these higher levels and take on these bigger beasts and stuff like that. Okay, so it's fine. Thank you for that, Beastly, because I'm trying to see what everybody was getting all jazzed about, or was it just a bunch of millennials hyped because they made a Hogwarts RPG, like Gen X's would be hyped because there's a Lord of the Rings RPG or some shit like that. So, okay. I didn't know what the big thing about it because I heard complaints and then I heard cheers and jeers both ways. And I'm like, what are you talking about? Somebody was like, the transgender character was a black chick or something like that in the trailer. I'm like, what are y'all? It's a fucking video game. Would y'all get over yourselves? Like, Jesus Christ.
That's the media shills, man. That's the same people that said that think this Velma show is great. It's the same people that said that the Black Adam movie was trash. That's the people who you hearing. If anything, the complaint that probably would be upset about is they didn't have Quidditch in the game. You can fly on the broom, and they have little challenges where you fly with the broom. But at the beginning in the game, the headmaster, he took away Quidditch for that season for some reason. So there's no Quidditch, and so everybody's like, if everybody that is a talk on the internet, like, damn, you can't play Quidditch. Because I was like, man, that was the biggest highlight of the Harry Potter universe was to be able to play Quidditch.
You know what I would think if I made this game, and I'm sure it has microtransactions in this game. Quidditch is going to be something I drop later.
That's what a lot of people was thinking.
If it's going to be a game that's hanging around all the time, right? What you do is you drop Quidditch in like a seasonal event where people can play Quidditch seasonally. Like once, twice a year, you could actually they open up this event and you can go in there and play Quidditch, right? And then it shuts down, and then you have to wait another couple months before it comes back, and you can do it again. Because that's how games go. Like even on Division, there is a season part of it to where you play these other missions that are in that season. Even in Gran Turismo, there are seasons. Even in Mortal Kombat, there are seasonal play for competitive players, right? But it goes in a season format to where it comes and it goes. And it'll have a start date and a close date. So it gets people to really amp up at certain times and really get invested into spending some money on this shit at different times, and then it goes away. So then you actually spend more money to build up your character and shit like that before the next time comes around.
What was found out from the developers too was Quidditch was in the game. They took it out right before the game came out, so that's why everybody think that they gonna do that.
I'd pimp it off on you. I'd make you pay for that shit. Like emotional labor. I'm gonna make you play for this Quidditch, motherfucker. You're gonna pay for this.
Oh, please.
You're gonna pay for this.
It's gonna be some
it's gonna be some DLC for Quidditch, and you're gonna pay to play that shit. Fuck you. Is that what you really want? That's what you really want nowadays?
Make you buy the gear.
Make you
like
pay for that shit.
Yeah, because the gear already gives you a certain boost. I'm like, because there's already Quidditch gear in the game.
So it's like it'll be coming back. It'll be coming.
Yeah. You can make dress
for a premium price. For a premium price. I just need to get all y'all on board first. Then I'll pimp out this good drug to you. And I'll give you that good shit. This is me watching The Wire coming out.
What the fuck did I do?
So y'all got anything? Oh, go ahead.
Listen to this stuff makes me want to go back and pull up Skyrim and make a mage, because I haven't done a real mage playthrough.
I've never done a mage playthrough because I'm too I go back and forth between a spell casting blade user or just a dual blader. I never did a full mage. I'll carry mage stuff around when I feel like just popping on a robe and using a wand for a minute, but I'm too fun. I find too much fun in sinking a sword or an axe in the motherfuckers.
Yeah,
I even have fun playing the Warhammer, using the Warhammer and bludgeoning the shit out of people. That was more fun. Grimlock the Grievous was that character, Argonia with a Warhammer. Yeah,
I like the war axe, and when them animations be badass. He be headbutting.
Yep. Getting that hammer behind the back of the head. It was too much fun.
Let me add this as far as how they're expanding on the lore. So what the story is, the main character can see and use what is known as ancient magic that was rumored to be mythology in this world. So that's supposed to be a myth, like the idea of wizards being able to see and do things that's much stronger magic than the magic that they already use. And so that's what your character is. It has the ability to do. And it hasn't been seen since the time of Merlin. That was the last person who kind of was using
tapping into that arcane. You're tapping into that arcane magic.
Yes, arcane magic, and so that's what you're
hitting them ley lines.
Yeah, so like when you're fighting an enemy, you can do like finishing moves to where you can like pick up objects and hit them with it, or you can make them explode, or you can hit them, summon like a lightning bolt and blast their ass into oblivion in the middle of a fight. And everybody like, whoa, how are you doing that? He said, I don't know. I'm trying to figure this out. That's the story.
I know how they doing it. You want to know how they doing it? Let's see. I got something for that to tell you how they doing it. The way to using lightning. The dark side is a path to using many abilities.
Honestly, that's one of the spells in the game that you can unlock, is you can summon lightning and make that shit more powerful out of your wand.
Yeah, I thought so. Yeah.
and you can choose to have if you have a cloak with a hoodie on it, you can have a hoodie up. I said, oh, this is some dark side Star Wars.
I'm gonna be good. If I play that shit, is it on PS5? You just got a PS5.
It's on the PS5. It's on. I didn't realize it was on the 4 and the Xbox One. I was like, damn, I could have been got this shit. I don't know why.
Yeah, I might see what it looked like. It depends on how much memory I got.
I ain't gonna lie, the gameplay looks badass, so I might look at it.
I only saw the trailer, so I can't speak to what the gameplay looks like at all. I just saw the trailer. What up, Lion? But everybody's talking about that shit, and I'm just curious about it. But I already got from my friend. She works at the damn one of my residents. She works at the gas station where I get my coffee and shit like that. And she a gamer. Her and her husband are gamers, big time gamers. She got Assassin's Creed tattoos and Portal tattoos and shit like that. She a fucking gamer for real. And I asked her about that shit. I asked her about the game, and she was giving me the reel on it. It was like, okay, it's a RPG open world. Yeah, I'll get lost in that shit. I still ain't finished Skyrim because I love open worlds too much. I've been there doing everything but the story. Everything but the story. 40-hour game. I got 2,000 hours in that bitch. Nowhere close to finish.
Yeah, half the time I do all the guilds, then go to the story.
Yeah, not to mention the enemies you can fight, and then you can go into the Forbidden Forest. There's like many pathways into, and you can just be fighting shit all day. Preferably them big ass spiders. I'm like, dude, I don't want to go in. I'll be fighting all day.
Fuck big ass spiders. She-Lob too in Lord of the Rings. Fuck her too. And what's that other bitch in that Drizzt series that what's his name got me reading? Loth or something like that. The spider demon queen. Fuck them too.
And look, I had to, and what happens is with your professors to like improve you and help you unlock spells because they give you additional assignments outside of class. One of the professors that I had, because it's a woman who came from Uganda, and she's teaching at Hogwarts, and you meet her daughter. Her daughter's nickname is Natty, and because you interact with her, and she can help you out on certain things. And she was like, well, she had to get used to using magic with a wand because she's from Uganda. She said we don't use wands. She said we use our hands.
Hands, probably. Yeah.
She said so it was, but she said I'm starting to enjoy it. But you meet her mom as a professor. She wants you to go get, like, you had to go find troll boogies. So troll boogers. I was like, how the hell you gonna find a troll? And I had to look up. I said, oh, so you gotta go in this big ass cave and battle this troll to get these troll boogers and bring them back to class.
All right, let's see if I can get the stream shut down. Somebody is talking about the Flash trailer. I'm assuming it was from the Super Bowl. So there's a Flash trailer right here. I wonder if I put this on this. I will catch a fucking strike for it. I know I'll catch a strike for this. Jesus, that was loud as fuck. I know I'll catch a strike for this if I put it up there. Is there any kind of way I can completely cover this? Okay, this is what we're gonna do. For you folks at home, I think it'll be blocked, but people on the panel can see. I do want to look at this, but I don't want to put it up on YouTube and catch a serious strike.
Well, you're better angels, right?
I don't need to watch on here. Don't do that to yourself.
Yeah, just put the link up.
Yeah, I'll put the link up. So it's up on DC's channel right now. Not DC the Code Breaker, but DC DC Comics channel.
DC
But,
Entertainment.
this one just said DC. Here's a link for you. There's a link. There's a link. There's a link. So the Flash trailer is up.
Hit the link. Hit the link.
Hit the link. The link, boss. The link.
Boss, the link.
The link. Shit. So this is a Flash trailer that came out. I will actually watch and do a reaction separate after this and put it up later. I'm not going to bring it up on here. Save myself some trouble. I've had a pretty good stream without a problem yet, and I already got to go and cut the damn music out of it so I don't get in trouble for using Hobson's new song.
It's almost Super Bowl time anyway. So
yep, it's almost Super Bowl time. We got 15 minutes to kick off. So I'm gonna let everybody go ahead and get out of here. I'm not watching the Super Bowl, so I'll do my reaction and finish watching shit that I was actually watching. I will send my brother a shout out because he's a Kansas City Chiefs fan forever.
Oh, really?
Never lived in Kansas City, but he's a Kansas City
Chiefs fan.
he's a Chiefs fan, so I'm gonna send him good luck, bro. And his birthday is next week on the 17th.
Okay. This would be a good birthday present for him.
Yeah, if they win, it will be a good birthday present for him. So I
I'm
love my
rooting for
brother.
Kansas City. Yeah,
So
that's my grandpa tried out for the team back in the day, back when they were the Dallas Texans.
That's
Oh
a long time
wow.
ago.
Yeah,
Wow, that
that's
is a long time
OG
ago.
time.
Woo.
Yeah, you
Wow,
invested.
man. And nobody knew about him trying out and going to the practice. He said, because I wanted to surprise everybody, but I let y'all know I'm surprised I'm in the NFL.
Surprise, I didn't. Damn.
That's back in the day. The NFL was
Yeah,
small.
that goes
I didn't know
back.
that Dallas had a team called Texas.
Oh yeah, my father used to talk about them.
Mm-hmm. So that makes sense. It's from Dallas. Like,
Mm-hmm.
look, Dallas is known for Texans. You surprised they had a team called the Texans?
Dallas, Texas.
Nah,
I'm surprised the team left. Like, what the fuck?
I just thought Houston was the first team to do it, but okay.
No. The Dallas Texans are a very old team.
Yeah, like Texans and
like,
what was the other
yeah,
Oilers or something like that? Yeah.
Yeah, and I remember the Oilers.
And I think the Cowboys were someplace else. I can't remember where, but it was someplace else. And the Texans folded, and then and went to Kansas City. I think then, and Dallas moved into Cowboys. I think Cowboys are actually a new team.
Mm-hmm. It's a newer team.
Dallas. Yeah.
That's where they got all their rings.
Mm-hmm.
When they changed up. Now they can't never go nowhere. They never get rid of the Cowboys.
America's team. Yeah,
whatever.
Cowboys.
Fuck ever. I thought it was the Patriots.
or just the Captain America. That is America's ass.
Yeah, that is America's ass.
And as a Giants fan, I'm like, that's one reason why I'm not rooting for the Eagles this year. I'm like, I'm not rooting for you. You won the division out.
Don't be sour. Yeah, don't be sour. Don't be acting like Lot's wife over there, okay?
Salty.
Be a lot less like Lot's wife. Okay.
Well, that and it's got to be some competition in my house. I come from a family of athletes and competitors, so everybody going for one side. I'm like, all right. So I guess I got to be the opposing.
Oh yeah, you just like being that outlier, huh?
You sick.
Contrary ass motherfucker.
It happens every year. So it's like nobody's in agreement. Everybody got their opposing team. I'm like, damn, can y'all ever be on the same page? Like,
Captain Contrary. So it's okay, Beasley. Look, you stand on the square you want to fight on, homie. Pick your hill. You picked your hill, Kansas City.
Yeah, pick your hill.
Look,
even though I think KC should win it.
I guess from what I was hearing, they should win. But we'll see. We'll see. What is it? The Kansas City and the Eagles or something like that?
Yeah, Philly. Yeah. Oh yeah, Philly wins.
Oh,
man.
Philly. Where Malika at? Oh, Malika. Your
That's
city.
That's why he is right now with his hat on.
Yeah.
Eating Cheetos and Doritos and with
dip with his eagle hat on, huh?
With eagle hat on.
Dressed up looking like fucking Captain Falcon, huh?
Yeah. Yeah.
Where he at? I know he in here. I have no look. Aquateki said I have no dog in this fight. I don't either. I was like, look,
he was here earlier.
He was here. He probably watching the game.
He getting ready to watch the game.
Yeah, it's a Philly team.
Yeah, Philly team.
I ain't expecting his ass to be here no longer. It's 3. The game was supposed to start at 3:30 on West Coast time. That means we 3 hours behind. So he ready. He probably over there ready. It's full prime time fucking game time in Philly right now. Like they was ready 2 hours ago.
Yeah, so how much they gonna tear up the town tonight, BGS, win or lose?
Yeah, that's what I was asking.
Oh yeah. If Philly wins, man, the OGs, they're gonna get high, they're gonna fuck up the town.
Shit. Lion giving me some trivia on the shit. The first Super Bowl with 2 black quarterbacks. Oh shit, that is something to say. How many fucking what number Super Bowl is this? How long did it take?
Hey, Lion 1.5. Okay.
1.5.
We had the Super Bowl with the first 2 black coaches. That was with what's the name for the Steelers? Tony Dungy, and what's the name for the Steelers?
Was it Lovie Smith?
Yeah, I think so. No, it was the other brother. It's the younger dude.
Okay, no.
It was the brother that was the black coach that was for the Steelers. He was I forget what his name was. I don't know if he's current. I remember that because that was when they went head to head in the Super Bowl.
Okay.
I thought it was Lovie Smith, but okay, because he was.
You know what? You know what? You might be right. You might be right.
And because he was coaching the Bears, and Tony Dungy was coaching the Colts. Go Colts.
Yeah.
All right, fellas, I'm out.
All right. Thank you, BGS, for coming up and having a conversation with me. I appreciate that. And all you do, y'all know I got respect for him. He is one of my mentors, so always give respect where it's due.
And kiss Selma for me, all right?
I will kiss my animus. Me and her got to talk. Got to talk this week. You got to talk this week. Yeah, talk this week. And we'll get in touch with Sim. See what we gonna get into.
Wow. Take care of my boy, Selma.
Yeah. Selma, come out and play. Artisan, come out and play.
All right, folks.
Peace, BGS. Thank you, sir. Peace. All right, what you two characters got? Before we get out of here, I do got to do these couple of super chatters. We didn't get the goal at all. We got 5 out of the 10 we needed. I know y'all got a lot of money on this game. Must be a lot of money on this game.
If not this game, remember the UFC card was last night. It was a champ versus champ match. So pound for pound. I know everybody was pissed because they said the dude from Australia, everybody was like, nah, he got robbed by the judges. I was like, well, that's what happens with these title fights that go through a decision. You already know the judge is going to see something different.
Look, if you in a title fight, don't leave it to a decision. Beat that motherfucker ass if you can. Don't leave it to a decision. You don't want to go to a decision in a title fight. Win that shit clean. Make sure there ain't no doubt. Make them decide on, should we stop it? Go in the damn town. Go in, nigga. Don't be looking for a decision. Shout out to the package man, no one. He said, out for delivery, banking on your left. Appreciate it, no one. I will give you the guts and butts. So Maestro.
Double up, 3 or 4 times. I ain't telling no lie. Run it up. Never let a hard time on the
It just blew my goddamn ears completely out. God damn, why is that so loud? Okay, next one goes out to the number 1 wrench in the building, the Aquateki. Appreciate you, Aquateki. I will give you that 3B salute. Appreciate Next one goes out to Darren Anderson. Appreciate you, Darren Anderson. I saw you ask for a wrench earlier. I can't wrench you up from StreamYards. I cannot. But I will go into YouTube and hold on a second. Let me see if I can do this now. Let me pull up one more goddamn window. But you got to say something in the chat if you're still listening right now so I can actually wrench you up. Yeah, that sounds kind of clean coming through there. I mean, like my own video. It's unfortunate, but that's what you got to do sometimes. Donnie, man. Where's Darren? Oh, I saw 3,000 in here, too. Let's see, skill manga in here. Nope, I can't go back that far. So if you're listening there, I'll take care of it. I will take care of it on the replay when I put the video back up. I'll find you and I'll hook you up. Appreciate you for that. And where else we at? So we'll give you Darren that 3B salute. Appreciate you. And next This one goes out to Two Trails, said, for support, Geek Elite. Thank you for supporting Shop Talk Live and the Geek Elite speaks. I will give you that 3B salute. Appreciate you, Two Coffee money, coffee money, coffee money. All right, so I will be going to check out Ant-Man and Quantum Mania on Thursday.
Is that out? Okay.
This Thursday, yeah, it comes out Friday, but Thursday, is early show. So I'm going Thursday to check it out. I will give you guys a reaction after I leave the theater, so you know how I feel, what I thought of the movie. I am looking to see some things go down. I don't know what the hell Ray is talking about that Carol Danvers is looking serious. I hope you're not talking about that Flash movie. She ain't in the Flash movie. That's not Carol Danvers in the Flash movie.
They supposed to be dropping a trailer for the Marvels movie. That's what I think you mean.
Oh, okay. Okay. Yeah, because Brie Larson, goofy ass, is in the Fast X, which I'm like, what the fuck is you doing over here? And then I had to put it together. Fucking Vin Diesel being Groot. And like, oh shit, dude, they got a cast of DC and Marvel characters all in this goddamn movie.
Yeah.
Like Groot, Captain Marvel, Aquaman, Peacemaker. Who else? There was somebody else in this shit too that I was laughing about. It's like a bunch of people playing other roles in different movie franchises too. Like
Kurt Russell.
Yeah, Kurt Russell. Thank you. You could have brought him back. Yeah, Ego, the Living Planet. Fucking The Rock ain't in it, so you can't have Black Adam in it. Like, what the fuck, dude? Y'all missing some people. You haven't gotten your tickets yet? Well, I ain't making you get your tickets now. Well, yeah, get it. Get it when you can.
Yeah, when we watch a Fast and Furious movie, we have to turn our brain off at the time.
It's not so much turning your brain off. I understand what I'm getting when I watch a Fast and Furious movie. I'm not looking at it like it's a Martin Scorsese picture. It's not. It's an action movie. I don't look at a Fast and Furious movie any differently than I look at a Michael Bay movie. Yeah. They are action directors that make good action movies. And the action, and for Fast and the Furious, it's an action franchise. It's not tied to the director. Some of their best movies was done by the dude that was doing Aquaman, James Wan. So what the fuck? He was the one to put the special effects in there, making cars do some really ridiculous shit. When he left, they had to start getting more real world again. Look, I don't have a problem with it. It is what the hell it is. I mean, the George of the Jungle car thing was a bit much, but it wasn't. Look, in the grand scheme of what happened in that fucking movie, dude, they had a car jump off a cliff and get caught by a fucking plane. That was the more ridiculous shit than swinging. You objectionable about the swinging on the vine, but you ain't talking about the plane catch. All right. Whatever. Pick and choose. Look, I like it for how silly some of that shit is. It don't make sense. But I do love a lot of in-camera real world effects with cars and shit like that. That shit looks ridiculous. So early quantum entanglement on Thursday. Yeah, I'm waiting to see if if what's her name, the first Wasp was down there in the microverse, fucking with Kang. They was having a little dangerous minds thing going on. But
hold on,
living there in Kang's paradise.
Hold up, honestly, what went down with Henry on that episode? Because I ain't watched it yet. Just a quick Last of Us, because that joke we had.
Oh no, yeah, that joke we had. No, I actually mentioned that in the review. No, Henry and fluffy little Kathleen was not fucking.
Thank God.
But she did bring the fucking lynch mob to that nigga though. They're like, no, you gotta die, and your brother too. Like, damn, this bitch is going way hard, nigga. She taking that shit seriously. She acting like she's Cersei Lannister in that bitch about her brother. Like. The dudes riding with you didn't even think your brother was doing that good of a job. What the fuck you upset about? This bitch was off her nut, dude. But she was in there on some Karen shit. She was in there for real on some Karen shit. And I heard another reviewer call her a Karen just like I did too. So I heard you, motherfucker. It's okay. Come through sometime. We can talk. I do a stream every Sunday. You free to, and it's an open channel, an open link. Jump on in. We can talk about it. Dom talking like Grimlock. Yeah, only live my life one roll at a time. Grimlock the best. Yeah, kind of sounds the same. What up, Joe? Joe came in a little late. JT, what's in the building? What's good with you? Fast Formers would be epic. Yeah, Fast Formers would be epic. Would be epic. They never thought of that.
Universes.
It's two different universes. I don't give a fuck. Look, the world is known for making stuff right now cross universes. They understand between cross franchises, so they can do that shit if they wanted to. It'd be a one-off movie.
Yeah,
one-off movie. With BMT showing up in here late too when I'm trying to get off. Every time I say I'm trying to get off, motherfuckers want to show up. I should start saying that shit in the first hour. I'm getting off. One of you motherfuckers jump up here now. What up, BMT? Me Dom, me furious and fast. Fucked up, JT. Me Dom is fast. Live life quarter mile at a time. Rise of the it would be literally Rise of the Beast machines. It would be. Grimlock could be a charger. Yeah, might work. What you got, BMT?
None too much. I'm sorry I didn't get to come by earlier.
No. I thought you was getting ready for the Super Bowl. I wasn't expecting a lot of people today. So
now it really I only watch the Super Bowl for like commercials. Other than that, I really don't care. I really don't care for it.
Super Bowl for, unless they're really into the game.
Right.
Really into the game.
I used to watch it, but I don't know. I just got my tinfoil hat that it ain't what it used to be or see. So, but I think it was kind of like a pastime tradition for me and my dad, but my dad was like, he'll probably watch it, but he actually enjoys college football. I think more people enjoy college football more than they enjoy NFL now.
They usually say that because college football has a lot more action and not as many rules as the NFL to keep people from getting hurt that make tens of millions of dollars. They want to get their money out of their equipment. Their players. They want to get their full value out of what they paying into these motherfuckers. But Super Bowl for me was always a family thing. Mama would make tacos and shit like that, and we'd have Super Bowl parties. But I watched a lot of Super Bowls, but whatever. I can miss it. I cannot watch. I can watch it. I cannot watch it. It doesn't make a difference to me really in my life like that.
Yeah, I think that it was more for me like I just want to see what cool movies are going to be coming out. But that'd probably be like the best time if you had to drop a movie for everybody to catch it, like right there. Like that's when they were showing the 2008 Hulk or like different other type of like Marvel. Yeah, Marvel capitalized on the Super Bowl a lot. Like they would show their this movie coming out this year, and they'll drop it. They'll drop the movie right then and there. I'm like,
Well, that's Disney. That's not so much Marvel. That's Disney because Disney owns ESPN, right? So they tied into sports. So they're gonna drop their shit on Super Bowl. I get that. I'm not totally devoid of understanding the commercials as the commercial ability of commercials on the Super Bowl. I get into that shit too, even going back to Spuds McKenzie and the fucking Budweiser frogs. I've been watching this shit forever. I just don't care. That's it. Like when I get off of here, I'm going to watch this Flash trailer and watch the other trailers that came out during the Super Bowl. And I'll get the same mileage out of that shit that I would if I was watching the Super Bowl itself, because that's all I would be checking it out for. I don't give a fuck about the Kansas City Chiefs. That's my brother's team. I don't give a fuck about the Philadelphia Eagles. That's somebody else's team. I don't really care. I got to the point where I played every sport. I don't care about watching them on TV at all. It doesn't entertain me to watch them on TV at all. I'd be more apt to go outside and play football right now at 49 than I would be to sit down and watch it for the next hour or two. It doesn't move me like that. It doesn't move me like that. So that's why I understand it's just not my thing. It's not that I'm not into it. It's not that I don't understand how to play the game or none of that shit. I get all of that because I've done it. I just don't care to watch it on TV. It's not entertaining. It's just not. So I'll watch something else. I'll watch some fucking Harry Potter movies when I get off of here. I'll be thinking about the Super Bowl. Well, what y'all got? I gotta close this shit out so I can actually go to the restroom and some other shit. You come on here with low energy. I gotta pep you up, man. Pumped up.
Well, I will definitely say the Harry Potter game, it delivered. It definitely delivered. Sorry that the weeb nation of some people want to cancel it or their feelings, but they actually mixed up quite a few different universes, like the wardrobe, the J.K. Rowling and them. They actually made that's why I like fantasy sometimes. You can do anything in fantasy, and I don't know why people focus so hard on sexuality. Like literally anything could be anything they want in fantasy.
Because they have nothing else. It's just like we were just talking about with this whole thing about monk mode and why women freak out about the shit so much, is that it's like saying, I can say no to your pussy. That's all they had to offer. They don't know how to deal outside of that. A lot of these people are so hyper focused on sexuality. It's like, dude, do you have anything else to focus on as an adult? Like nothing? Nothing else to bring to the table? Huh? Fucking hell. Look, Freud was right. You're too focused on your fucking genitals to do anything else. What up, Mr. Madden? You got the Madden King in the house, Charles Faulkner Jr.
Woo!
Wait a minute, no, I got him.
Woo!
Mr. Guts and Butts has arrived.
That's a beautiful ass. I'm sorry.
She's got a nice ass. Look, I never even knew who Bria Miles was. I met Charles' ass and I made that damn clip. Like, damn, she do got a nice ass. Jesus. That's real. My goodness. Let's tell a good story. Yeah, no shit. Let's tell a good story. That's all I actually want out of anything. I don't give a fuck what sexuality the character actually has, what color it is. Just make sure it has a good story behind it. And all the rest of that shit don't even matter. You can feed it in there and it still won't matter. But I can tell you this. I like Captain Jack Harkness. Is that right? Yeah, Captain Jack Harkness. I like him from Torchwood, Doctor Who. Captain Jack is a cool ass character. Captain Jack, gay as fuck. Or pansexual as fuck, because he was out there with Doctor Who and space and other dimensions and stuff, fucking all kinds of things. But when he came back to Earth, he was fucking with Yanto, and there's a whole lot of man kissing and stuff like that. Didn't matter. Captain Jack would still kick your ass and shoot the fuck out of you if you got to fucking with his team. He was still a dude, so he wasn't the bottom. So it doesn't matter. It just feeds into a little bit more of why this character crying over this dude. Because he actually loved Yanto. I don't give a shit about that. I understand what love is. Look, the gay part don't even matter. It don't. It's write a good story and people will actually accept these fucking characters. But if all you got is the fact that they got genitals and they have sex this way, then you ain't got a fucking story. It's not a superpower, dude. It's a fucking preference. What up, Dead Set? Dead Set?
Yeah.
This is your brain healthy. This is your brain on fried. No shit.
That's the reason why people fear monk mode. It's because one, you get to see her for all her bullshit without vagina involved.
Yeah.
And
come back to it. No.
you develop an immunity to. It's funny when I look at diversity. I'm like, how can I say this
in English?
I was gonna go for Kryptonian.
You can go for Kryptonian too. Better than that.
I think diversity is so terrible because it's used as a ploy, as a cash grab. The Black Superman, the White Panther, the Aborigine Green Lantern, but I guess that'll make them what, like purplish, but it's even when you look at sexuality, they try to turn a character gay. I'm like, I actually had to talk to a writer who was from the LGBT legitimate community. And I said, the purpose of turning any main character gay is it shows how bad of a creative mind that you have.
Yes, I'd agree. Like
And
that new shit with Luke Skywalker, them trying to say that Luke was gay. Like they just tried the same shit with Obi-Wan. Now they're gonna try it with Luke too. Like,
first of all, a Jedi is basically
monk mode.
They're priests without.
They're in monk mode.
They're basically priests with like fucking laser swords. Come on now, and when you take an oath, you forbade certain behavior because it clouds your judgment. For example, when I took my oath as a police officer, there's certain things you cannot do because it clouds your judgment, or it'll make you corrupt. So when we look at all this so-called diversity, we look at it and we're like, if you truly want what you want to say stick out, why not make it interesting? Why can't you build your own character because you know it sucks? I said, here's the point. Homeboy from Alpha Flight, damn, what's his name?
North Star.
North Star, big gay sister.
Like South Pole. Like the South Pole.
Oh man, is that the new wear for bottom?
Yep, he like the South Pole. North Star, they like the South Pole.
Oh yeah, you gotta send me that. You gotta send me that one. It's funny because when you actually take this character, trying to make like Jonathan Kent gay. What's the purpose? Because you know that you can't build a character who's gay or bisexual from scratch and make them interesting because you just want the whole focus about being sexuality. Y'all didn't champion North Star. He should have been the number one guy.
He even got married in the comic. Had a whole big event about North Star getting married. They dropped that shit like 15 minutes later. Like nobody paid attention. Okay, move on to the next one. Nobody cared. Nobody cared.
And don't blame regular fans because regular fans don't read comics for intersexuality. Okay? We read it because of the stories and the artwork.
Right.
Tell a good damn story. Can you do that?
We read it for the characters. At least in my view, that we read it for the character's journey. And if this hasn't been the part of the character's journey, you can't all of a sudden make a hard left and then I think I'm going to be gay now. Like, what the fuck is that? That's not part of his fucking history story or none of that. Get the fuck out of here. That's why that Iceman shit don't go over well. Because all of a sudden now he was gay. Because somebody else told him he was gay. Like, fuck you. That's not how that works. You cannot tell somebody they fucking gay all of a sudden.
Hey,
what the fuck? Hey, Jean Grey from the past. What the fuck do you know about being gay back in the fucking 60s or 50s, bitch?
Wait a minute. You're gay? Kick his ass. Take him to church.
Buck was on the flight. I liked Gladiator, not Gladiator, but Guardian too. And
Buck was the
shaman dude.
Puck was the man.
Puck was a motherfucker.
It's more believable when like I said, like when you see things like space or like things where it doesn't matter. Like I'm just saying, like if the story's good, hey, like this is my Klandakian shark, mate. Like seeing, like nobody's gonna question like the motherfucker fucks demons and anything. Like if he sees it, he likes it, he's gonna do it.
Constantine
Like
fuck everything.
exactly. Like I'm one of his biggest fans.
But see,
And
go ahead. I'll let you finish.
Yeah, and that was one of the things about it where and that was the thing. That was one of the things about it where, like my wife, she was like, "Hey, I'm sorry that Constantine was gay." I said, "Babe, he's always been like that. He's like, I know y'all seen him like smile at the shark man or woman, but did they ever say what the shark creature was? No. Y'all assumed because of how strong the creature was, that it was a male. It's just a shark. And I mean, no offense, but he plays cards with demons. I mean, demons don't really have a gender; they just are demons. So this is the thing about it, where like if a character's in those kind of things, it's only when people start pushing agendas on them and like making them like they're right. Well, I feel that my masculinity is no longer needed. Like, no, don't do that to John. Don't do that to John. Y'all already did that to the Joker, and that's a fucking issue. Just let them be the characters that are. Go ahead, bro.
Yeah, what I was going to say is that you would think as much as these people here idolize Europeans and stuff like that, they never actually idolize Europeans in difference to sexuality. They don't give a fuck. That's why you can have a character like Constantine and Captain Jack, where these are created by European people, right? Where they can be bisexual, whatever. They don't. It's not even a big deal to them. It's just like, yeah, whatever the fuck. He like a little sausage and a little hot dog bun sometimes. Who gives a fuck? Look, once you fuck a demon, everything else is negotiable. It's not even an issue. Okay.
Well, remember, artists, the most important thing you must know: the king shark is a shark.
King shark is a shark.
King shark is a shark.
That kind of reminded me of like what they did on this when I was watching that episode of this last season of Young Justice, where you get down to Atlantis, everybody's banging everybody. I'm like, really? Seriously? Like, why is this necessary?
Debauchery under the sea. Fish fingers and custard under the sea.
Like, how are you gonna have a threesome with a mermaid and a dolphin?
Oh God.
Very
because
interesting.
Because it's an octopus jerking off 7 people.
Oh yeah.
Well, it's like Lagoon Boy. They had him married to a chick and married to a chick and a dude that's a mermaid. I was like, how the hell is this shit working? They was like, what happened to our wife? I was like, oh, so it's y'all's wife. Okay.
Yeah. Dr. T had me watching that shit to see what was going on with that. And I was like, what the fuck is going on with this shit? I said, okay, talk about an agenda being pushed. Like, geez, a whole triad going on under the sea. Like, maybe we need to stay up here on the surface.
So you telling me that she's a shake weight?
Pretty much. Finger cuff.
Basically.
Man, that's a damn shame. You ought to just see getting filled out like an application and shit. Like, I mean, come on.
Mm-hmm. Getting filled out like a lake tributary.
But on that topic,
what up, Dead Set?
What's up?
What up, Dead Set?
One half of the Smooth Brothers connection.
Smooth voice connection.
It's a funny thing that y'all are talking about this because, actually sexuality is central to the character that I created that I'm still trying to put together. Okay. And the whole point is he's a Primarch, right? From the old world. He's like one of the first humans. Talk about some original storytelling. Right. He can only have children with his own kind, but every other woman that he has sex with, like the women that y'all see jumping around and all this other stuff that I have in my videos, they get their power by having sex with him. And at the same time, but there's a caveat to it. It becomes an addiction too. So he can't let them go or else they go crazy.
Well,
Wow.
And
So,
so that's
Like that
so it's sort of
vampire
a harem thing that I got
Yeah.
going.
so
But
it's in real life.
Hmm?
So it's like real life.
man, I done gave 2 chicks superpowers to the point where they both went crazy.
So it's like
So in
real
other
life.
words,
Stop giving them
this
that,
is
that super dick.
So you know what?
this is a
I'm gonna.
biography.
One at a time. One at a time. One at a time. Let's
I'm
not
just gonna
step on
tell Dead Set that I'm gonna sue him early for telling the story of my life.
I think it's the kind of story that every man can connect with, though. Who deals with
Addiction
women?
off a dick. Ain't that a
Yeah.
suck?
That it gets like it's like when Angry Man did that show about how when a guy ejaculates in a woman, it gets into her veins and
It does
it
connect her.
becomes part of them. Yeah.
Yep.
So I just
It
took
does.
that to an extreme.
Yeah, it's true because once that happens, you have that connection with a chick. There is a connection with her, and I've noticed that with some of the chicks that have gone crazy from dealing with me. I joked about that with BGS before, talking about I need to learn about going too deep. Can't go and crack their fucking soul, dude, because you're gonna have problems. They can't adjust right with that shit. And
You ain't going nowhere.
yeah, you went too deep, homeboy. You went too deep. This was not the descent. You know?
Yeah.
You touched a part of their abyss, and they cannot let go after you've done that. It's look. My
Yeah,
crazy
you
ex
can-
told me that shit. My crazy ex told me that shit before. I shouldn't have did that. What I did to her, I shouldn't have did because it opened her up completely in a different way that she hadn't had, and that's why she said she was acting crazy. She was at least aware enough to tell me that you should have did that shit. No. You did it. Like, you broke it. You buy it. What you want?
You
So
can
that
tell
reminds
they go
me of,
crazy because the lyrics of Angel from Anita Baker start playing in their head. No.
That's the power, though. That's the power that men have.
Yeah.
And
You
it's
can do
almost
it.
like, yeah, we create an entire universe in their head. And this is like, damn, I'm God here. And she about to revolt.
Yeah, soul snatcher.
What's the title of the book? A Dick Dead?
Yeah. Shut up! Stop taking my words. That's what I was saying when I was a teenager. That's what I called it. A dick did. Get addicted. Me and my homeboys used to say that. So, yeah, she got addicted. A dick did. Yep, that's true. Yes.
Well, you
It
know, we
happens.
used to say, me and my friends used to say years ago, man. It's like the it's like that old suit commercial. You gonna like the way this dick feels, I guarantee it.
Like it feels. Yeah. Not just a client. I'm the president.
Yeah, that's real true. But I don't know. The Hogwarts and all of the sexualizing in comics, that's one of the reasons why I like anime so much. Because even though they can be on the nose about it, they can also be very subtle about it.
Yeah.
And a lot of some of the best animes, they just don't give a damn. It's like, I'm going to tell this story. I don't care how taboo it is. We're going to tell it.
Look, dude, it was one of the confusing points of my time as a young man watching Battle of the Planets, right? Or what was it called back in the day? It was called Battle of the Planets, but it was Gotcha Man, G-Force, whatever the fuck.
Yep.
And then seeing that dude for the Galactor, Voltar, or whatever the fuck, like, is that a man? It was a confusing point in my life when I was a kid. I didn't know what the fuck that thing was. It looked like a woman talking like a man, or looked like a man talking like a woman. I don't know what the fuck it was, but that's anime. They don't give a shit. Just throw it in there. It's there. Look, moving on. Tell them the story.
I mean,
After a point, it didn't even matter. It's like that motherfucker was evil, no matter what the fuck it was.
Yeah. Forever today, niggas was confused about Frieza.
Yeah, kick their ass. Like, whatever the fuck they are.
Like Frieza, man. I mean, you talk about space Hitler. Like, every time I look at Frieza, I'll just be like, especially as a cop, you kind of understand Frieza. Monkey.
Monkey.
Like, I'll be three monkeys, boy. I'll be like, damn, that's how you feel, Frieza? God damn, you probably got the Baltimore.
All about that genocide. Frieza was all about that genocide. About that G life.
Yes.
That G life.
Characters that just want to blow up everything. I'm like, hey, that's my thing right there.
You kind of understand them a little bit.
Mm-hmm.
You know what? I think we need to give it back to the cockroaches. See now.
Set this whole planet back 1,000 years. How about that?
Oh yeah.
I was just thinking about something when Dead Set was talking about comic book characters' sexuality. It was like the Force Monk mode was Jackie Escondo, The Darkness, where Jackie Escondo was a hitman for the mob, and he was into chicks. He liked fucking chicks. But when his father died, his father passed the darkness on to him. And the darkness is kind of hereditary. It leaves you after you have sex. Once you shoot up the club in a woman, the darkness goes into your child and you die. So once Jackie got it, Jackie liked women, but he had to swear off women. He was in the Force Monk mode. He couldn't have sex, because if he had sex with a chick and bust, the darkness goes away from him and he dies. So it's like, damn. And that was part of him being frustrated in that shit. It's like, motherfucker, like I had.
That's why he was always killing shit in that game.
He was pissed off. That first couple of months when he had that darkness, he was heated.
I'm just wondering.
He was mad than a motherfucker, which was hilarious.
I'm just wondering, like, would masturbation count? I'm just saying, like,
It
is like a
was.
mini darkness.
Oh no, them little imps will be watching his ass. That's the problem. He could never have a private moment jerking off. Like, he ain't gonna be in the dark jerking off. Them little imps gonna be out there. What we doing, boss? What you doing with that? That what you do? Yeah, the imps is fucked up. They're like a bunch of little rascals, little kids, just all in this shit, showing up with baseball bats and knives and shit. Like, what we doing? What we doing? What is that?
Like, we gonna set something up. Whoa. Boss needs his alone time.
Yeah, he needs some alone time. Ooh.
Yeah, it's getting dark, and we're literally darkness. Shit.
I love the psychological play on things like that, because it reminds me of Spawn's self-imposed monk mode, and how his obsession led him there. And I was like, damn, this dude is messed up in the head, but damn, he good.
That was two of my favorite readings every month was Spawn and The Darkness. I love both those characters. Love both those characters. Because the fucked up part with Jackie is like when Jackie became the Darkness, and then he first ran up on the Angelus. The Angelus first showed up to him. Angelus is a woman.
Yep.
She's an angel. She's sexy as fuck. He's like, oh shit. Like, this bitch. Like, he just fucking horny at the same time when she really trying to come kill his ass.
Hey, Artisan.
Yes, sir.
You got another trailer to watch too. Guardians of the Galaxy 3.
I did see that trailer. Unless that's probably trailer number 2 or 3 that they
Super Bowl trailer.
Super Bowl.
Yeah, they just released another one.
Yeah, I just saw the Flash trailer.
Flash, the Marvels, of course, because all the movies that's coming out this year.
Yep, Tiana Parrish ought to be protected at all costs. Too bad she's married.
Yes.
Damn it.
She married now to who?
Married now, some guy.
Well, I can tell you this. I can tell you this about being married, and Jada Pinkett Smith told it to me. It don't matter. It don't matter. So what? So somebody bought the cow. That's okay. I just want a little bit of the milk. I don't need to keep it.
I ain't trying to keep it.
Yeah, I ain't trying to keep it. I just want to borrow it for about an hour.
That's the milk. I just want a little bit of cream. But anyway.
Yeah, I just want a little bit of cream. I just want to mix it up a little bit. And let me play with her udders.
She got some nice... And she I think she just had a baby, or she's still pregnant or about to have a baby. So I mean,
shit, she got that.
She about to have some tickle old bitties.
She about to balloon.
Yeah, she is about to have some tickle bitties because she was kind of a little small chested for a little while. But she just got the hips gonna be full out. Nigga.
And I bet you doing WandaVision when the first episode she was on. Wow, the black male demographic went up 300%.
No shit.
I was like, yeah, you see the thighs? You see the thighs on that motherfucker? That's from South Carolina.
She probably filled out completely now. She is gonna be fighting her weight a little bit, but she's gonna be walking around looking like your girl Bria Miles in a minute. Actually, she just had a baby. Oh my god, she already had ass and thighs like she had a baby. Birthing hips, you're gonna be carrying that.
Now her shit on gamma rays. God.
Yeah, she on gamma rays.
Hold on, she about to look like the
Black She-Hulk in it.
Girl. She about to look
There
like
we
Black
go.
Elastigirl.
Black Elastigirl from The Incredibles. Yeah.
Yes.
Oh yeah.
And she had hips.
Elastigirl had them childbearing ones.
Super
Yes,
suit.
she did. Why did Mr. Incredible stay with her? You see them hips, nigga? And she flexible? Oh no.
And
Yo,
she made
You hit that booty and that shit be bouncing.
I'm sorry. The Incredibles hit different when you're an adult.
No shit. That shit
Some of
hit
the
right.
window jokes. Well, she's like, well, you got to be flexible, and she's flexing all around them, and I'm like,
yeah, like, oh shit.
And The Incredibles 2 was nothing but soft porn. Come on now.
She's looking at her ass at the secret location. She's like,
Yeah, it's low key. It's low key. Look,
I was
it's made
like,
by
yeah, we
adults.
looking.
Yeah. What up, cuz? Cousin Dale up in here. What's good, cuz?
It only reminded me of He-Man back in the day. 1985 He-Man and Tila. I was like, okay, so my son can watch this because this shit gonna keep him on the straight and straight.
Yeah. Straight up.
Yep. He's gonna want muscles, and he's gonna want her.
Yep.
Oh shit. You ain't gonna want soy burgers and I just want to be friends.
And man buns.
And man buns. Yeah. No.
Like anytime I see a guy with a man bun, I'm just gonna question your sexuality.
I'm not gonna question. I'm not gonna question. That's a signal to me because when I see a man with a man bun, all I see is a handhold. That's all I see. So you got a hand grip.
Yeah.
Okay, nigga.
Do your pillows have teeth marks?
No shit. It doesn't. Because look, if I see a chick with a ponytail, I see it as a handhold, right? So why would I see it any different if a dude got a man bun up there? It's the same shit. It's just different. You just getting pulled forward, she getting held back. Like, come on, man. Go ahead.
Well, nowadays you gotta be careful because now you pull the damn. Look at Jason Kelsey get down. I'm sorry. You're doing the goddamn thing anyway. But oh man, it's like nowadays when you see a chick with a goddamn ponytail, you gotta be scared. You try to pull that motherfucker, you gonna fall on your ass.
Not the women I look at. Look, I told you I look far and wide, and I saw a chick with a ponytail today. The ponytail and some nice thick ass fucking calves in line. I was like, shit, man, she got that little high pony. I know what the high pony mean. The high pony mean you good for the grab. How you doing? How you doing? Oh, you getting into these drinks? Yeah, okay.
You guys make it hard to stay in monk mode talking about Tiana Parrish. But...
Yeah. You can talk about Selma Hayek. Fucking Charles been seeing them pictures I was putting up of Selma Hayek. Little short, sexy ass. She got a little platform shoes on out there, pushing that Magic Mike movie, but she keep showing up in photo shoots and stuff like that and putting up videos from behind the scenes. I'm like, your little ass, 50-something years old. You quit. You making these young girls look bad. Bad.
Anybody who sold dust to Dawn back in the day cannot forget Selma Hayek.
That's why I know who the fuck she is.
Yep.
Shit,
from Dust Till Dawn and Desperado. Nigga. I was like, oh my God, who the fuck is that? Woo. Yeah, thank you. That's why I got hella props for Robert Rodriguez. Thank you for putting her in front of my face. Thank you. I appreciate that shit. She needed to be seen because that was going to be wasted somewhere in Mexico. That was going to be wasted. She ain't had nothing but a cartel's wife look on her face. That was going to be wasted.
Exactly. Yeah, I'm about to be mad.
All right, AB, appreciate you coming up, sir. I will see you the next time you in this sector. He didn't drop. He didn't drop on the cue. There you go. That was the Ensign AB Media from the Federation coming on through to make sure everything was okay over here in the new
Federation. I'm going to forever be part of the Maquis. Because we're going to steal ourselves a sovereign class and go out there and tear shit up.
Right. Look, man, why do you the different universe, but why do you think I keep campaigning for the Lost Tribe of the Sith to get brought into live action? Because that's the fuck they did. They was out there living their own life for a while. That damn Sith meditation sphere came to their planet. What they start doing? They start going out into the universe and stealing ships and bringing them back to their home planet. And them motherfuckers got out there and got on a Viking Raider shit.
Hell yeah.
There's so much Sith shit that they could be using in these Star Wars stuff that they don't even touch. We got to learn about the Clone Wars and Rey.
Look, man. Look, I'm hoping they find their footing. I'm giving them some more time with this next shit. But I'm hoping they find a footing and get to this new shit that they want to do. Because even the next movies that they're talking about doing, which is this Sith Game of Thrones type of situation, that's back in the past. That's nowhere forward. I'm looking for the stuff that pushes Star Wars forward. And so far, the only thing that pushed Star Wars forward was Star Wars Visions, and that was anime.
Right.
So basically, you're telling me, what you're showing me is you don't have anything to push this story forward anymore. That Kathleen Kennedy is the only one that can tell you a story in the future of Star Wars, even though it sucked ass. Don't let that be the legacy of what this shit is. Look, do it for George if you want to do something for him, instead of giving me all his greatest hits in your taste, in your key, on Bad Batch and shit like that. That shit is pissing me off. I was really looking forward to Bad Batch. It's kind of wearing my fucking patience right now because I just keep seeing rehashes of shit. It's my version of this same event. So the fuck what? You got anything new? No? Then why are we still here in the Clone Wars? Why are we still here in the Clone Wars era? Can we move forward? That shit is getting on my nerves. It's getting on my nerves. It's gonna fuck up my happy place that I was in all day.
Because it's a cash cow, and we gotta milk that motherfucker till it's dead.
Is it? Is it a cash cow? I beg to differ. I don't think it is a cash cow. I think it's just what they're comfortable with.
You know what Disney said?
Loss. No.
Thank you, Dad. Said $5.5 billion loss. That don't sound like a cash cow. It sounds like if you had a horse that lost $5.5 billion, you'd have killed that motherfucker already.
You know what Disney said, Artisan? It doesn't matter what you think.
Yeah. They start talking like The Rock. It doesn't matter what you think. We're gonna give you all of this first.
And that's the reason why, like Disney said, they're saying it doesn't matter what you think, but at the same time, 7,000 of you motherfuckers got to go.
Yeah, it do matter, don't it? It's gonna matter to 7,000 of you motherfuckers. 7,000 of you is gonna really matter a lot. Of what they not making. That should count. That should count, and it's costing you time that you don't fucking have. So you can keep riding this slide to nowhere, or you can right the ship and try to steer the ship back into some decent water. I'm giving John and Dave some time because it's not only the new stuff that's coming up after this Acolyte stuff. It's things that they have actually had full control over with Star Wars, right? So Boba Fett season 2, Obi-Wan season 2, Mandalorian season 3 and 4. These are all things that they have sole control over, where there is no KK influence on it. So I'm giving them some time, but all the rest of the shit they're talking about coming after this ain't nothing but Dave Filoni side projects and some other shit that they want to do back in the past. It's nothing forward, and it's not just in me solely. Maybe it's just me getting impatient because I feel like I'm running out of time. I don't know, but look, man, I ain't got another fucking 50 years to be fucking around waiting for this shit. Get it right. It shouldn't be that damn hard. Or what? Are you the wrong people for the job, or are you the right ones for the job? Because that's why you're supposed to be there. For the fans. I'm a fan. Here I am. See, one of these fans. Because trust me, you can keep pandering to these younger fans who into all this diversity, sexuality, and all the rest of that shit, but they are casual fans. You know what casual means? We walk in and we walk out. These are people that walk in a comic book shop, make one lap, and walk the fuck out the door without buying anything. Those are casuals. The fans are the one who come in and pay keep this shit going and help give you money to keep the lights on. Those are the fans. I'm one of those people. I actually buy the Star Wars shit, buy these books and merchandise, apparel, video games, and pay for the Disney Plus and all that shit. I'm the paying customer. You need to be servicing my ass, not these casual people who can give a fuck one way or the other.
Yeah,
as soon as the fans don't like what you're doing, the casuals don't like it either. Because the fans ain't into it. They looking to me to tell me, is this shit worth watching? Fuck no.
Yeah, they ain't dropping $260 on a replica lightsaber.
Fuck no. Why would they?
They're not paying $80 on a replica Darth Vader helmet or $200 in series and everything.
I mean, but do you think that like what's going on with Hogwarts Legacy is going to like sort of turn this shit around? Because the hardcore fans are like, I love this shit, and the woke people are like, no.
Well, as long as you're pissing off the woke people, I think you're probably going in the right direction, right?
Mm-hmm.
It's like understanding your masculinity as a man. The less women agree with you, the more you're probably going in the right direction as a man, because you're making man decisions and not female decisions. That's the only ones they like.
Yep.
If it's not beneficial to them, they hate it. Ask Austin Holloman about it. He's not making a decision that is beneficial to a female here. So that's why they have so much derision for his ass. Because it's not a female-centered decision. Why are you doing that? Because it's a man decision. I can go elsewhere. I have dick and will travel. So what you gonna do about it? What you gonna do about it? It'll be DOD all day, right? Dick on delivery. So they hate that. So if you have the woke mob pissed off about what you're doing in your game, you're probably going in the wrong direction, because you can already see, if you don't know, ask the 7,000 people about to lose their job at Disney about how much that woke shit make you. How much money does it make you? Ask G4 if that woke shit helped them.
Oh, God. Look, I ain't even going to talk about the meltdown. But
I made dead set gasp. Be like, oh shit, nigga.
It's just that every time I hear about that damn meltdown that bitch had, I was like, it's a wrap. That's all I saw it said was,
it was a wrap.
Yep.
It was a wrap, and fucking Admiral Akbar could have told you it's a wrap. It's over. That shit was over from there. So the fact that it went down and they finally had to close the doors is not surprising. Not surprising at all. And who was that chick now? Anybody care what she got to say? Ugly nobody.
Yep.
Look, if she lesbian or whatever, I don't know who paying her to eat their pussy. I really don't.
Mm-hmm.
Whatever, you can do better, because she got some snaggle teeth and shit. She's gonna be fucking your shit up. She got some look here and there and everywhere, some fang face fucking teeth, dude. She'd be tearing your shit up. But your cooch, you put who you want down there.
But I just love the comments though, because like, no man, she ain't got nothing on the list to be a mom. I was like, that bitch, she was hurt. Mm-hmm. Her feelings were so hurt.
So hurt. Yeah, she didn't have nothing on not even just Olivia Munn, who was a regular chick, right?
Mm-hmm.
She didn't have nothing on forgetting her name, the other one that was first on there, Morgan Webb. She didn't have nothing on Morgan. And Morgan was regular as fuck.
Yep.
Regular as fuck. I'm like, even this chick, even if she was a lesbian, she could have played to the lesbian market, at least being cute. Mm-hmm. Like, what the fuck, dude? You know, the thing I understand about lesbians, we like the same thing. We like sexy fucking women. So what is your excuse for not even being sexy for another lesbian? You the dude? Get the fuck out of here. You don't.
Hey, artisan, I'm about to check out, man. I gotta head out to work.
All right, Beasley.
All right,
don't shoot nobody.
Peace. Talk about being in your masculinity, though. I had to come down to my mom so hard she blocked me. I ain't spoke to that woman in about 2 weeks now. I can call her up, go straight to voicemail. I'm like, okay, suit yourself.
Hey, look, I haven't talked to my mother in a couple of months because I called her on some shit she didn't do.
Mm-hmm.
I just brought up the conversation. My brother was going through some serious shit, and she was really backing him really hard. And that's not a problem. That's my brother, and that's what she's supposed to do as a mother. But I asked her about the shit that I was going through. She didn't back me once in years. She just automatically thought I was responsible for doing some of the shit. I said, why didn't you why didn't you ever question that shit with me? That seems kind of fucked up. It seems like you really want to believe that I'm some terrible fucking person. Well, if you believe you raised me, why would you believe that I'm a terrible person?
Yeah.
Do you raise terrible people? You should have asked me. She didn't like that shit. She didn't like being called on that shit and got all pissed off and hung up the phone and shit like that. We were like, I don't give a fuck.
Yeah.
I don't live with you. Fuck you doing? You giving me peace? Fuck off. So she's tried to reach out a few times.
Yeah.
We got to talk about. You owe me. You still owe a bunch of fucking apologies. I'm not looking for none of them, but I know you owe. Whatever. Do what you do. Because like Kevin was saying, look, she in a house alone with a dog. Okay, so call it prophetic if you want to. It's not prophetic. Me and Kevin was close to the same age, just like Dad said up here right now. Seeing the same shit. Seeing the same shit for a reason. So I'm telling y'all.
Brother, talk about prophetic.
Cuz right, Dale, right up in here, like, damn, cuz I'm right there with you. Yeah, I know your mother. Your mother kind of raised me. I got one of the most horrifying stories about remembering a Bible verse ever from your mama.
Really? I was about to hit you with one because my mother's a Jehovah's Witness. And I had to quote, look, brother, I had to quote Christ on her. What did Christ tell his mother?
Yeah.
What are you to me, woman?
Yeah.
Like, you want me to water and wine? What are you to me, woman?
My son's mother is an on-again, off-again Jehovah's Witness. Yeah. Now, this Jehovah Witness shit didn't pop up in her until she had a seed in her ass. That she was a Jehovah Witness was going to raise her. So some of the angst that I got from raising my son, which was part of my red pill awakening, was from dealing with her, with this convenient Jehovah Witness shit. Now, I don't shit on anybody's religion, and I wouldn't necessarily call Jehovah Witness and a cult. I wouldn't call it that, but I do have questions on it. And one of the major questions that I asked my son off the bat is like, how do you go to a church or a hall and they don't think you smart enough to read the damn Bible? They reading the Bible. You should be able to read the shit too. I've never been to a place like that. I said, what I understand about people who want to just run folks is it's easier to run people who are ignorant than it is to read people who are intelligent. If they didn't want me to read the same thing that he's reading, or we don't have the capacity to read it, do you not speak English? Do you not read English? Then you can read the Bible too. What it is they don't want you being able to sit in there and ask no fucking questions about what they're saying. And that's a problem. You always can ask questions, son. But you choose however you want to live your life. But that ain't the way I'm doing my shit. And obviously it wasn't the way your mama was doing it. Otherwise, she wouldn't have had you with me. I'm just saying. I haven't found the one, at least where I'm at, my area. A lot of my homeboys who got babies by single mothers, there was some Jehovah Witness chicks out there fucking around and doing all kind of raunchy shit. And then the same shit they're not supposed to be using, they run right down to the courthouse immediately. Start filing paperwork on shit. We don't tie ourselves to the government. Bullshit. You want a child support check, don't you? They play in the system, dude. It's a fucking game. It's a fucking grift. They're telling you shit. Look at Dale talking about facts.
Right.
Dale ain't even that. I was raised Christian, getting hit with the switch and reading the Bible. Yes, that was Old Testament, Dale. But that's some of my fond memories about that shit. That's why I tell kids nowadays they don't know nothing about getting no ass whoopings. Because when somebody makes a joke about going to get switched, this is my cousin I grew up with, y'all, for real. Right? We know about going out to the plum tree or the peach tree, getting that goddamn switch. And everybody in the house getting an ass whoop. Everybody. Youngest to oldest. Because his daddy was the one who was a carpenter and a Marine. His father was the one who was a carpenter and a Marine. And I can tell you this, I know what a razor strap feel like across your ass. I'd rather take the switch, nigga. Because I wasn't in there bold. I ain't gonna tell you no bullshit story that I was in there like Denzel Washington just taking them slips. Oh no, that should hurt. You ain't used to getting your ass whooped like that. That shit hurts, nigga. That's the closest thing. That's the remnant of slavery.
My mother used to draw blood.
Yes.
Yep.
Like when them Bible verses against them. No, because the Bible can cut both ways. A sword and a shield, nigga. That's why I say that's the only two ways people use it. Use it as a sword to cut your ass down with, or they use it as a shield when you fighting back. No, I'm a Christian. Nigga, you was just stabbing me. Shut up.
Hey, look, F me, I'm ready for jihad. So I don't care what I'm doing.
Like I said, oh my God.
I don't care what I'm doing. I don't care what you believe.
Look, just so the interstate listening, the views expressed are not those of ourselves. I'm ready for the jihad.
Fuck that scorched earth. Damn it. I don't care. I'm too old to be dealing with that young shit anymore. It's like,
no,
okay,
I
want to be my mom? Fuck you.
I understand, because you look, I understand just for your situation, the stuff that you seeing, just like the stuff that I've seen. Fuck a lot of this. A lot of this can go away tomorrow, and it'd be actually better. A lot of this stuff with these folks and their behaviors and stuff. That you need to grow up a whole fucking lot, like for real. And I'm tired of hearing people, oh well, women mature quicker than men. I said that's sexual maturity, motherfucker, not mental maturity. Sexual maturation, having babies and stuff like that. Yes, that happens a lot sooner than it does for God. The part that doesn't, the intelligence part, that does not mature. That cannot mature ever, because I can find you a fucking damn near 50-year-old woman right now who behaves like an adolescent.
Yep.
It's not fucking hard. I just have to pick you. All you got to do is fill out the dance card. What do you want her to be? How tall? What color? What? I can find you one. It's not hard. No.
It's amazing that I don't connect those dots, because that sexual maturity that they get so much faster is linked to human survival. Period.
That's it. They don't make that connection.
Yeah. Just connect the fucking dots.
Here's connecting the dot. They don't connect that one, just like they don't connect the Bible verse.
Right.
Bible verses. The people who quote little Bible verses never give you the whole verse.
Precisely.
Because the rest of the verse that they don't quote actually goes back into saying, well, you're not using this correctly. Like honor your mother and father, right? Why do you honor your mother and father? If they be respectable.
Exactly.
It's the rest of the line. It's just not a blanket statement. There's a caveat. You ain't respectable, we ain't gotta respect your ass.
Yeah. It's like the one that thou shalt not kill. But then at the same time that shit was going on, what were they doing? They was in the middle of warfare.
Yeah, because it's thou shalt not murder, not thou shalt not kill. Thou shalt not commit murder. Murder is
not commit. It was thou shalt not unjustifiably kill.
Thank you. But God was all about that shit. He was about that work.
He was about that work. He was about like, look, if they fuck with you, you go in there and you fuck them over.
Why you want me to fuck them up? Because they should have no gods before me.
That's right.
Get out there and take care of this work. Take care of my lightweight.
And don't even get me started with the sexual stuff too, because it was like when they was following Ashera on there, what's his name? Fuck, the dude came in there and stabbed both of them in the genitals, killed both of them. It's just like, fuck you. You gonna bring that shit right here?
Stab. Look, man, look. You really want to fuck a kid up? You do give him a Bible to read. Just tell him to read it like a book. Just like what chapter you on.
Man, I read that shit like it's Lord of the Rings.
Yeah, but you have to do that. Even at this age, cousin Dale, I still keep a Bible. Even at this age, I still keep a Bible. And I went back in my 30s and just started reading through it, just like a book. I just started reading through it and asking questions and shit. That was it. Just read it like a story. Like, okay, it is what it is. Now I don't have the preacher. I don't have Pastor Tully. None of these people there telling me what I'm supposed to be getting from this shit. I'm an adult. I'm gonna read this and get what I get from the shit and run with it like that. Now, do I have to read it and do book reports and shit like that on it? No. But it is interesting. It is the greatest story ever told. They didn't say it was a fact. They said it was a story.
That's the reason why I read it with scholars, though. We, they dig pretty deep.
Yep. So, Bible scholars, they're fun to talk to because they actually question this shit. Those are the people that you certain percentage of people who get into religion is better if they deal with folks who actually question this material, rather than accept it outright as the rules to live by. It's like, that's bullshit. You don't even follow all the rules in your driving manual, motherfucker. Shut up. Like, come on, man. You read that shit enough to pass the test and then threw that shit out the window 10 minutes later. This is not how you make a turn. You're supposed to finish in your lane. What you doing? Come on. Be consistent. At least be consistent. Most accountability traits never mature. Very, very true. The productivity and cognitive ability goes up. Yeah, it does. It's just understanding the material. That's all it is. I look at it as anything else. It's just understanding the material and what it actually says in this shit. So people can't be using it against you, expecting you to be ignorant of it, so they can tell you any old shit. That's it. That's all it is.
But that's the beauty of reading fantasy, because anybody who's read the Silmarillion and read the Annalindale at the beginning and how hype that shit is, it was just like, because then, it lays out everything that takes place in Lord of the Rings. I mean, people like, I was telling my sister about this shit. I was like, that when Iluvatar brought that one last high note that kept repeating and Melkor could not drown that shit out. Like, he was talking about the hobbits. He was talking about the smallest ones who would come and turn this shit around. The shit that you just won't notice.
Yeah. Well, see, that was the thing. I never read the Silmarillion, but I got a little bit on the Silmarillion after this Rings of Power Napping came out. Yeah. And somebody was breaking down the Silmarillion and how the whole celestial hierarchy worked and how you get all the way down to Gandalf, Melchior, and all these people. Said, damn, that's fucking interesting as shit. Maybe I should have read the Silmarillion. Like, I need to go back and get this shit. Is it on my Kindle? Let me go get this shit from the Audible store, dude. I need to get this, because then it was actually interesting. Yeah, this dude actually did put a lot of work in there, but it's all based on religious constructs that you already understand because it's from our real world.
Exactly.
Just recrafted it into his world. That's why the shit works so well. He was creative.
He was a devout Catholic who was like a scholar. He looked deeply into that shit. He was like, yep.
That's why you can actually speak Elvish. It is not just some shit that they just say in the movies. No, you can actually speak it. He made it up. It's an actual spoken language. It can be a spoken language. He was smart. He was not a dumbass.
That was one of the most rewarding things that I saw when I went to England. When I first I went to Cambridge, because you had to go to Cambridge in order to go down to London, because I was over on out there in the Norfolk area. And you used to go to Cambridge anyway because they had the best malls there and shit. All those universities. I used to go to the bookstore. I was walking past the bookstore one day and motherfuckers were out there speaking Quindi. And I was like, ain't this a bitch? Sitting on the lawn speaking Quindi.
Nerds! I
called my brother, man. I said, man, you won't believe this shit.
These motherfuckers speaking it like this.
Yeah.
That's the shit.
That's the shit. It's like,
I would enjoy that. I would enjoy that. It's like my cousin, Dale, know her because it's his cousin on his side. I can say her name on here. Tour. She know how to speak a little bit of Klingon. She a big Trekkie. Go to conventions. She know how to speak a little bit of Klingon. Like, will BGS come over here and talk about black women being Klingons? Like, makes sense. My cousin speak Klingon. It's kind of funny. Like, yeah, I at least know one. So you're on to something.
That's my fantasy, to have a goddamn Lupita Nyong'o or Tiana Parrish walk into my damn house and say "Kapla." I'm like, we getting down right now. Turn your ass around so I can break your hips.
Yep. Good hips too. I can get a good grab on your ass.
Man.
Look at AB. This nigga AB knew it too.
Man, I was trying to get both my wives to say that shit.
You gotta put the exclamation on that shit. You gotta put the exclamation on that.
That's the nerdiest shit, but that shit is so hot.
Yeah, might as well.
Y'all brothers, I mean, these dudes just don't know. Some of those nerdy chicks just be hot as a motherfucker. Bro.
They do. That's what I keep getting on people about. Like, look, man, you just don't know that they didn't make nerdy geek chicks the same way they did back when I was younger. They a lot fucking hotter nowadays.
Yeah. Because they be doing cosplay and all kinds of shit.
Exactly. But even then with the cosplayers, they just fucking hoish. But even out of that, girls nowadays take a little bit better care of themselves. Some of them, right? And they just look a lot different. And I think it's because all the mixing, not inbreeding, but interracial dating and stuff like that, they come out looking a lot different. And they into this shit from a young age. So some of it is not fake. They're actually into this shit.
Yeah.
That's actually for a geek like me, that's like, oh my fucking God, this will make my fucking nuts shrivel up. We'll start tingling and stuff. Like, oh my God, this is some of my own around this bitch. The only problem is for me, they're all too fucking young. Like, for me, they're too fucking young. I'm like, yeah, you watched all this shit? Yeah, of course you did. I can't talk to you about this for too long. Proximity. Proximity. Say comply. Do you watch Star Trek? You know anything about Klingons? Say comply. I'll probably have to jump on her ass.
Yeah, some of these girl gamer Twitch and YouTubers are just like, Jesus Christ.
I think the girl gamers brought it in.
Yeah.
Girl gamers brought it in because they could be geeky at home in secret. And when they start actually camming up and you see them, that's when you start seeing what some of these girl gamers actually look like. They was actually hot. But then them cosplay chicks, when this new millennial wave of cosplayers are just like dressing up and in hoish costumes got out there, that's when you start seeing the rise of cosplayers being models and shit like that. Because they were a lot better looking girls. They took this shit a lot more seriously. So they were actually found another vehicle where they might have been too short or not thin enough to be an actual runway model. They can get the cosplay and be their shape and just dress up like these characters and get a hell of a lot more attention with the burgeoning, mainstream acceptance. Like geekdom and being a geek is actually really acceptable now. And there's a lot of money in it in certain areas right now. So yeah, you can be a cosplay girl and have a whole fucking career off of just dressing up like other characters that you ain't made and don't really have to know that much about. And you can have a whole career and flip that into all kinds of money and shit. Like money, notoriety, low-key fame, shit. Why the fuck not? And you never had to go on a diet. You can still eat hamburgers and French fries and all the rest of that shit.
Thick as a motherfucker, boy.
And be thick as a motherfucker.
Yep.
Thick as a motherfucker. There's a little Asian chick that dress up like Silk from Spider-Man. She got 2 costumes. I got the pictures of that shit. She got 2 goddamn costumes that I've seen. Silk, which is cool. Her silk costume is cool. She actually hanging upside down, holding on to a metal stair, and she got the legs spread and shit like that. Like, oh goddamn! That was my lotion. That one, and then the other picture, she dressed like why am I forgetting? Psylocke. I love a good Psylocke.
Oh, Psylocke. Hard to get Psylocke right.
Ooh, she got a sexy ass Psylocke. Oh my God, she got so much ass. I'm like, she American born. She is American born. I can tell. You ain't mainland. You American born. That McDonald's booty right there. Sexy as fuck. Like Beastly Nerd talking about hitting my favorite parts. Big booty, nerdy Latina with glasses. Yes. I like my little nerdy and dirties. I like my nerdy and dirties.
What I like most about cosplay chicks is that they don't have to go to the gym and shit and virtue signal. Exactly. They just get up there, get on their shit. They know why they're there. They know people are looking at them. That's what they're there for.
Well, it'll sound funny, but this is why I always had a little bit of respect for strippers and stuff like that, right? Why? Because they know what the fuck they're doing.
Yeah.
Even if they a little insecure about their bodies, they know at this certain time and doing this certain thing, that's how they gain that confidence in themselves. Now, it may be fucked up the way they're doing it, but they're confident about who they are in their skin and their body. That's what I want out of any fucking chick. Just be confident with who It's a lot easier when you do that because then you don't have to have all them goddamn hangups about, oh, I can't wear this, I look fat. This, then I don't have to have them stupid ass conversations that you want me to lie to you about. Does this dress make me look fat? No, you make the dress look fat. You make the dress look small. Shit. No, I don't want to have those conversations. I like people who can be comfortable with themselves. Look, it's not that
It's
big
amazing.
of a fucking.
Those strippers though, they be getting signed. I dated a stripper in when I was in Dallas, and I remember she told me because we was at her house and I was about to hit it again. And she was talking about, yeah, she said, yeah, I'm trying to put on a little bit more weight. I said, what, you look fine. And she's like, no, my booty don't bounce the way I want it to. I said,
that's the funny part. There was a in San Francisco, there's a place I used to go after work when I was an apprentice that they turned me on to. It's called Bo's Bounty, San Francisco, down off Cargo. We used to go there after work on Fridays, right? And it was a big like sports bar in an industrial area owned by a black man and woman, black husband and wife, right? Brad and Sherelle, right? Sherelle was a lawyer. Brad did some other shit, but they owned the bar. On Friday nights, they would have strippers in there, right? And the strippers was all from the area. Like some of them chicks came from Richmond and Vallejo and shit like that, right? But what was interesting is you in a place where you're getting to meet these strippers and stuff like that. And they ain't getting totally naked. They get down to they lingerie or they swimsuit or whatever shit, right? Not that big of a deal. No loose titties because we got food in there. You can't have a San Francisco ordinance. I don't know if it's everywhere, but you can't have nipples exposed and chicken nuggets. Okay, you can't have nipples and ketchup in the same place together. They can cover it with a pasty, but you can't have the nipples out and ketchup and fish fingers. Right, but being there enough times, you get to know the girls and stuff like that work there. They're cool, and I did a couple of strip parties for my homeboy, Joe Herb in there. He know because I bought the strippers over there from that place for his little strip party, right? You start talking to him, and you start knowing something. Some of these girls is really insecure and beautiful as shit. Like, oh yeah, I don't like this. I'm like, are you out of your fucking mind? Girl, you about as close to a 10 as I seen. Like a 7 at that time, but god damn, okay, yeah, maybe you is fat. She wasn't, but you end up meeting some people who have that they working through their own little issues with themselves. Women never comfortable with themselves. Yeah, Aquateki said again. Yeah, he said again.
Oh yeah, I hit that shit like hundreds of times. She even came and stayed with me for a little while after I got divorced. I mean, because it was what it was.
Yeah,
broke my car windows out a couple times too. I mean, she was a stripper. Crazy.
You went too deep, didn't you?
Man, I went so deep in that bitch. Even after I got married, she was still knocking on my door.
Look, I used to fuck with this chick that stayed about hour and a half away from me. And I swear to God, she drove down an hour and a half to bust my fucking car window. So I must have went pretty goddamn deep in that shit for her to make a 3-hour round trip just to bust my fucking car window.
Man, these dudes just don't understand the obsession of some of these bitches.
Damn, I drilled too deep in that hole.
In too deep.
Yeah, in too deep. You cracked their fucking soul.
That's how you know when a lot of people
part of the 8th gate. You open the 8th gate.
That's why, sometimes talking to people, I never really went through some real women problems. Till you get some chick wanting to bust your shit, then you could talk to me. It's like last night I did like a short Coliseum. I'm supposed to do it earlier, but I took a nap. I got off of work. And you got Pookie's young ass making his epic return.
Oh my gosh.
Not smarter, huh?
Not a goddamn inch smarter. And I'll be looking at him and I'm saying, yo, your 20 was not my 20.
No shit.
I tried to tell him, I said, this is one of the issues with your generation. My generation, when we became adults, we had to literally fight global terrorism. Exactly. Even BGS had to give us our props for that. He said, y'all the generation that had to deal with Y2K and all the fucking terrorism, and like you got to realize something. What does your generation really have to do? You're the most underachieving generation I've ever seen. Y'all complain. Like I told him, I said, why do you come over here and listen to men twice your age, and then try to argue with them? Nigga, you haven't lived long enough.
I don't get that either, and that's usually where I come down on trying to talk the truth and get him to calm the fuck down, because he'll come on there with that energy like he about to kick somebody ass who's a grown ass adult, and I'm like, that is not the move, Captain. That's no, you're not about to kick no grown man's ass up on this panel. You need to dial that shit back a little bit and be, the younger person, the junior member of this panel, and soak up that information from them instead of thinking you about to talk to them like anybody else will talk to them. That's another adult.
I literally tell this nigga, like, yo, that's sucking your teeth shit. If I was in front of you, I'd have slapped you to the fucking ground, nigga. Like, you know how people. I said, dude, I'm gonna tell you.
But see, that's a tell. That's a tell to how femininely indoctrinated these kids are, because they make a lot of these female mannerisms, these female arguing mannerisms, and they don't understand that is real chick shit. That clapping their hands, that shit, that is all feminine shit. You're not supposed to be doing that as a dude. All these big hand movements and all the rest of that shit. Look, if you was arguing with actual grown ass men, you would understand. You need to calm that shit down, and you're gonna spark off a whole fucking incident with that shit.
I'm gonna tell you what happened. Like one time, I had a guy, and this is a call. He's irate, and he's got a hand movements, and he walking towards me, and I punched him. And I'm like, yo, you don't.
I swear to God, nigga, what you gonna do? Bow! What the fuck, man? Don't be
like, yo, back the fuck up. I thought you were swinging on me.
Yeah.
And I'm like, dude, like I had to tell him, I said, yo, you need to stop talking and thinking you're my equal. I'm really going to tell you this, because I said, look, when I was your age, matter of fact, I was 3 years younger than you, and I joined the Army at 17. You're not my equal. As a matter of fact, a lot of adults I meet are not my equal. And I'm not even braggadocious about that, but unfortunately, truth is truth. Pun intended.
What the fuck did I do?
I mean, pun intended. And I'm like, there are certain things that I don't like it when younger guys say, and I'm like, dude, go live your life a little bit. Even the Padawan, when he said, I've been through some shit, I said, no, you haven't. I said, live longer.
I always try to let them have the fact that, I've been through some shit. Like I talked to fucking 24-year-old, right? Not talking to, just having a conversation with. And they said, well, I've been through shit. You don't know what I've been through. Like, okay, you've been through 24-year-old shit. That's your level of shit right now. There's a lot worse that you can go through. And since I've already been your age, and I understand what 24-year-old conflicts is, you ain't up here in the 40s. You ain't up here at the damn near, 30s. You ain't got to that level yet. So your biggest issue in 24, I do this when I break the stuff down to people and they think I'm minimizing who they are. It's not minimizing who they are. It's just letting you know that the shit you bitching about is really minor. If you look at it at a further lens, because how I usually end up breaking it down, I give you 18 years of being a child in your parents' house. Now, tell me how much shit you've been through as an adult.
Yep.
4 years? Shut all the fuck up.
And
that's going through what everybody went through in their 20s.
And I told him, Artisan, I said, you got to realize something. He said, well, what about your generation? I said, I'm an early millennial. Once again, we dealt with global terror.
Elder millennials,
we literally had to deal with we were the test dummies for this new technological boom, and
global terrorism.
Now we had to literally defend the country in a way the country never had to be defended before.
I'm glad that you reminded me of that. I think it was last year around 9/11. It was last year you reminded me of that shit, Charles. That I actually put it in context and remember, because I already knew you had been to war, you had been through the terrorism shit, right? But I wasn't. I didn't actually conceptualize in my mind and get it straight in my mind that when 9/11 happened, you said you were in boot camp. I was like,
When
damn, this
9/11
motherfucker
happened,
was.
I was. Matter of fact, I'm gonna tell you how long I would have been in the Army. I joined '99 as a junior in high school.
Mhm.
When 9/11 happened, I was 19 and was on Coppin State College. That's how long ago it was Coppin State College, not university yet.
So you were 19 years old when Charles was in boot camp in 9/11. 9/11, I was out of work at home in Vallejo, not too far from a military base, and seeing jets scramble out of there and hearing this shit like, the fuck is going on outside? Is that alien invasion or something? I'm at home grown with a wife and 2 kids. They wasn't at home at that time, but that's what I had at that time. 99, I got married and had my second child. Charles was going into boot camp. So when Charles said that, it made me really think about what was happening in this last 20 years with me in my life and Charles in his life. Charles was actually in the war zone where I was watching this shit on fucking TV. So I give Charles a lot of respect, not because, oh, he's just younger than me. No, because I have respect for people who fucking serve.
Yeah.
I just have respect for people who serve. He's had experience I haven't had. I don't make him any lesser than him, but he has experience and knowledge that I do not have.
It's no different when I give you your props about the stuff you know how to do with a drill, sheetrock, carpentry, plumbing. Same shit my father knows how to do. I think it's the most.
Now HVAC, motherfucker.
Now HVAC, motherfucker. HVAC, motherfucker. Put the HVAC on my name. And
add that to the title of my contract.
Yeah. And it's funny because goddamn, he was shaking and baking. But it's funny because I look at him and I said, when I was 20, you got to think, and I put this in perspective for people. When 9/11 happened, I missed 3, almost 4 birthdays. Okay, there were birthdays I didn't spend with my friends and family. I had to spend with other soldiers. I would have drunk for 2 of them at least, but especially the 21st one. And you got to think about it.
Especially the 21st one.
You got to think about it. Your 21st birthday, there are guys who were in the military at 19, 18, 19, 20 who did not see their 21st birthday.
Yep.
See, when I was 19, 20, we had a desert storm going on. And in my graduating class, that's what everybody was freaking out about, that they was going to start at the draft and get shipped off the Desert Storm. The motherfuckers was talking about running to Canada and everything else. That was my generation. Your generation actually did go to fucking war. Did have to deal with it.
And it's crazy because I was surprised how many people, when 9/11 hit, they had a recruitment drive like a motherfucker because
motherfuckers was showing up like like Steve Rogers, nigga, like, sign me up.
Sign me up. Fuck this. And then when he said something, and then I said, there's certain things I took from that conversation. I might speak about it tonight for a little bit. And I said, when he said, I wouldn't defend this country, I said, but you would also take the benefits from it. But I'm not going to defend it. I said, because I said, this is the part that you don't get about manhood, and that's why you're still a boy.
Did you use that heavy breath when you know that you're still a boy?
It's funny. I have to
old
say,
man talk.
I don't give a damn how we all know about the gynocracy.
Yep.
Yeah, cool. We all know how feminism and all this other shit, but guess what? There ain't no other place in the fucking world I want to live. And there's nowhere in the world that I want to raise my child.
That's the feminine. That's that feminist talk. That was the shit that I got. That's the shit that I regret hearing or listening to when I was in my teens and stuff like that, and got talked out of going to the military. I regret that shit to this day. I should have went ahead and went. I should have just said, fuck it, and got the fuck out of here as quick as I could.
Exactly. And I told people, men still have to hold the line.
Yep.
I said, feminism can tell me all this shit, but I said, okay, I want you broads to tell me how many of you are willing to go lay your life on the line for a motherfucker you don't know. 99% of women won't do it. It's not built in their DNA. Men will do it. Men that do it for dudes they only knew through boot camp. Men that do, I said men will
Homeboy,
be.
you play football with in the park just for that.
Yeah.
Mhm.
I don't even know where he lives.
I've said I've never seen women other than the ones in the fire department to ever go into the building and rescue somebody. That's a male thing. I'm even female police officers. I don't see how many female police officers you see going up on foot chases, engaging with criminals. You don't. You don't.
I saw Cagney and Lacey do it.
Yeah, they had help.
That's the only place you saw it. There's a reason why that's the only place you saw it.
Only thing a female police officer ever did for me is take my damn statement and paperwork. That's it.
You don't see.
Well, I can't say that. I did have a female police officer give me a good sponge bath in the shower.
She was still taking your statement.
She took a statement.
I guess you know.
Dictation.
Yep.
A good dictation. I wish I could find it.
No, right. Yeah, some of them they could give you a very good oral statement, but anyway.
But it's a funny thing that when you're talking about the military, because I remember I said this on Art Show. I said, look, I may be older than Charles and BMT, but even though I served in the military, if I go up there and talking about warfare and haven't been to war or been in that theater, they're gonna call me out just like that. Because they're gonna know, nigga, you weren't over there. Just what to say, hey, I may be older than them, but when it comes to talking about what it is to have those boots on the ground in that arena, they got me beat by a long shot.
And that's why when I talk to BMT and Charles and other men that have actually been to war, I can say what I think about certain shit, but I will acquiesce quick when it comes down to the experience that they have, because I don't have it.
Yep.
And I don't have a problem doing that shit. It doesn't, to me, it's not a knock against me or something like that. Oh, you're just letting them overtalk you. That motherfucker know what he's talking about.
Yeah.
On this, he might be wrong as fuck on something like Superman or something. But on this shit,
you shut your
on this shit,
lips up. You shut your lips up on that.
On this shit, he got me beat. Look, I only know the shit through theory. He went from actual practice. So I will defer to his knowledge and increase my knowledge base by listening to his ass, as opposed to trying to argue with him about some shit that he actually knows and personally experienced.
And that's the part that I tried to tell. And then the conversation went to, like, when we were talking about Andrew Tate. And I said, there's a reason why guys don't challenge Andrew Tate to a fight.
Yeah.
He was like, man, that could be that. I said, dude.
Did he say that shit?
Yeah,
Did he say that shit? Get the fuck out of here. I could be that.
Said, he goes to the hood. Yeah. I said, I mean,
goes to the hood.
I said, dude, I can tell you that from the hood. I'm like, yo, you can't be from the hood because you telling me you think hood niggas can fight? I said, I tell you one thing.
You don't understand what fighting is.
Hood niggas only have an advantage when there's more than one. They get very bold, but once you hit one, the rest of them are running.
Hyena mentality. That's the hyena mentality.
I said, first and foremost. Yep. I said, first and foremost, let's tell the truth about this shit, right? Andrew Tate's a 2 to 3 time world champion kickboxer. Mm-hmm. You don't, when you look at Tate when he's talking about striking skills, you could tell that's not usual. Okay, that's not the average everyday guy type of skill. And
motherfucker hands in his knuckles.
Yeah, and I said, damn, it's just like when Kevin Samuels was living. You ever notice how many people were saying if they saw Kevin, they gonna whoop his ass, he's effeminate, he's this, till they step up on him, they see that 6'4", 6'5" frame, they're like, that's a big motherfucker.
And know how to fight.
Got
a couple of degrees on that black belt.
Mm-hmm.
I got somebody to watch Kevin Samuels by playing that video that he did when he was still blown up, still just doing Men's Passion on YouTube. Antoine, that I was working with, I got him to listen to that shit when it happened, and Kevin had gotten into that argument with that dude out in traffic, And he was in Texas or something like that. And the dude was pressing him, and he was trying not to fight with the dude. And the dude did some other shit, and Kevin gave him that 2-piece and a biscuit.
Yeah.
So later on, when people was talking that shit about they'd whoop his ass if they saw him out in public, I'm like, Kevin already said he used to do full contact. And he talked about on Angry Man stream and other people's streams the martial arts that he had learned. I said, look, if you're gonna run up on him and have a fight, all I ask you to do is roll tape. That's all I need you to do for me. You can do whatever the fuck you want to. It's a free country. Just roll tape so I can watch that shit later on because I'm gonna laugh my ass.
I've told the truth. I said, dude, fighters know fighters. Okay, number one.
Beat Mike Tyson.
I said,
Never had
yo,
that.
I can tell you never truly been punched in the goddamn face.
No.
He's like, why? Because you wouldn't be running this shit that you're saying.
No, nobody's ever kicked your ass. And not because you're just a badass. It's just because you've been too protected.
Any guy that said he never lost a fight, I'm gonna tell you what he is. He's either never fought nobody of merit or he's a liar.
I done lost plenty of them, and I'm tired. And like I told nameless protagonist, after a couple of fold up eyes and some cuts in my mouth, I'm like, this shit ain't for me.
Look, I was a small kid for a while, but I always brawled like my cousin Dale right here. What was it? 4 boys and me. I wasn't winning. I wasn't winning all the time, but I figured out something about that shit. My tolerance is kind of high. So it's a problem. Anybody who has fought that you had more losses than you had recorded wins.
Yeah,
put it that way, because you always start off losing first. That's the natural progression of getting better at anything. There are few people who are naturally fucking gifted that I've never lost. Well, you need to lose so you understand how to deal with that shit.
Even then, I'm gonna tell you one thing about the natural people. Those are the people who take the losses the hardest.
Exactly.
Because we never had to. And it's funny because I look at people and I tell them, I said, look, I've been to boxing gyms, wrestling mats, where you leave your ego at the door and whatever other body parts you wanted to still be attached to you. Because at one point, when I wrestled, we had some of the best wrestlers in the state of Maryland in one room. And you can be on, sometimes you were the hammer, and sometimes you were definitely the nail. Same thing with boxing. There were times you left out with a black eye, split lip, busted nose, and there's times you hit a guy so hard you loosen his fucking permanent fronts.
I was lucky enough to grow up around boxing gym. My foster mother's boyfriend at the time had a boxing gym out here. And so I grew up around that shit. It wasn't no big thing to throw on the gloves and start throwing hands with each other. That's just what you understood that you did. Even as kids, fucking around in the backyard. That's what we did. We boxed with each other.
It's true.
And shit like that. Doing martial arts, kicking each other in the side of the fucking head. And then when WWF became a thing, we were slamming each other all over the place. Okay, so acting rough and tumble and actually fighting and getting in unorganized way was normal for us. That was normalized for us. It wasn't, oh, that's toxic behavior. That's too bad masculinity. You shouldn't hit. Use your words. It wasn't none of that shit, nigga. That's what you did. And when you went outside and somebody didn't like your ass, or you out there playing football with some people you don't know, and they end up into an argument because they playing too rough, then you was gonna have to chunk them up, nigga. That's just what it was gonna be. And it wasn't gonna be no use your words. Words stop after a point.
Yeah, you still use the words. You give a 3-piece called "Leave Me Alone." Bit bit bop.
I told you to leave me the fuck alone.
Bit bit bop. And it's funny because what they're doing is, it's psychologically, I've said this many of times, men have 3 ways of communication. We talk it out, we yell it out, we fight it out, and then it's good.
Yep.
Yeah, that's good.
Telling men to use their words will make men develop ulcers. We'll have to stress the fuck out.
That was one thing that this dude, one of my classmates said.
It's
when
not
he was
natural
in junior
for
high.
you.
Dude said, the teacher, remember teacher, they used to say fighting don't solve anything.
Yeah, it does.
And old boy stood up and he said, it do solve one thing. It solves who can beat who.
Yeah.
And that's how we developed our hierarchies. It's like, look, right or wrong, if I whipped your ass, I'm right.
Yeah. Well, look, right or wrong, I'm right. And do you want to do that shit again or not?
Hell no.
Okay, we've just settled every argument we need to have after that.
With
you
simple
feel like,
mentality. Yeah.
until you feel like maybe I can try you this time. Okay,
Yeah.
we can do this
Yeah,
shit.
and it's funny because it's like there's a lesson I told a couple of my wrestlers about being a father. A father's supposed to keep himself in shape not just for health, but to keep his son in realism.
Yep. The young and
And
healthy.
my son was calling me weak one time, and I said, "Okay." I put my hand out there. I said, "Push it." And he's like using his strength because he got a little bit stronger since he's 15 now. And I started walking and pushing my arm out further. He's like, "Come on, come on! I'm just joking. I'm joking."
Yeah,
But
so
I'm
you got to feel your strength. You got to feel your strength a little bit. That's what that
Yep.
shit is. They still
and
need
it's
to
like,
realize they're not that old yet.
and I told him, I said, "You got to realize your father is supposed to teach you to be humble."
Mm-hmm.
I don't like the word humble for black men because we've been indoctrinated to be that way. But
Yeah, the word has been misused. It's been
yeah,
misused.
even
Like
though
a lot of words in English right now.
just like the word humiliation, it means to come for humility.
Mm-hmm.
And I told him, I said, "Look, you got to know when to shut up because a lot of young men don't know when to shut up. Like, for example, Truth. I said, Truth, I can tell you when you really don't be raised around men because if you were, you would have been punched in your face a long time ago."
Long time. Like people say, how are you not beat up more? You must be somebody's baby. You must be somebody's baby. Because otherwise you would end up in a whole bunch of other shit. I had to tell my homeboy Ford that shit. Told him that shit before. Like if I didn't know you, I'd have kicked your ass. But because I've known you and I've known you for so long, I won't do that shit. But the way you talk to people, somebody should be kicking your ass. And I can tell nobody has. Not because he's some hell of a fighter or nothing like that. It just hasn't, he's just raised in a group of people, that age group or whatever, that they don't settle no conflicts like that. These motherfuckers in their age group go and kill up a bunch of other goddamn people. Right? They don't just deal with the one person that's fucking with them and call it a day. Yeah.
And I think that comes down to that there's no vacuums in nature. So what's going to happen is you're going to have masculinity come on the forefront where it's needed. That's why I said that I'm very black pill. And to be a leader and now a supervisor as a sergeant, I have to be either the nihilist or utilitarian. And I have to be the utilitarian only reason because I have a son. And I said, I'm okay. If I was president, king, whatever, and my people want to whine and they feel too comfortable, I'm okay with letting the Visigoths come in. I'm okay because you know why?
Shape their ass up.
Shape you up.
Shape your ass up like a shake weight.
Yep. And I'm gonna be like, you know what? No, let them in.
No, y'all got this, right? You got this. No, open the gate. Let him in. You'll be all right, right?
And I said, you will know why there's certain protocols in place. Why we always have to be ever vigilant. And people don't understand that phrase, ever vigilant. You don't get to be sitting on your loins because one, there's always somebody coming to take your shit. And I remember, shout out to James last night, asked Pookie, you're not going to defend this country, so you will let a dude come to your house, kick in the door, and do what you want and tell you how to live. And I said, that's the equivalent of what you just said. And I said, this is the reason why y'all been bred to be soft.
Yeah.
This is the reason why the military is having a fucking recruitment crisis. Oh, I'm gonna do this because you're soft. And you don't want to admit how soft you are. Well, I'm not soft. Yes, you are. I said first, just like I try to tell him, I said, dude, you don't even realize how good you got it. Uh-oh, Mahomes limping. God
Look,
damn, that's
I said this, Charles, about the stuff in wartime and whatnot, and how all these dudes, like you're saying, they're having recruitment crisis and stuff like that. But everybody out here, gangster, and got guns and can shoot. I said, why don't these dudes ever go into the military in mass? They give you a gun, they let you shoot people. They won't even give a fuck. Might even get you a medal for it, but you never do that. Why? Because these motherfuckers shooting back, actually. You're actually in a dangerous situation. That's why I don't understand. It's like this would be the perfect goal for you. You can get out there, you can spray and pray and do the shit that you want to do, but you won't do that shit. Why?
Because the military demands discipline in everything that they do.
Exactly.
Mm-hmm. You ain't gonna go out there and spray. They're gonna say, no, you're gonna shoot the way we teach you how to shoot, and you're gonna shoot where we want you to shoot so you don't hit your other soldiers.
Yeah.
Exactly.
And you gotta be a literal marksman.
Yep.
Yeah. You have to get trained to be a marksman. But that's the discipline that they're running from because they don't have it here. Like after a point when I talk to younger people, I do just hear feminine stuff coming out. And that's what makes it harder for me to deal with. That's why Truth is probably one of the few people on the internet in this space that I'll talk to and it'll get my fucking blood up immediately because I don't like talking to ignorant people. And he will say some of the most ignorant female shit coming out of a dude's mouth. And it's so fucking repulsive to me. I flip into fucking raging. I get really pissed off really quickly. And it's not necessarily his fault because it's just the soup that he was baked in. Okay. Like it's what he was soaking in this whole time. So that's why when I talk to him, I try to relate to him because I know where he is. He's here in Sacramento, in California. I know what the fuck go on up in Sacramento. I know
it's one of the most liberal cities in America.
Yes and no. It's a cow town in a sense that they built a city around, but it's still some backwards intellect happening out there. But a lot of people in Sacramento came from Richmond, Vallejo, some of these other places, Oakland, and ran up there because they can get houses cheap. So they thought they were moving up in class, but they didn't. They're still the same mentality anyway. So it's a lot of ignorant shit up that way, right? He's there. He's there. So I understand what he's getting. I hear what he's saying because I had younger people that I was working with was talking the same shit. And I was having to try to deprogram them so I can actually deal with talking asses for longer than 2 minutes and not want to slap the fuck out of them because I'm a parent. Like, nigga, somebody need to beat your mother. It's going to be me. It's going to be me. It's going to have to be me.
And that's the feeling I got from him. I said, look, I'm just going to tell you this, right? A lot of people, and I told this to a female. I said a lot of guys are not a man until they have somebody to take care of.
Exactly.
Like I'm gonna go and I'm gonna revise this month or next month. The steps of manhood. Number one, leaving your comfort zone. The hero's journey. Number two, finding a master. And a lot of people don't understand what I mean by that. When you're ready to take the journey, the master will appear. Number two, learning how to defend yourself. A man who can't defend himself.
Mandatory. It's mandatory.
Yeah. A man who can't defend himself is a useless man to me. I'm fuck what you heard.
You and Jordan Peterson. You, me, and Jordan Peterson agree.
I agree.
You should be a danger. You should be the most dangerous man you can be. And it's funny, the Padawan jokes. He says, 10 years from now, when you're 50, I said, when you're 50, he's like, I'm gonna take you. I said, when I'm 50, I'm gonna be even more dangerous than I was at 40. He's like, I said, let me explain. I said, let me explain this to you, man. You're 19. You're young. You want to go rounds and try to look impressive, trying to knock somebody out or break a limb. Me, I'm gonna be the type of guy that's gonna fucking destroy you. Okay. I'm gonna destroy you. Why? Because I'm gonna be like the type of guy who's gonna pepper spray down your throat, tase you on your belly button, and then go to work on you with a goddamn lead pipe. And they're like, wait a minute, what you mean? That's the type of shit I'm on. See, you're trying to win. You're trying to look good. I'm trying to win.
Yeah.
Because at that point, you don't have the stamina like you did in 20, 30. Hell, even if you do, you don't have the fucking mental tolerance.
Nope.
No. My
You
buddy,
just want to end this shit quick as violently and as suddenly as you can.
well, that was the line my buddy Ron used to say, which was youth and skill will never beat old age and treachery, because you lose that patience when you get older. You just going in for the kill, pretty much. It ain't about being fancy. Did my form look right? None of that shit. Look, fuck all this. I will break your motherfucking arm, your leg, whatever the hell I got to, bust your fucking nose, whatever the fuck. Because like Alonzo said in training day, you want to go to the hospital or you want to go home? I'm going the fuck home. So I get back to my PlayStation and beat my dick or something. I don't give a fuck. But I got kids. I got a grandchild. I like being around for them. So fuck you. That's what it's going to be. It's going to have to be that. That's just what it's going to have to be. So you get to that point when you're young, when you don't care about anything, you willing to throw your life away on dumb shit. And that's when you start fucking with grown ass men who actually have something that they want to stick around for, which means it's kind of going to trump your need to die and go out in the blaze of glory. You little young gun. You're going to fuck up. You're going to fuck up on the wrong one with that dumb shit.
It's like when a guy told me when I was walking foot, he's like, "Why you gotta take stuff so personal?" I said, "If I did, I would put two in your." I said, "If I did, I would have put two in your head and walked away."
Yeah, if I was taking it personal, you better hope I never take it personal. I had a coworker. She repeated something I told her in the warehouse the other day. We were talking to another contractor, and he said, "I'm sorry, I didn't mean to piss you off." I said, "Oh, you didn't piss me off. You didn't piss me off. You wouldn't want." And she said, "Yeah, you wouldn't want to piss him off." I said, "No, you wouldn't. You'd never want to talk to be pissed off, because there wouldn't be no goddamn talking." That's how you know you didn't piss me off. It wouldn't be no motherfucking talking. So no, you didn't. You didn't. But she was repeating that shit because she remembered me saying that. It was like, "No, you ain't seen me mad. You wouldn't want to see that shit. That's not a face of mine you want to see me make."
You know, like me, you wouldn't.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. Yeah, you wouldn't. That's not a face you want to see. It's just not. You'd rather see me laughing and joking with your ass. You don't want to see me angry at you. Not my anger focused on you. That is not a good place to be in. Good fuck all that. I've had people angry like that at me. That ain't a good feeling to look back at somebody like, "Oh, this motherfucker really is thinking about killing me."
And that's the thing.
Woo! Calm the fuck down.
Yeah, that's the thing. I try to tell your boy.
I didn't really fuck her. Okay, I didn't really fuck her.
Yeah.
Relax, nigga.
Yeah, and that's the thing I try to tell your boy. I said, "Look," I said, "you don't even know who and what you're offending." Like when James was telling them when he was boxing and kickboxing with all these people around the country and different people in the world came to the gym, I said, let me put it to you this way. When you go and you can kickbox in the Netherlands, where we have the best heavyweight kickboxers in the world, like Alberto Hoost and, you know, Doug Rufus and shit like that, Boss Rudin, people who, like, yeah, you got Thailand where they have the best lighter weights. The Netherlands have the best heavyweight kickboxers ever, period. And you're telling me that these are the guys like Tate sparred with? I said, nobody challenged that motherfucker to a fight because he's gonna embarrass you.
Look, I'll say this about Truth, and I got a lot of love for Truth because he's young and he just don't know any better. That's the only thing I give him grace on. He just don't know any better, right? But
that boy,
what I know about Truth so far is he's really still trying to find himself, and he keeps trying to pick fights with people that would actually fucking destroy him. Because before it was on to some Andrew Tate shit, he was trying to fuck with Angry Man and trying to get Angry Man's attention. And I had to tell his ass, you know, he run a stream every fucking night. You can go over there and talk that shit to him if you want to. But I'm telling you this as a cautionary tale. You don't want to do that. You don't want them problems. And that's what it was. You don't sit here on this panel and talk shit about somebody that we all know. Nigga, he right over there doing his own live stream. Why don't you go over there and say that shit to his ass?
Yeah.
Oh, he'll probably block me. No, he won't. No, he won't. He'd love to eat your little ass for a snack, nigga.
And he'll embarrass you verbally, and then tell you nigga got to fight.
Because what's the line? It's a line from a movie that I love, and it said the only problem with kicking your ass is that it would be too easy. That's it. That's it. Shut the fuck up. You're not gaining on notoriety from talking tough at motherfuckers you would never want to see in person. Quit it. Like
the phony tough and the crazy brave are amazing things.
Fucking cocky. But what I get triggered about with the younger generation is that they got a lot of that. A hell of a lot of it. Because nobody has ever hit their ass. Like, I don't know if you saw it, Charles, on Instagram. There was a video I put up that somebody had sent me where this little young white boy at a hockey game is talking shit to this other bigger fat white dude.
A bigger white dude.
Talking all that shit and called him a nigga. Yeah, niggas, just sit down in your seat, nigga. That white dude, bah! Punched him right on his fucking chin. Just sent him ass, nigga. Just got him right in the triangle of blood.
Bro, I tried to jump in too.
And then the chick tried to jump in with all them overhand slap boxing punches and shit. He had that boy by the collar, and what was he yelling? Yelling some bullshit. I was in the right? I was in the right. What's all this crying? Start throwing hands. You was talking all that shit. He hit you. Okay, you didn't go down, but he didn't put the full drift into it. He halfway was going to really drift you one time, but he went for the contact and pulled back. So you got hit and went back. You didn't go out. Cool. But you came back and you ain't swinging. Grabs you, he had you by the collar down. You wasn't doing shit. Shut up. You guys are full of shit. Quit it. I seen that shit in person. Every time one of these motherfuckers actually get another grown man's hands put on their ass, they start screaming like little kids, crying for their fucking mama. Somebody need to come get this dude. Get this motherfucker off me. You sound like a bitch. You sound like a whole bitch. Where was all that big shit? Where was it? You didn't think nobody could touch you. That's the problem, right? No, people touch you out here in the real world. Especially if you fucking with another grown ass man. Watch your fucking mouth. He could have really beat the shit out that dude. The only one that had more spunk to come back throwing hands was his girl. Like, that was stupid. You was really dumb in that shit. I know who sent it to me. My boy Ford's dad, G.I. Joe. He the one sent that shit to me. And that's why I sent it back. Who the fuck was he calling nigga? He said, "Oh, the big white dude in it." I said, it's a rhetorical question. I know what he's saying. I'm just saying. I said, this is what happens when listening to rap music goes wrong. Yeah. You need to stop using that shit. That is not your deal. That's not your deal to be using. But white dude didn't like that shit. He stuck him right in his fucking face for saying that shit to him. Like, that's what it probably should be. Appreciate you, Beastly, for the cash app. I forgot to write down the damn cash apps. I probably hit the goal a while ago, and I forgot because I got 3 cash apps. Tate is the one who helped Idris Elba with his striking and kickboxing documentary that he did, where at the end of the film, Idris Elba entered into a kickboxing bout and wins. Look, I'm not doubting Andrew Tate can actually fuck somebody up. I'm not doubting that shit at all. Just from the fact is like, yeah, he sparred MMA, and I watched his form and stuff like that on some of his videos. I thought he was fucking around with nunchucks, and then like, oh wait, this nigga actually know how to fight. Okay, he ain't got a problem saying whatever he's saying. That's why it's only chicks rising up talking shit. They thinking they won't get the hellfire slapped out of them. This is probably falling back. Yeah, okay, that nigga might actually fight. No. Like arguing with Dave Bautista. He's a bitch, Dave. Okay, don't take Drax as who he really is, nigga. He ain't stupid. But that's the thing. It's like Truth is just saying that shit to say something reactionary, like he's gonna get some damn attention. And to me, that lets you know that he doesn't get enough of that in the real world. Right. That's what it is. He wants that respect to these men in this space, and that's all well and good. But that's not the way you get it. And the reason you don't know that's not the way you get it is because you don't deal with enough dudes. You don't deal with enough grown men. Put it that way. So I'm sure he got friends his age, but they all on the same shit. So who's going to tell him you fucking up? That's not the way to go about it.
And the worst part about it is, every time somebody tells you you want to be respected as a man, you got to do manly things. You resist it. If you went to the military right now, went to boot camp, you would get a certain type of respect from people, especially
Shit,
being.
if I could go, I would go. Take my old ass. I'd probably go.
They probably will now.
Can't get nobody else. Like the way things are going, the bar is dropping. How much I got to run?
Think about it, right? You don't have enough 18-year-old males who can do just enough to make it to basic training, not even the PT test, just enough push-ups, pull-ups, sit-ups. They're so fucking weak.
But they were made like that on purpose.
Yeah. It's funny because I heard this little, I think I have it in my community section, where you have this little effeminate twink. Men are not supposed to be aggressive. They're supposed to be submissive. And you have this fat.
I think I heard that. I was like, who is this motherfucker? Who you been listening to?
Guy said it's okay not to be strong. It's okay to be weak. No, it isn't. Not for a man. It's never okay for you to be weak. It's not even okay.
No. Look, anybody who say that shit probably ain't never been a kid that's been small and bullied. It's not okay for you to be weak.
Mm-hmm.
Look, all men have weaknesses, but it's not okay to be weak. It's not. It's never okay to be weak. Look, even if you're trying to get a piece of pussy, the woman don't want your ass to be weak. She don't.
No,
she don't want you to be. Oh, you want this? I don't know. Maybe. Look, Bobby Boucher, shut the fuck up. No, get the hell out of here, water boy. No, we're not doing this. This is not what's happening. This is not making me wet. No, fuck you. Go back and do something else. It's not okay for a man to be weak. It's not saying that you were going to be the top of the fucking heap. You could beat Mike Tyson and Andrew Tate's ass in single combat in 15 minutes. It's not saying that, but you cannot be weak. You can't. It's not okay for you to be weak. You were too much prey for everything else out here in the world, which means you can protect shit because you can't even protect yourself. It's not okay for you to be weak. It's not. You at least need to be able to defend yourself. Just yourself. At least enough to get out of there. God damn, that's so fucking. This is why a lot of the stuff that they pump out here to these younger men and females is so detrimental, and why I come down on it so hard and point it out is because look, man, you're fucking up the generation behind us so detrimentally, so detrimentally.
I remember it was
barring a war. They won't even be able to protect yourself if the country just went to shit and it wasn't a war. They wouldn't be able to. You think this Last of Us is entertaining? It's not entertaining. It's actually scary because if you put these people in this situation right now, we'd all be fucking dead.
Yeah, you
would all be dead.
You better pray that guys like us still have some youth and fight in us.
Yeah, because if it was up to young motherfuckers, they wouldn't know how to shoot without a controller. They wouldn't want to fight, and they wouldn't be able to tap into their masculinity because that's all toxic. You basically deballing men and making them put a zipper on their nutsack.
The worst part about that whole scenario, hence the reason why I want to move to rural areas, is because these motherfuckers are piled up on top of each other doing that same dumb shit. If the bottom falls out of it, everything, and you got these people in these urban areas, it's
pandemonium. It's gonna be pandemonium.
Come and dominate.
Yeah,
yeah. They're gonna come and take what they want, kill your ass. It's like, oh, you got food up in there? Oh, we taking that shit.
It is gonna be a free for all, and not in the good way.
Yep,
not in the good way. You saw these motherfuckers going crazy during the pandemic just over fucking toilet. You take that mentality, ratchet it up a little bit, and make it over actual life and resource. It's gonna be a fucking the Purge. That's why I don't necessarily like the Purge movies, because they make this shit seem like it'll be fun. It's not a fucking game.
Nope.
It is not going to be a fucking game. And a lot of us, even the ones that think, oh yeah, I'm rooting for this shit, you're not gonna survive. You'll be the first one being out. You're not, because you ain't even prepared.
Not want society to fall out.
Better hope it don't. You better hope this little bitch three-wheeler keeps rolling even on two wheels. Like you can just bounce a little bit. No.
Because I'm gonna tell you something. Those dudes in Texas that goddamn compounds. I mean, these dudes, they will go. They got barrels of tannerite that they get from the damn feed store just so they can shoot and blow the shit up. I mean, just wishing for shit like this.
And Beastly, you got it mixed up. In that situation, it's called the right of might.
Exactly.
Why am I right? Because I got the might to enforce that shit.
It's
So
called
whatever I said is right. Yeah, cratocracy. Whatever I said is right. Nigga, now what you gonna do about it?
That's the oldest form. That's the oldest form of government known to man. Why do you get to rule? Because I can kick everybody's ass, and then you can kick mine.
Yep. Can you kick my ass? Well, no, man. I was just saying it. Shut the fuck up. That's why I'm right.
That's the reason. That's the reason why parenting works, or supposed to. Like I'm bigger, stronger, wiser, smarter, faster than you. So yes, I'm in charge, not you. And it's fundamentally when you have a bunch of these woke, liberal, and I don't mean Democrat, liberal. I mean liberal-minded people. Hold on.
There is a separation between those. Smart people know it. There's a separation.
I understand the liberal philosophy, and it's something that I kind of sort of agree with. But at the same time, you know, I'm like, yeah, Thomas Hobbes was right to a point, but
see, that's the fun part about. To me, that's the fun part about reading people who are in this whole thing, right? Because when I started doing my political journey and investigating all of this shit and reading stuff, I came upon the book of Barry Goldwater, right? Supposed to be conservative. And reading some of that shit, it's like, well, some of this is I actually agree with. If this is the tenets, I kind of agree with some of this shit. But see this part right here. See this part right here. You fucked up. This is where you lost me. Right? So that's why I say when you listen to people who disagree with you, if they can line out their fucking points, if they know what they actually disagree with you about, you might find some commonality on some of that shit.
Yep.
And you might find things that you have no commonality at all, that are totally non-starters for you. That's fine. You work with the commonalities and you see how you can work around these ones that y'all don't agree with. Because on the list of 10, maybe the last 3 you ain't fucking with. Cool. That means since you can't follow all 10, you cannot be part of that group. That's fine. You your own group, but that's fine. I never 100% agree with anybody. That's because you have to keep that objectivity. If you don't keep that objectivity, what are you fucking following? What are you listening to? What do you think the tenets are? Y'all rarely hear me say I'm completely one thing or another, and it's not that I'm not choosing a position. I just know some things in there I do not agree with, and for me to get agreement, I have to agree with all of it.
That's an interesting thing because, like, when I started down this journey, I never thought that I would like law so much, but I actually love the shit now. Because I see what they're trying to do. I can go back into the history and like I can link where we are now to the Magna Carta or the Roman canon, or what BGS talks about, the Court of Chancery or English common law. And I have a clearer view now of what they were trying to achieve with all of this, and then where it went wrong.
Yep, that's why you study. That's why you study that stuff. Like, we as black men, especially in this country, hate the law because the law is always used against us to punish us. For half the time, punish us for shit we ain't even fucking did.
Yep.
Right. So that's why we have an aversion to the law, but that aversion to the law benefits other people. You have to use that shit because relating back to the conversation I was having earlier about the person trying to say, no, there's gray. No, in the law, there's actually some black and white. The law is black and white. You get pronounced guilty or innocent, nigga. It's not, well, maybe he's guilty sometimes. No, you guilty or you innocent. That's black and white. This whole situation works on a lot of black and white stuff. There are some gray areas on understanding, but determinations are black and white. That's just what it is. So the law is good for that, to let you understand if these are the rules of the road for living in a society. You've broken some of them. Okay, this is where they are broken. Yes, you have actually broken this law, but it's there. But it's always a way to find maybe workaround. Where it's not so broken.
That's the thing, because it's a constant fight of dueling philosophies. And you know, when you see the lawyers or the scholars who study the shit and they get excited about talking about it, where it used to bore the shit out of me, now I can look at Supreme Court cases and like the Second Amendment shit. That shit is just interesting.
It is.
It is fascinating.
Look, y'all know who Coleon Noir is. Well, who was Coleon Noir before he was the gun guy on YouTube and Instagram?
He's a lawyer.
He's a lawyer.
Yep.
He's a fucking lawyer who got into this shit.
Mm-hmm. I remember when he was first coming out of the NRA.
Mm-hmm.
I said, why do you think that he's so knowledgeable? He is a lawyer, and it goes back to it goes back to being two-way. There's a reason why, if you look at a pattern like we're talking about, with these people who are two-way or anti-gun, notice they're very feminine, very liberal.
Mm-hmm.
I'm gonna post it this week about this black guy who was shot. He said, "Well, we don't need guns. Why would you need an AR-15?" Like, and it is two black women, and I agree with them. If somebody's shooting at me with an AR-15, I want an AR-15 to defend myself or my family.
I'd rather have one to defend against them.
Yeah.
And then he was like, "Why would you need it? Just get out the house."
Well, here's the thing. It's my thing with that 2A shit. The part they already fucked up was when they started asking you, why would you need it? Motherfucker, because I feel like it don't matter what I need it for. If I'm not breaking no laws and I'm not no felon or nothing like that, then I have the right to have it. So shut up and stop infringing on my right to have it.
Yeah.
Don't worry about it.
I think people don't know what rights are.
Yeah.
Rights are literally limits placed on government.
Mm-hmm.
The first 10 amendment, the Bill of Rights, is just limits placed on government. It means no, you can't do this. The buck stops here. You are not taking those guns. You are not fucking around with free speech. You're not fucking around with religion. No.
Yep. And every time I hear them, at least with the 2A argument, when they start talking about taking that shit away and we don't need guns and shit like that, every time I hear that shit, I always think of Tiananmen Square and that dude standing out there throwing rocks at a goddamn tank.
Fucking tank. Yep.
Throwing rocks at a motherfucking tank. Now, I give them credit for having the balls and still standing out there, but as far as I know how that story went, they ran that motherfucker over.
Yeah, and
you need to keep your government honest. You do.
And I tell people all the time. Let's say you take guns away, which would be damn near impossible since there's more guns than fucking citizens.
Even if it wasn't impossible, it's just stupid. It's just stupid on its face.
But
why would you want everybody defenseless?
Would you really want only two entities to hold guns? Criminals and the government. You're not trusting either.
No.
And I'm like, do you know? I saw the footage from the Buffalo shooting. If a person, because we all know how fucking draconian the laws are in New York when it comes to guns.
I'm in California, so.
Yep, another draconian.
Yeah. I don't give a fuck about what's going on in New York.
I gotta say,
Maryland, they hold hands. Yeah, they hold hands when they do this dumb shit. They do.
Maryland's almost as bad, but they loosened it up for the gun permits. Thank God. But I think it's even weirder because when we look at this shit, you do the studies. The more you arm your citizens, the safer they are.
Mm-hmm.
The more crime goes down. You don't see ladies getting robbed because, one, guess what happens? You don't know if grandma got a snub-nosed 38, okay?
Mm-hmm.
And she'll burn your ass up with it. This is the reason why mass shooters look for gun-free zones. Oh, nobody got a gun? Bop, bop, bop. Oh, you can't carry a gun in a mall. Illinois, you just had a guy who shot a guy, which was impressive, with a handgun 40 meters.
Wow. That is impressive.
Hit him eight out of 10 times, too.
Sheesh.
Look, my thing, I look at it like this, very simply. Like, I always try to break this shit down simply. Look at the amount of, say, purse snatchings or some shit like that, street crime or whatever you have in a place like New York, and then relate that to how much street crime you have in a place that has a open carry or concealed carry for regular citizens. I bet you it's a lot fucking lower because criminals look for easy prey. And if you running up on somebody to rob them or whatever, and you have the thought in your back of your mind, this motherfucker actually has a gun because this is a state that lets you carry guns. That's reduced a lot. Nobody's looking to run up on somebody and get some hot shit put in. They just not.
Let's look at law of nature, man. A lion does not hunt a prime, in shape water buffalo.
No, we ain't get the leader of the pack.
Because they know that there's a chance they'll die. They look for the children or the weak, and or
that one that's lagging behind.
Oh, excuse me, the weak.
The weak.
See, that's why you don't be weak as a man.
That's why you don't be weak because weakness.
I'm gonna be picked off.
Weakness is correlating to victimhood.
Yeah,
you're just a victim if you're weak. I'm sorry, like.
Nature abhors weakness. You don't understand that shit. If you're a part of nature, the animal kingdom, and all the rest of that shit, even if you sit at the top of the pyramid of the animal kingdom, nature abhors weakness. Nature eats weakness for breakfast, lunch, and dinner, nigga. It never stops snacking on that shit. All these animals and stuff like that have gone extinct, they were too weak for the environment. That's why they're fucking extinct. You were sitting there saying you want to eat grass and be a threat to everybody, and something's going to come along and eat your ass. Yeah. That's what it is. Nature abhors weakness. It does not tolerate weakness.
No,
it doesn't. That's just nature. That's just fucking biology.
Yeah. Look at the guy. Human beings are on top of the food pyramid, right?
Why?
Make shit.
Not because I said
smart enough to understand there's a pyramid. Oh shit, that's a pyramid. Let me climb up.
You go out there in bear country, you really start to notice how vulnerable you are. You go out there in the Amazon, you know who's on top of the food chain? Anaconda and the jaguar.
Not your ass.
Trust me. Here's a little tidbit for you. Jaguar has the biggest bite force of any big cat. Twice the amount as a lion, and several hundred pounds more than the tiger, which is bigger than it.
Okay, hold up a second, Charles. I don't mean to cut your flow off, but Toya in here talking about I too abhor weakness. Girl, somebody teach her Klingon word real quick. Teach her that Klingon word. Kapla, bitch. Kapla. Somebody teach her some Klingon. She's talking that sexy. Yeah, talking that sexy shit. Like I too abhor weakness. Oh, stop talking crazy. Talk sexy. Talk to me.
I too abhor.
Sound like a Klingon woman to me. All right, y'all, go ahead. I just had to put Toya on the spot for that shit.
It's funny because yeah, we see your ass up there on Facebook Messenger. We see your ass up there. But what makes it hilarious to me is that all this safe space, safe words, bullies should never be safe. Boy should always be in the uncomfortable until you make it so. And people be like, you know what? It's like Bruce Banner said, here's the secret. I'm always angry. I just try to deal with it and control it. You should be dangerous. Every boy should be on his journey of being dangerous, not saying, well, you know, this hood dick. I said, first of all, Truth, I can hear the way you telling and the way you talk. You're not from any hood. You never been to a Baltimore. I said, first of all, you will be scared shitless because one, there ain't too many white girls, and two,
boy, these Baltimore women would
wow.
And
I forgot that about him. He fucked with white chicks in Sacramento.
That's that. You know what he gets from me? He's like one of those black guys who tries to impress white girls by saying he's so hood when he's really not. I said, I can hear you speculating.
Yeah. I said, all right, Kobe. All right, Kobe.
Yeah. I told him, I was like, yo, let's tell the truth. I was born right before the crack epidemic. So I've seen the crack epidemic as a child. As a teenager, I dealt with the violence of the goddamn 90s. I said, what did you deal with? Let me put it to you. Well, we dealing with racism and how racism
He
you
don't,
got
he
pulled
don't know race. He don't even know racism. Stan.
I said,
See
that's
that
what I
work
told him.
shit.
I said, dude, you
Yeah,
got pulled over by a cop. Did he handcuff you? No. Did he beat your ass? No. Well, I wasn't free to go. That's it.
Cops supposed to detain you, dumbass.
Thank you, Dad said. It's just called being detained, motherfucker.
I said, this is
I
the problem.
got detained too. She was cute. She was a Latina cop, but she was on some bullshit. But I was
Yeah.
detained too. It's
And I was
that's not a
telling
big
him,
deal, nigga.
I said, dude, see, this is the problem with your generation. Y'all trying to make everything worse than what the fuck it is.
Yeah, everything is epic.
I'll tell him what an encounter with a cop is. It's like when I get stopped for speeding, and I was speeding in Oklahoma, and that motherfucker stands behind his door and pulls out his gun.
Yeah.
And I'm in uniform. I'm like, this is a motherfucking state trooper about to shoot my ass down.
Yeah, right there on that dark road. Like, oh shit.
It was daylight.
Understanding your next word could be the end of your life.
Exactly.
Like, let me survive this encounter.
That shit happened twice. Once while I was in uniform, once when I used to get it. It was still 55 miles an hour. So I'm out there doing 80.
The part it was fucked up is that you was in uniform. He still
was in uniform. He didn't
care.
care.
He still pulled his pistol out. Like, oh, this is gonna be a
Trent,
problem. This is a whole problem.
I said, True, you probably never even knew what fucking overt racism was.
He doesn't.
I said, yes, he was like, the boomers did all. I said, look, the boomers are the reason why white people are scared to call you nigga. They whip some ass.
Look, that's why, like I said, I gave him some grace, but he got too much ignorant.
Yeah,
he got too much ignorant at times, and he doesn't want to listen enough, and that's that feminine programming coming out of his ass. Because at his age, I got one homeboy close to his age that I work with, and that was the labor of love, trying to get him out of that shit. He was in the house with his grandmama and some other shit. Parents wasn't really raising him. He was having issues with his daddy, who was out there in the streets, and I had to tell him, your daddy actually probably right. Because you ain't been around all this shit, so you taking it sensitively. Your dad ain't that kind of dude. Probably need to listen to his ass. You're right. Now, I'll be the one to tell you that your father is right. But the reason I'm telling you that shit is because I'm not a female. I have nothing invested in you being a little bit more detached from fucked up women. I have nothing invested in that shit at all. The only thing I get out of it is seeing one get away safe, one runaway slave. You got off the plantation. Run, nigga, run.
It's crazy.
Jesus.
But it's crazy though.
Free. Sorry.
It's funny because even when I'm not that little, but even when my square ass is walking down the street of Baltimore, like walking to the post office, which I do sometimes, I gotta walk. I gotta walk through McCullough Street. I gotta walk all the way past Druid Hill. And when I see a group of brothers, doing whatever they doing, loitering or that whatever dumb shit that they doing, I ain't crossing that street. I'm walking past them motherfuckers. I'm acknowledging them, and I'm keeping it moving.
Because that's called hood skills. That's called hood skills. Yeah. That's called hood skills. When I was younger, I would get fucked with because I was small, but I was the older brother to a younger brother, right? And my younger brother always had fly shit because his grandmother, because we have different fathers, she would spoil him, so she would get him flyer shit, right? But he couldn't defend that shit. So I was always the one out there to have to protect him and bring his shit back to the house. So I've been in fights with one dude, 5 dudes, or whatever as a youngin'. It's happened.
Why I say that shit won't for me.
Right. I don't like that jumping shit. That jumping shit is bullshit. That's where I understood his hyena mentality. Because one-on-one, these guys never wanted to say shit. It's not like I'm walking out there with my nuts in my hand, like, what, nigga? That's not how I operate in the world. It's just not. But one-on-one, they wouldn't want to take it there. But 4 or 5 of them, oh yeah, somebody gonna try to sneak you and all the rest of this shit.
Yep.
So that mentality and understanding that's how people operate, being on both sides of that shit, being the one getting jumped and with the people jumping other motherfuckers, right? You understand how this shit kind of works, and you understand that weakness shit is not what you want to be out there doing, because like the situation you describing right now, if you looked weak, the niggas wouldn't have been loitering no more. They'd have been over there fucking with you.
Exactly.
Because weakness is not a virtue. Weakness is not a virtue in anybody but children and probably women. Sometimes. That's it. It's not a virtue in men. It is not a virtue in men.
Meekness.
You look like a snack. You look like a snack, nigga. People gonna eat on your ass.
Meekness only looks good for women and children, not men.
That's it.
When I'm looking at right now, I'm looking at Howie Long and Michael Strahan. Them big motherfuckers almost look like they can still play. Like, you gotta realize when you want somebody to protect you, I go by the same way I tell people to look at their personal trainer. Does the personal trainer need a personal trainer?
Charlesism 201 2023.
Charlesism. You know, we're gonna have Faulknerisms.
Faulknerisms.
And it's funny because that's the same way I look at protection. And I said, you know, I always appreciate a woman who works out. Why?
Yes.
Because your beauty is almost immortalized. Like one of my friends now, she works out. Right? She did like what, 46, almost 50 miles on a bike yesterday.
She got legs that look like she got some legs on her. But why do you think I like Angela Bassett, even as old as Angela Bassett is? Because Angela Bassett take care of us. Angela Bassett can get it any day of the week. She called me right now and said, "Artisan, I'm coming, Angela."
Do me a favor. Put your numbers in the back chat, and put your numbers in the back chat, and I'll show you.
Fuck you. You got my number. You got my number and my emails. You got all my contact information.
I got the damn. I gotta get them again because I got another phone. You know, a 619.
This nigga right here. Stop getting them burner phones, man. You out the war zone.
You know, you got to get your dope phone. You know, got to get your dope phone.
Look, I've been watching too much of The Wire. I understand y'all a little better now.
Get your dope phone. You know,
you didn't hear me talking about that a couple of weeks ago, Charles, when I was talking about the damn Angry Man finally convinced me to watch The Wire, and I start watching The Wire, and I said, man, I got a lot more respect for Charles now. That's the Baltimore look fucked up. I don't know if they showing the worst part or what, but like that looked like some bullshit. You say walking the beat there, that shit look crazy. That look crazy as fuck. But I'm a West Coast dude, so our shit don't look like that.
Baltimore is got some of the most beautiful neighborhoods that you will ever see. But then you walk a couple of blocks. It's just like going from like Utah to Utah Street, because you got Bolton Hill on the other side of that, to damn Druid Hill, or you just go a little bit further down North Avenue, east to west, and it's just like, damn,
yeah,
fuck these niggas doing,
yeah. See, the closest I relate to that is being out in Frisco and walking from downtown on Mission, and then you just end up in the Tenderloin, in the TLs. You just cross the street and you in the TLs, and it's gone completely from, oh, this is a beautiful tourist place, in one walk of a crosswalk, into what the fuck is this? Sex club, drug addicts, all kind of shit happening out here. It's like, what the did I just trip through a different dimensional zone? What the fuck is going on? It's like that. It's like that. So I'm sitting there watching this shit, and y'all don't think I'm making light of it. I don't think Baltimore is completely like what's on a television show. TV is not real, okay? It's just TV. But at the same time, I'm looking at it and seeing what they're showing of it. And I was like, okay, Charles said he walked the beat out in this bitch. That'd be rough. I can look at the crime statistics. They got statistics like us. Like, that gotta be fucked up. I don't like a lot of boarded up, burned out houses and shit like that. That's like some parts of Oakland look like that. And I was like, that's not appetizing. It's not the shit.
You working with some good shit here, Charles.
Oh yeah. Oh yeah.
Oh man.
This
I like hearing that little brown burgundy thing.
this showing off fashion Negro. Let me see this.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Good Lord.
Slim thick almost.
Yeah, that's the only 185, 190 you should be.
Yeah.
All thighs and ass.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Something going on with them.
She like fine wine.
Can't show y'all because there's there ain't no fair use on this picture.
And
I
she's
like that
about
smile though. She got a good smile too.
And she'll be what, 42 this year in August.
Oh yeah, she doing good.
Keep it up, girl. Keep it up.
Yeah, that's why I was like, you know what? I told her you ain't going nowhere. And I met her when I was like, better off of Facebook dating. And she was like, well, it's, I have a lot in my life. It's too much to explain. Here's my number. So, I said, well.
We're moving on pretty quickly, aren't we?
And it's funny because Baltimore, like he said, we got beautiful $1 million homes, beautiful neighborhoods. There's some parts of it is hood as fuck. Like I'm from Eagle Street. I'm from fucking Eagle Street. And like they rebuilt Eagle Street to the point it's so beautiful. I don't even recognize the shit.
Oh, tell me about it, man. I remember when I first got here in 2016, and I used to drive past Hopkins on my way to going towards Moravia because I used to, bypass the damn tunnel and just go out around that motherfucker. And since they started working, what's that road, Charles? I cannot remember the name of it. The street that runs on the north side of Johns Hopkins Hospital, going out east. But it used to be some of the craziest looking people down there, and business is popping out there right now. The development is just off the chain. I'm like, damn, this place.
The plus side
crazy.
of gentrification, huh?
I mean, because that area used to be all black, and now when you drive through there, you see more Asians. And I'm sitting back like, you know what? It's just like I told these dudes around here. I said, y'all gonna lose this shit. These houses out here are big and they nice, and I'm sitting here on. God damn, I got 3,360 square feet in my house. And I'm sitting back like, man, these motherfuckers are going for less than $500,000 right now. And y'all dudes, these white people are coming out here and buying up this shit like it is candy.
Yes. Easy.
And I was like, man.
That's what look. I understand that how bad gentrification can be, but I also understand some of the benefits that it brings there because I work in the building trades, right? They can redevelop an area and make it a lot fucking better. It can. It will price your ass out too.
Yes,
but
it will.
It can have some upsides, and part of those upsides is that a lot of shit is a lot better. Like when you get used to having things a certain way. And having situations where it's not all fucked up, then you get used to that. You want that. You don't like your neighborhoods all torn to shit and a bunch of boarded up buildings. When I see stuff like that, I think it's a bunch of wasted space. Like, man, we need to put something in here. This don't look good down here. I don't need all these empty vacant lots or fucked up buildings and stuff like that, because I see stuff going to waste. And my mind wants to fix all of that shit. I'm a fixer. So I see shit like that. Like, man, why don't we put a club in here or something like that and fix this shit up? No, they just want to leave it like that. Look, let's not wait for a rush of white folks with some money to come down here and clean all this shit up and buy it for cheap and turn it into something. Why don't we turn it into something first?
Look, it's a gold mine out here. And it's been a gold mine out here for years. But it's just like DC is becoming cost prohibitive. In fact, it already is cost prohibitive. And so it's just as was predicted. It had already started before COVID happened, but COVID shut this shit down. But now it's picking up again.
All right, Charles, I just sent you one. This ain't Grinch's thing of playing bitch for bitch. I never played bitch for Grinch because he got too many baddies. But that's Crazy X. That's Crazy X.
I don't even keep my exes in my phone. I'm like, you know what? Because I
don't either, but I found an old flash drive, right? Old chip from one of my old phones, and it had pictures on it. So I was transferring that shit to long term storage. So it's in the way station.
That's what I do. I keep mine in long term storage.
It's in the way
and
station.
If I remember some shit, I'll be like, man, I need to go and take a look at this.
Well,
shook a little bit too good.
Yeah, that too. But this is what we were talking about with BGS with the animal and stuff like that. This is how I know what my animal looks like. I told you guys this before, is that if you want to figure out what type of woman you're really attracted to, look at a picture of all your exes together at one time and pick out the common traits from each one. You'll see it's the same. Some of the same things repeat in each one of these fucking women. If it's just facial structure, it's what you're attracted to. You take all those common pieces that are there and put them together. That is what your animal looks like. If you're a male, that's what your animal looks like. If you're a female, you do the same thing with all your ex guys, and that is what your animus looks like. It's the masculine part of you that keys on what type of men you actually want. It wants to reflect itself, and it's constantly trying to reflect itself in the people that you actually get attracted to. It's just you. It's just part of you. That's how you can figure out what it looks like. That's why mine looks like. That's why I call mine Selma. Selma Hayek fit. All the shit that I look for.
Slim, thick, and wears glasses. And
wears glasses.
Yep, that's why.
Wears glasses. I always like chicks that wears glasses. And the dirty joke for saying that is that objects in mirror look close. But no, it's something about a chick with glasses. I like a chick with glasses because makes me think she's fucking smart or something. I don't know.
Yeah, man. That's the reason why I go for like very petite, usually around, like I said, just below 5 feet to just a little bit over 5 feet. You got to have a little bit of booty. But that's the reason why I sort of like Japanese, because they're petite. Asian women, it's just like,
that's usually for me when I actually start going through it and actually figuring out what it was I was keying on, because as a man you should do that shit, and that's one of the things that's good for your monk mode. Actually go and figure out what the hell it is you're looking for in these fucking chicks, because when you come out of that shit, after you come out of that little mini monk mode, you have a better understanding of what it is you actually keying on and looking for. You'll see how many people actually fall off the radar all of a sudden that couldn't offer you a slice of coochie and a piece of pie in the same day, and you wouldn't even want either one of them. You can't cook, and I don't want your pussy. You'll see how many people fall off the list right off the bat. I know what my range, my size, height, eye color, hair color, and they might have to wear some glasses and shit like that. I know all of that shit, what it is. So when I talk to a female, she's probably fitting a lot of those categories already. Otherwise, I wouldn't even bother talking to her. I wouldn't. That's just what it is. So there's certain things I key on, like I was telling you guys about the chick in the damn gas station store. I was looking at her calf. She had calves like Charles was just showing on this damn picture. Like, I like the way those things come together. Interesting. Jeans painted on or what? Look at Dale talking about no lies.
There you go, Charles. I just sent you a picture of my favorite ex-wife.
Here we go. This nigga right here. I don't get to see. Fuck you.
I don't have your number.
It's
Charles,
in the private chat right there. Oh, that's dead set shit right there. I'm gonna take that shit too. I'm gonna take that shit like a stalker, nigga. Then I can check on your ass when you ain't been around in these internet spaces in a bit. Like, where the fuck
I'm gonna be around a lot more after the 21st.
Court.
Yep. So
do what you gotta do, bro. Do what you got to do. Look, I'm sending you good mojo for all of that. Whatever good mojo I got, I'm sending it to you.
Hey, if it make me want to go to the bathroom and spill it on the floor, I'm good.
Okay, I won't send you that. I'm just marking it down. Just marking it down. I could send you the same picture I sent Charles, but I ain't gonna do that shit.
Oh, there you are. I see your number now. Okay.
Yeah, we'll say the Jergens for some other.
Man, it don't even require Jergens anymore.
Look, it don't.
I
Like,
just stand
wow.
there and it come out.
look, JT showed up in here. JT and seen some of my exes. He called me what did we go out the last time? Motherfucker called me the Asian whisperer. What the fuck are you talking about? What are you talking about, man? I just pick up on the signs. We was out at the Japanese restaurant and the chick was wearing a certain kind of nails and smiling a certain kind of way. So she like, brother, there's 3 of us here. She keying on you. I don't know why. I'm not paying no attention to this chick. But I can tell that. I can tell that much. What up, artisanmc? The doughboy finally rolled home. Good gracious to you.
Yeah.
There you go. Doing goofy shit. The rest of y'all can't see this shit. It's not offensive.
It's the only picture I gotta just check my phone.
No worries. I got dead set locked in. Oh, this nigga got the good old school 90s R&B pose.
Yeah.
There you go. Shoot. I do like a good smile. I do look at a chick's face too, yo. It's not all body. Gotta be worth looking at. Gotta be worth
Come
looking
from a family of 10 siblings.
Jesus.
Mm-hmm.
She one of the 10 of us, huh?
Yeah, Louisiana girl. North Louisiana.
No, Louisiana girl. See, this is the problem with me living in Cali and being as weird as I am into this geek shit and stuff. There ain't a lot of black chicks that like this shit. That's just what it ends up being. So I go where my food options are plentiful. That's just what it is. I catch the prey that I catch. It's just what it is. But I've never made no bones. Yeah, I've never made any bones about it. If I can find me a nice chocolate skin sister that like my little yellow ass, I'd be all over that shit. It's just what it is for me. Look, I eat what I eat.
Yeah.
You eat what you eat till you find better food. That's just what it is. If you can wake them up, then don't date them. If you can't wake them up, don't date them. You're supposed to be able to wake them up because I put them to sleep. That's when you get up and do the happy dick dance. Knock that bitch out.
Best girlfriend I've ever had. There she is, right there.
Oh, here we go.
This one.
Sorry, this is smell-o-vision, not. What up, Donnie Mac? It's worse than the Midwest. I don't know. I went to Atlanta. I saw a lot of nice-looking chicks. Nice looking chicks. I just say Atlanta because I ain't went nowhere else in the South. That's just what it is. So I only can judge it on Atlanta, even though Atlanta gets to get graded on the curve because it has a lot of black colleges there. That's where a lot of people flock, right? So chicks I've seen could have been from New York, as far as I know. I don't know where the fuck they're from. I just know they was in that area when I saw them. They look nice. I like seeing nice looking sisters. I really do. I just don't see enough of them out here because places I end up going, they usually ran down, bloated, very hood. That shit ain't interesting to me all the time. But every once in a while, I do see a hood chick that I just think I really want to bang her out just because I don't.
Yeah, sometimes I want to get savage with them, but then I remember it's Baltimore.
Savage. Get that Klingon love. That thug passion. This fucking G.
That's my best girlfriend ever, man.
You are not shit.
You can see the cherry picker. You can see what I'll change the engine in it.
Yeah, I changed the motor. I gotta run it just the way I like her.
Yes, sir. She sat up in my garage. I worked on her. I made her. I fed her. I clothed her.
Clothed her. I protected her. I provided for her. She never gave me no lip. Never betrayed me.
The only thing she did,
everything I like. She submit. She submit and play her role.
Take her top off and get her naked and go cruising in public, man.
No shit. Take the bra off and run with the titties out.
Man, you know how much pussy I got in that Jeep? Them boys.
Yo,
y'all rolling like this in Texas?
Toya, what you embarrassed about?
Who embarrassed?
Is she embarrassed? What is that? Is that a weepy-eyed emoji? I can't see that shit. It's getting late for me. Getting my old man eyes. It's a pretzel?
Yeah.
Oh, you like doing some... Let me quit.
You about to get in trouble, man.
She about to get the whole Scorpio out.
Be careful.
She about to pull the whole stinger out of my...
Toya's got that seductive voice. I mean,
she do. Toya like doing that shit, dude. Toya got that cheesecake. She got that little cheesecake freak in her. I know it. I be seeing that shit. It's like, what the fuck is she doing? She knows.
Yeah.
She's trying to get that whole get over here. Trying to arouse the beast. Leave me alone. Leave me alone.
Yeah, she shot the shit on me when I came up on her live stream one night.
Did she? She was talking sweet.
She started talking, and I said, "Damn, who the hell is this?
Yeah.
Is this the same Toya who be on Arts?"
Yes. Yeah, that's why me and BGS was giving her shit when I saw this little profile picture she got up there. It said, "Shit, that play button covering the lips. Where the fucking lips at? What the fuck we doing?" Like, come on,
Yeah,
BTM, stop shitting on us.
Yeah, don't disappoint me by having thin lips.
No, she ain't got no lip.
Mm-hmm.
I looked at one of her little Instagram things the other day, and it was just a side picture, and it was just all lip. I was like, let me get off of this shit. Get off of this shit. Supposed to be doing some goddamn work. She got me looking at fucking little live clips. You know what you're doing. You ain't trapping me. You ain't trapping me. I will not be trapped.
Do not mess with my monk mode. That's all I'm saying.
You will not mess with my meditation. My Zen meditation.
Oh, thank you, Toya. Right back at
you. Right back at you. Yeah, man. Yeah, little freak. Toya nice. Oh, this is the one. She said, dead set right back at you. Here she goes. See, she's trying to be sweet in the space. Ain't that a bitch? You get a long way being a sweet black woman in the space. Goddamn.
Hey,
and she can fucking cook.
Brother, a sweet black woman is something I always welcome.
I'd welcome that shit too. I've known a couple of sweet ones. I'm not saying I ain't never dated no damn sisters and no shit.
Right.
I have. I know some sweet ones. It was just weird. It was weird for them. I was a weird dude.
That first, the picture I sent you of my first wife, she was sweet. She was real sweet.
Yeah, I haven't found too many like that. I get these overly fucking masculine ones that think they're gonna be talking to me like mama used to talk to me. Like, I don't do that shit. That's not how I roll. That was my mama. That's why she got away with that shit. You don't.
And the size that she was when you saw her in that picture, she was the same size 15 years later when we got divorced.
Ain't that a bitch?
Yeah.
It's got a height.
Man.
Got a height.
Nah, but I went and started fucking around with some other chick.
Well, it is what it is.
It is what it is. Yeah.
It is what it is. Shit,
no shame.
Moves on.
It happened.
No shame, no blame. No blame.
It just happened like that. I wish I'd have cheated on with my Jeep more. Because if that was the case, I'd still have it.
That's something you don't hear men say too often. I wish I would have cheated more. Cheated on her with my Jeep more.
Man, I bought that bitch in Montana back in 1997. And I used to, we used to take that bitch off-roading all of the time. I just needed a little bit more pep in the engine. And you're talking about the wild. Montana is one of those places where out there in Missoula National Park, the white folks would get attacked by mountain lions every single day.
Were they happy being weak? Dead set?
No, in fact, it was just like a thing. It was like, here's what they would say. It was like, well, if you get attacked by a mountain lion, it's trying to eat you, so you got to fight it. That's all they say.
Because they want to eat. Because it's look, if you get attacked by a mountain lion, you was probably doing something wrong. You know why? Because you was out there smelling weak. That's why I went after your bitch. Just tells you what's going on. Like, what the fuck? Why is it coming after me?
They like travel in groups because they won't attack you when you're in groups. Do not be out there on your own, and keep your children near.
Keep your children near, because they will run off with your shit.
They will drag that little motherfucker off, take it up a tree, and start chomping.
And you will have to call home to the wife. Look, we need to start over because we lost this one to the mountain.
But that's
not
the thing,
getting
man.
that bitch back.
They had wolves out there, running in free range, and the shit was just integrated into their life.
Yeah,
they just didn't care. It was like, it is what it is.
Yeah, they're just other fucking animals out here. These motherfuckers over here. Okay, whatever.
Yeah, but they'll shoot you in a minute though. I mean, if hunters, like, you would see a trailer sitting on like 1,000 acres of land out there, and this motherfucker own all of it. Right?
Yep.
But these sharp-eyed motherfuckers, they would see a dude all the way at the end by the tree line and be like, what are you doing on my land?
Yeah, you passed that post, motherfucker. What you doing?
And brother,
it's kind of land I want.
They be aiming down, ready to rifle your ass down.
Look, I'm from the city. I'm from California, so I'm pretty much city. And what I think of when I want peace is space like that.
Yes.
Having a place where you can have space like that and actually have some land, an acre or so, half acre, quarter acre, right? Where you can have some land and just, you can put a Bear 50 on your roof and be like, what the fuck is you on my land?
Yep.
What are you talking about? I'm talking into a speaker. Nigga, you own my land. Like, I see you. I see you. I got the scope on you right now. Get the fuck out of here. This is not your place to be. I'm gonna let one run off right by your foot. You walk any further, that's your ass. I want some land like that. That'd be fun for me. Have that kind of space. Get people away from your ass a little bit.
If you want to see some rural patriots, though, man, you go up to Montana, South Dakota, North Dakota. Those dudes, they won't mess with you, but you don't fuck with them either.
No, exactly the point. That's what I was gonna say. He's like, they won't mess with you, but don't fuck with them. You don't have to have them problems like mountain men. You don't have to have them problems. Don't make me come down out this mountain.
Yeah, they're trying to come down out this mountain in the first place. If I come down, somebody dying.
Yeah, we know who you are. You that one black dude in town. Yeah, we know. Just don't come up here. You come up this trail, you better let off a signal flare and wave that flag. The white one, high. Wave it high so we can see it.
Pookie Truths would not do well in that environment.
No, they wouldn't make it. They would. The thing with a truth or people in truth age group mentality, they'd be too scared to leave. They'd be too scared to leave. I've seen that with my brother's friends. It's like he had a great opportunity that would have been better for him for his life. He could not get away from this hood shit because that's all he knew. So he was too afraid to take that shit and be out of here and away from here and having something better for his life. Because when I hear them talk all this tough shit, I always know they ain't been nowhere and they don't know anything. And they're too afraid to actually leave here because they know they don't know anything. They don't know if they would survive somewhere else. I always think about leaving this bitch. Always. My only thing that's kept me in California this long was my kids. And then my son had a grandchild, or my son had a child. And I became a grandfather. But even then, it's like, nigga, I can still leave. I ain't seeing you all that often. So I could still leave. That was the only thing that kept me here. I wanted to be gone from here. I didn't. I had a child early, and I wanted to be in my child's life. I did not want to be somewhere else. Not seeing them, not being able to do anything with them. I didn't want to do that shit. My father was in my city. I wasn't never seeing his ass. That wasn't cool with me. So I would not leave. I would not leave my son. And then I had a daughter, and then I definitely wasn't leaving. And now my daughter's out of this state. My son is still in this state. And my son had a grandchild. So it keeps being things that pop up to keep me from being able to get the fuck away from here. Like, I guess I ain't gonna get it. I can take a vacation, but I can't relocate completely. But even on this job, when I put on my fucking thing for my review, my raise, and it's talking about, check the box for relocation. My boss was surprised, like, oh, you relocate? I said, yeah, why the fuck not? My kids is grown. I stay here? Gotta stay here? Somebody offered me some money to go somewhere. I'm gonna fuck out. Why? What am I staying for? Storage? Come on, man. I've seen California. Seen it, lived in it. Awesome. So I always can come back because, as far as I know, the earthquake ain't happened yet. So California will still be here if I leave for 10 years and come back. It'll still be here. It'll just look fucked up.
Well, look, and one thing I loved about California was Northern California. The Eureka area was gorgeous.
Yeah, it is. When I like to say take a road trip vacation, it's always, coin flip, heads or tails, north to south, right?
Mm-hmm.
I love going up north. One of my favorite places is Fort Bragg up north. I've been to Eureka. Eureka is nice. It's misty as fuck up there.
Mm-hmm.
But what you get when you go to Northern California, because that's where I am, the Bay Area is pretty much Northern California. Right?
Mm-hmm.
How Californians view it is Northern California. Now, if you go norther from the Bay Area, you're into all the redwood forests and all of that shit. Yes. All these coastal roads and this misty stuff, the little small towns that look like it might be somewhere on the East Coast, Nantucket, little fishing villages and shit like that. You get that going up north in California. That is the spot I like being in. It is so much greenery and niceness up there and up in the redwoods and shit like that. You'll fall in love with that shit.
Mm-hmm.
You will, because it's a nice place. It's a nice place to be. And the benefit of being in California is if I spend 30 minutes in my car, then one of the places that I go, like when I spend my birthdays, is like Guerneville. It's right in the middle of all the redwood forest and shit. That's what it is. It's just in the middle of the fucking forest on a river. So you can go there, you can hang out. It's quiet as shit. It's like a little small town feel. And if you want to spend 10 minutes, you can get in your car and drive to the coast and see the edge of this fucking continent and wide open ocean and beach and shit. It's beautiful. I love doing that shit because for me, it's a recharge.
Yeah.
For me, it's a recharge. Being just close to some actual nature is a recharge. Feeling that cold air. I get to wear the type of clothes I want to, which keep my hoodies on and my Carhartts and shit like that, with my boots and shit, and just have a good time just relaxing. It's relaxing to me. But I'm weird. Like I said, I'm weird like that. Most people are like, come on, shit, there's bugs and shit out there. It's like, oh, you some bitches. Jesus. Bugs and dirt. Really? That's your reason for not going up there?
I've never been out there in all of that quiet while sucking down a nice cold brew. And brother,
dude, there's a place. What's the name of the place? Goddamn, I forget it. I went up there when I was in elementary school. We took a trip up there. It was past Fort Bragg, and it was a Russian base at one time. Right? It was a Russian base at one time, like back in colonial times, and America took it over and it's still there. And when my daughter got into junior high school, they did an overnight there. And I went with her to do this overnight there. So this is a whole log fort, right? It's basically built out of the trees and stuff like that from the area that they've kept and maintained.
It's about Fort Ross?
Yes. Yes. Thank you, Fort Ross. So we did an overnight there. And during that overnight, you have your fire watch. You have your time where you have to get up in the middle of the night and go do your fire watch shit. Walk around, walk the perimeter and shit like that. Being out there in the middle of the night, dark as fuck, all you hear is waves and darkness and the wind and shit. That shit was some of the most relaxing shit I've ever had. It was. Now it was cold as shit. Why them fucking Russians? I don't understand why they went back. I said they must couldn't deal with the wind because it was cold as shit out there. But you got a couple of layers of clothes on. It's not an issue, but it was beautiful. All the stars you can see, the waves lapping out there. You know there ain't nothing else out there. It was cool. It was a novel experience that you wouldn't get just going up there on a day visit. Right? You're getting to actually be there, live like these people were living, wear clothes that they was wearing in the time and shit like that. And just getting to that whole experience of just being out there, being an early type of settler in a sense, where you carving this place out of this terrain for yourself. You were opposing this environment and setting up stakes in this environment.
Yep.
It was a novel feeling. It was a novel feeling, and it was actually fun for me. A lot of the other parents was complaining about it because they just wanted hot coffee and some Starbucks and some shit like that. And I'm just sitting there with my little, fake babushka on and shit like that. I'm missing this shit. You're missing it. I'm looking up here seeing satellites going across the sky because I can track a satellite and know the difference between a satellite and a fucking star. I was like, this is what I enjoy. This is how weird I am. This is the shit that I actually enjoy. It was fun. It was a fun time.
I think you're more in tune to something that a lot of people have forgotten in the city. And that's that when you're carving out, like as a group of people, when you're carving out something, whether it be a piece of land that you're trying to tame, and especially when the elements are bearing down on you and all you have is each other, man, you're talking about some tribal connections that get tight, brother.
That tribal connection is the difference between knowing what everybody is actually good at.
Exactly.
That's what it gets back to me. You figure out what everybody is good at, and you understand that you do need to have some skills. That if I keep bringing it back to this point, because that's the dumbest fucking point that I heard, it's like you cannot be weak.
Nope.
And if you are weak, if you recognize that you're weak, you do everything you can to get stronger. Because you need to be able to be an asset in this environment and not a liability.
Yeah, can you imagine back in the day? It was like food is a commodity that we cannot afford to lose, and we still gotta feed your ass.
We still gotta feed you, nigga. Look, you're gonna have to go out there and hunt with everybody else. Oh no, them things is out there dangerous. This is dirty and shit. Like, are you fucking kidding me? Look, we can kill you now. You can take this axe and take your ass out there and cut some of this wood, something, nigga, you got to put in. You're not just gonna sit back here and be bitching and shit. No. You're not supposed to be nesting. You're a man. You don't nest. You build nests. Take this axe and get the fuck out there, or take this axe and go fall down on it somewhere, so we save us the trouble of feeding you. That's what it was. It gets really simple. It gets really simple. All the rest of the shit that we do as humans right now is just overcomplicated. Because basically we have a lot of idle time. We don't know what to do with ourselves. That's why.
Yeah.
So we overcomplicate simple shit.
That's why I always like to take on, to sort of like reduce the shit to the least common denominator. It's like, look, we can talk about technology all day and all night, but the thing that hasn't changed in the last 20 to 30,000 years is the human. We still the same motherfucker. So it's just like
still the same ass scratching, foraging for food. I don't know what to do with my spare time, motherfucker. We just got a lot more contrivances and trappings around us, but we still part of this natural world. We still a bunch of fucking animals. And given the takeaway of any of this shit, we revert back to it really quick.
Yep.
So it ain't that far away from us. Not at all.
We are one EMP away back to the Stone Age.
Shit, look, dude. Look, a couple years ago, they didn't even take an EMP. All it took was a little bug jumping up somewhere. The motherfuckers locked down the whole world. People was losing their fucking mind. Look, it didn't take much. Look, it don't take much. It does not take much.
But you know what really shocked me about COVID was how fast nature began to reassert itself.
It does. That's why when you watch those nature shows or science shows or whatever, and they talk about what would happen if everything collapsed and how quickly nature would take all this shit back. Yeah, because nature's always trying to take it back. We are always opposing the environment.
Yep.
That's why that's why a society without men will look overgrown as fuck in a minute. Because none of you assholes about to get out there and do this yard work. It's not. The shit is always growing. It's always growing and coming out. It's always happening. Y'all not doing that shit.
Stone foundations and all kinds of shit.
Look, dude, I do right now. I do maintenance, meaning I'm fixing all kind of shit all the time. Water heaters, faucets, toilets, soup, all kind of shit. Right? If the people that do this job didn't show up for a fucking week, what do you think would be going on up here? These 2,000 or so fucking homes, they'd be overrun.
Yep.
In a matter of days. With the amount of shit that they break and can't do, they'd be overrun in a couple of days. Just don't show up and pick up the fucking garbage every week. See how quickly these motherfuckers have bags piled up outside of their fucking house, like they're building a snow fort or something. Like, come on, man. It will happen really quickly, even just in a week.
Yeah.
They don't want to do none of this shit. That's why I don't want to hear about all of this equality bullshit. This is not equality. Equity, not equality. We ain't equals. We are not. And yeah, you can pass life through you because you ain't. It's just a birthing process. It's not you sitting there. I'm creating life. No, that's not what the fuck you're doing. Okay, you took a seed, it planted in you. You let it gestate and grow your soil. And it's not reducing you, but that's how the biological process works. You don't create shit. You just provide the suitable soil for it to grow in, and then you let it pass out of your body into the world. That's about it. Otherwise, you'd be a serial killer every month for every period. You'd be
That's what I always say. My wife, she's just a dirt I planted my seed in. That's basically it.
That's why I call it a seed.
And Neil deGrasse Tyson has this really great take on the universe. And I really love it. He says, you sit there and talk about the tranquility of nature and the universe. And he says the universe is trying to kill human beings every single day.
Every single day.
It's like,
what's that joke they say that breathing oxygen has 100% mortality rate? 100% mortality rate, boy, undefeated. Everything that's ever breathed oxygen has died. 100% mortality just for doing that.
And then take it to the fact that the other fact is that we're actually breathing flammable gases.
Exactly. Exactly. It's awesome.
Man, take the nitrogen and argon out of this damn shit. We'd be on fire right now.
Burst into flames like fucking Roman candles. You would be looking like the Human Torch in this bitch.
Man, it's amazing when you sit down and think about this shit. And then, when you see people like on social media talking about all of this dumb shit, I'm sitting back like, man, the wonders that's around you. That's what here.
That's what I get into. I told you my first love as a junior high school kid that I wanted to be a scientist. I really did want to be a scientist because science got you into all of this other stuff that I was interested in. Astronomy, solar system, physics, all of that stuff. Biology, it got you into all of that stuff. All of this stuff is interested in me. I packed in a lot of information into my head about all of this stuff because that's what I always gravitated to. But, BTM in here can tell you a lot of the stuff that I throw up on Instagram and shit like that is pictures of doing fun shit and then nature stuff. Some waterfall somewhere that's the highest in the world that I never knew about. Like, goddamn, yeah. Some active volcano and people getting to walk there and look inside of it. Like, that nigga crazy. I'm like, where is that at? Can you go there? Like, that's just how I am, dude. It's like, that don't look crazy to me. That looks really interesting. What is that like? What's going on over there? The world to me is not this big suffering pit of untapped wonder or just a boring place that everybody fucking live in and it's nothing new or exciting here. There's a lot of shit here. It just depends on what you into. You into all this dumb shit, you're gonna be real bored because it's all repetitive.
Yep.
It's all repetitive. But right now I know somewhere in the world there's a volcano going up, I believe in the Pacific. And a whole new continent is being made right now. A whole new island is being made right now. Not a continent, an island. And I also understand that the tectonic plate, how it's actually moving to make that volcano erupt in that spot.
Yep.
That things are actually happening the whole time on this planet that you're walking on. That interests me. That kind of shit interests me. It's not conversation that make a chick wet unless she into science, unless she a nerd that wears glasses and into that kind of shit.
Yeah.
I'd light up her botanical fires with that shit. But if she's not, if she's some bitch that's into love and hip hop and nails and getting fake booties and shit, nigga, you weird, you lame as fuck. Like, yeah, let me be lame. You ain't got nothing to talk about. I don't even think I would let you do you the honor of sucking up. Smirch the good name of my penis with that bullshit. never needed a dub head job. But that's what it is. That's the kind of shit that I know and I get interested in that actually spurns my intellectual fires, and not all this dumb shit. This other shit don't fucking matter. It's not even important. Like, I can rail about geekdom, but geekdom is one of the things I like about. But in the grand scheme of things, I know none of it means shit. It's just something we do to pass the time. But there's more going on than just that. There's more going on in the world than just that. So that's it for me. There's other things that you can get into, and when you use those things and focus them into understanding who you are, you remove the vagina from the equation. You start seeing things a lot more clearly. It actually improves your relation to the people who carry the vagina when you decide to re-engage. It does change that. It does change that dynamic a lot, and that's what to me, that's what men should be striving for. Should be striving for that full actuation of yourself, actualization of yourself, because then it helps you in dealing with all the rest of the shit. With if women is your biggest mountain to overcome.
Kevin Samuel said it best. Realize that women are human beings.
Yeah.
Plain and simple.
They're human.
Forces of nature, just like we are.
Exactly. They're human beings. They're about as regular as your ass is. They're not perfect. They're not angelic creatures. They can look really beautiful at times. They can look really fucked up at times. Because you have never lived till you've seen a really beautiful woman talk all kind of hateful shit to you. This is a whole fucking demon.
Yeah.
This is not okay. Like, Charles, you just saw the Crazy X picture. That motherfucker could say some shit that'll make you want to punch her with your full strength in the face. For real. She will say some of the most that face will say some of the most hateful shit that you have ever heard of. And I've had to hear that from that bitch. That's why she's my Crazy X.
Oh,
I looked at her like, nigga. Oh, well, you didn't see the picture. Well,
no, I didn't see it. Wait a minute. What's this right here?
Picture. That's the
Charles sent me another one.
Charles in here. He's been quiet.
Oh my gosh!
I think he been phone talking to her. Charles saw that shit and was like, "Oh, let me holler at her for a minute." All right, girl, let me put this BMO on you.
There's one thing though that's disappointing, as you said, because it usually takes a lot to take a man off of his "I want to make" square. But a woman can talk. The best looking woman in the world can talk a man out of wanting to fuck her.
Yep, I call that a failure. Me personally, I call that a whole fucking failure. Is that I went through this with a recent female. It's like, you never want to get to a point where a man is not seeing you like a woman anymore. You never want to get to that point, because if you've gotten to that point, you have actually fucked up. You have actually fucked up, because the more he doesn't see you as this woman that he might like or whatever, that's more of an indication that you have actually fucked up. You shouldn't be in that mode. It's like having a dude wanting to hit you in the face. You should never make a man that damn angry where he wants to be there.
Yeah,
because he's not going to see you as a woman anymore. He's not, and that's what you don't want. You don't want him not seeing you as a woman, because that's what get him to beat the shit out of other men. He don't see them as women. No, he don't. And
yeah,
they weak.
It's not even in our nature to even do that to women. So
no, it's not.
Yeah.
It's not. It is not our go-to. Put it that way. It is not our go-to. You have to push us to that point, and you shouldn't want to push a man to that point. And the problem with some chicks in this generation, like I say, some hood chicks, they think that's what they're supposed to do. That they want to push men to that point, get you all out off your square and acting all irrational and shit like that. And like, that is the dumbest thing you could ever do. That'd be like me walking up in Mike Tyson's face and slapping the shit out of him, calling them all kind of bitches. I might as well just put my hands out and wait for the punch to come. It's coming hot. It's coming hot and heavy, nigga. They not gonna be able
with that booty.
Yep,
brother.
Yep.
Yeah, I would.
Yep.
Oh, damn.
Yep. So I tell you, got to be something wrong. Got to be something wrong to be able to say no to something like that.
Yeah,
That motherfucker was going off the fucking rails.
Oh damn!
Had to for my own sanity.
And you still connected with her?
I can talk to her if I feel like it.
Oh, okay.
But I'm not trying to get all up in a bunch of FaceTime because that's dangerous for me. Dangerous for me. It can be fun, but it'll be dangerous. It'll be like that dancing with the devil in the pale moonlight. Playing with that fucking flame, dude. It's like maybe.
Rather I done danced with too many damn devils. It's just like I'm tired of getting my feet stepped on.
You and me both. So I know a little better. I'm not saying I'm doing a little better, but I know it. I know enough when to walk the fuck away. That's for damn.
Well, that's the problem with me right now. I mean, number one, I'm not through this shit, and it's going to take me some time to recover because still I'm at the point where every time I see a woman, it's just like, I ain't feeling it. I don't care how she looks. She's just, I ain't feeling it.
Because it's always a fucking issue. My thing is, I'm at the point where I don't have time for the fucking issues, right? Mm-hmm. And the problem with it is that they're never really things that I actually bring on. It's always this leftover shit that they've never actually dealt with. Mm-hmm. That's why I always agree with Kevin when he was talking about women need to get some fucking therapy. You do. Everybody needs some fucking therapy. For real. And not to be in there bitching about somebody else, to be in there and work on your own fucking issues for yourself. Mm-hmm. Fix you. Stop trying to fix everybody else. Fix you. If you fix you, that fixes everybody else automatically. Because you'll end up not being in a situation with people that you can't fucking deal with anyway. Mm. That fixes it right off the bat. But that's the one person they never fix. And all this time bitching about other people and never about fixing themselves. Fix you. I worked on me a lot. I've had a lot of therapy from a young age. Mm-hmm. Even after my divorce, I had fucking therapy. That's why I like my old therapists. I remember their names. Those two dudes, Todd, and I'm gonna forget his name right. Dr. Guillory, right? They cool dudes, good therapists, right? Mm-hmm. So it helps you to put your life in fucking context, put yourself in context, give yourself a little grace, and give the people you're dealing with a little grace because they're dealing with your ass at the same time. But you got to fix you so you can be good for them. Otherwise, it's just going to always be you pointing the finger at somebody else, and it's all in you. You're the only thing that ain't changing in every fucked up relationship. Artisan, I've heard about the Flash trailer a couple of times. Not impressed. I have to see it. I was waiting to get off here to do that shit, but we got into a good conversation. I told y'all, a good conversation is like air to me, boy. That's like filet mignon. I'm in this bitch. Yeah. I'm eating all I can. I went all you can eat at the filet mignon bar. Loading up on the sushi. Nigga.
Does she have green eyes, or is that gray?
It's like green hazel.
Oh my goodness.
Yeah,
that's sweet. It's like a dark-skinned chick with light brown eyes, man. That's kind of magical.
I'm getting a tingle right now. I got goddamn pictures, dude. I'm summoning a whole fucking demon right now. This is how you know. I've told women this. This is how you know when you like BGS was saying or Charles was saying that shit. When you shoot up the club and a chick, you are connected.
Yeah.
I've tested this shit out. Mm-hmm. If I think about the motherfucker long enough, she pop up in my thoughts enough, there will be a conversation. There will be a phone call eventually. That motherfucker got hardwired to me. Okay. There's a couple of chicks I know like that are hardwired. I spend enough time throwing some vibes out there, them motherfuckers will pop up. They will turn up. That phone will ring. That shit is scary. Okay. Those, like you say, you went too deep. That's what happens when you go too deep. You unlock something down there. Like in Lord of the Rings, like the dwarves dug too deep. All wrong.
Too deep and greedily.
Too deep and greedily. Like, oh shit. You got that whole flame beast coming up with their whip. Like, what's up, nigga?
But I've always wondered about that because there is a sort of quantum entanglement taking place there at a biological level.
It's energy. Yeah. If you think about it like this, it's energy, but it's another way to think about it is that if you mix blood with another person, they actually have a part of you, right? They do. So why would you think it would be any different for ejaculate or anything like that? They do have a part of you. There is a connection. What is in you has now mixed with them, and vice versa. So it's there. They have some kind of connection to you. Now, if you want to get metaphysical on that shit a little bit, the more psychic you are, the more you're connected. Because for women, they talk about that whole sexual thing as being a connection of mind, body, and spirit. Well, it is in a way. Because you got to open yourself. And when you open a door and you start throwing some of your essence in that bitch, don't be surprised if they're a little connected. Like, nigga, you was fucking around the other night. Like, no, I wasn't. Who told you? They are connected. The women are that more tied to nature's spiritual side. They are. That's why you want them in they fucking feminine and not running around here acting like some broken fucking men. You want them in that because that's better for them. They can give you that side of yourself. If you don't know how to be introspective, you don't know how to communicate with your animus and shit, you really cut off from that shit or it's underdeveloped. You know, you got a grown ass man masculinity inside yourself and a little ass girl in there. It's like, what is this? The Last of Us? We walking only around this bitch? Ellie can't do shit yet. She can't even defend herself. You're gonna have to train that up. That's your animal.
Geek shit, a geek reference. Have you ever read Octavia Butler?
Nigga, have I read? What haven't I read of Octavia Butler? It's one of my favorite authors.
Okay, then you know about in the parable of the sower, the paraceptical medicine.
Yes.
And how they became hyper empathic.
Yes.
That shit was so dope.
Yes. Yes.
Can you imagine? I mean, she was getting raped by the dude and feeling that dude's pleasure. And that fucked her brain up.
Yep.
That level of
I'm forgetting the name of that character, that lead character in that, but one of the things about Lauren, thank you. One of the things I love about Octavia Butler is a lot of her stories were happening like in the Bay Area. Right?
That's true.
So Lauren in this one, she was basically in Oakland. Right. And she walked up to, I think it was Oregon or something like that, or Washington, some shit on 80, on Highway 80. Anybody in the Bay Area know 80. Like, oh, really? You walked up 80? Damn, that's a fucked up road. But what she always feeds in is these characters always have some kind of abilities and shit. Even though they black female characters, they always have some kind of special abilities and stuff like that. Lauren was an empath. Her mother was an empath. Right? They lived in walled off cities, like gated communities.
Yep.
But
in
some shit happened.
Dystopian universe in dystopian United States.
In a dystopian United States. And what happened is, you know, people who wanted their shit thought they was kind of weak, broke the wall down and came in there and killed up a lot of them, and they had to leave.
Yep.
They had to go out of the gated community and be out there in the fucking world. Well, it's tough for her to be out there in the world when she's an overly empathic person that just seeing somebody bleeding or something like that causes her to convulse and cripple in pain and shit like that. It's fucked up. Now, the drug that Seth was talking about did just what it did. It boosted those powers. That was fucked up.
That was but the thing about the point,
it need to happen.
She still had to kill. And how many times did she die after killing motherfuckers?
Yes.
It's like,
yes.
That would be a dope ass movie or series. If
it would, but see, that's the thing. Like we talked about this a while ago, and I haven't watched the show yet. But they took one of Octavia Butler's books, Kindred, and they turned it into a TV show.
Did they?
Yes, it's a current show on right now.
Kindred, that's the one where she went back into the past as a slave.
Yes, or it's the one with the vampires.
The vampire was.
I must have mixed it up because when I did see a little bit of the show, I'm like, what part is this?
Let me see the one with the vampire. I get those titles mixed up.
Yeah, I believe Kindred was the one with the vampire.
No, Fledgling was the one with the vampire.
Was it? Okay.
Yeah, so it was called Fledgling. Yeah.
Okay. So yeah, they've adapted that to a live action. That was one of the things that my mother was trying to reach back out to me about. Was, oh, did you know about it? Yeah, I know about the Kendrick shit. You still owe me an apology. You're not answering that shit. But
yeah, they wouldn't do fledgling because fledgling is too taboo.
They're doing that other shit. You know, they want to use something. The woke mob needs something. They need a hero, so they gonna plunder Octavia Butler shit right now. And I'm not happy about that because Octavia Butler is one of my favorite authors. Read all of her stuff. Legit, read all of her stuff. Hard copy form, not no audio. Hard copy form, and own the books. And I'm really, you know, I'd say protective in a sense of it because they weren't trying to do that shit when she was alive because she was a hard lady to deal with.
Yeah, she was.
Hard lady to deal with. She was not taking no bullshit off these people. And she was a big fucking damn near 6 foot tall.
She was big, square, and
big,
brutish.
Big fucking hawk hands looked like she had slapped the whole color out your face. She had to put hands on you. She was not looking unformidable and weak. Okay, she wasn't. And they weren't trying to do that shit while she was alive. After she died, Warner Brothers bought all of her shit back and start putting it out under Warner Brothers labels. And now this shit is optioned. So I don't know who's managing her estate because I don't think she had any children.
No,
right?
she didn't.
So I don't know who's managing her estate to make sure they do this shit to how she would have wanted it. Because she probably didn't. So I expected to get the same hatchet job that brings a power shit that did to Tolkien's work. I'm expecting the same kind of hatchet job because the woke mob just wanted because it's always black female centered is the hero and as the protagonist, and I'm fine with that. I don't give a shit if it's a good story. It's a good story, but it's a black woman writing it, so why wouldn't it be? I'm not. That doesn't bother me. That shit doesn't play. That's why I try to give you guys clarity on the shit. Where I find objection to shit that's over feminized and shit, it's not because I hate female characters.
Right.
There's a lot of female characters that I absolutely fucking love, but then the ones that I'm having objection with are not good characters. They're not written well. They're not propped up well. They're just shit characters. Like you should like it because it's a woman. Mary Sue's make horrible fucking protagonists.
Yep.
Dude, they horrible. And that's the main thing. Octavia Butler writes good fucking characters. She writes good female characters. The first book of Octavia Butler's I always want to pimp off on people is Wild Seed.
Wild Seed, what's that shit?
Thank you. Thank you. Somebody else who knows. We got one who can see.
Yeah, and the sequel, Mind of My Mind.
Mind of My Mind was awesome. That whole series, Wild Seed, Mind of My Mind, and then there was the third one. It was
the Parable series was they didn't finish Patermaster. I didn't finish that.
Awesome. Oh, that shit was awesome. You got to read about T-Ray. You got to do that Patermaster series and read about T-Ray. That shit was good. But Wild Seed is the first book I always pimp off on people because Wild Seed was the first one my mother got me. We went to Marcus Books and I was reading new books to read, and we got that Octavia Butler. The first one I read was Wild Seed. You get to hear about the lead character, which is Anyanwu from Africa, came over in the Middle Passage, who was a whole shapeshifter and healer. And she ran up on, she was met by Duro.
Duro
was like
baddest motherfucker
around. Look,
yes,
after reading that book, I couldn't look at the X-Men the same way because I could see people were stealing from that book.
Yeah.
Duro is nothing. Shadow King is nothing but Duro.
Yep.
That's all he is. The Shadow King and the X-Men is Duro. That's what the fuck he did. He had been around forever, nigga.
Yep.
He had been around forever, and he just couldn't. He took bodies. He had to wear bodies and feed on their fucking essence and shit. That was Duro was a motherfucker because you never knew who he would show up to you as. But when he start talking, you would know, like, who's this little fucking kid coming over here? Who the fuck is this? Get me water. Oh shit.
Yep. Exactly.
Hey Duro, you good? You need anything? No, this body is healthy. I'll live. Okay. I'm gonna go get you that shit. Dude, Duro was a motherfucker. That's one of my favorite literary characters. Duro, dude.
That's how you write a good villain.
Oh my god, because he was so fucking complex. Because half the time, He wasn't even trying to be a villain, nigga. It's just what he had to do. It's like a great white shark, nigga. I gotta eat. This is just what I do. You gotta stop doing that if you want to be with me, bitch. I can't stop being who I am. I've been this way for like 15,000 years. You think I could have stopped it? I wouldn't have did it already. Like, man,
My man said won't
down.
stop, can't stop.
What's that?
I tell you, go
My
ahead.
man said won't stop, can't stop, Puffy.
Won't stop,
Yeah,
can't stop. Yeah.
One thing I like about the I can't remember her name. What was her name? The Wild Seed.
Anyanwu.
Anyanwu is
Yeah,
pronunciation of that name. The
Yeah,
shapeshifter. It was what I loved about Octavia's writing is that she didn't chintz the character. This bitch was out there fucking dogs. She was turned into a dolphin. Fuck them. She had offspring of damn near every species.
Right, because what she was doing, how Anyanwu powers worked, she had lived for a long time already in Africa as people's healers. And what she learned how to do is stop her aging. She'd make herself look old. She could be the healer because she could take poison into her body, figure it out, and make medicine against it. But the same thing, she shape-shifted with people and stuff like that. She could do it with fucking dolphins or with animals and shit. She just had to watch them and see how they moved and stuff like that. And she could lose herself in becoming it. She would completely become a goddamn dolphin. Eating fish, all the rest of that shit, her internal organs, all that shit would work properly until she has to remember who the fuck she really is, or she'd get lost in that form. And yes, she was fucking having dolphin babies and dogs and shit, all kinds of stuff. But that's what Duro was attracted to her. She was strong. She could always produce him strong children, no matter what form, with the genetic traits that he wanted. So like a good twisted fucking Mr. Sinister or Xavier, he would bring her special people that lived in this world, people with abilities and shit like that. He'd be in their body and would have sex with her and have children, and those children would come out with abilities of maybe Anyanwu and whatever body Duro was wearing when he sired them kids. She would give him generations of children that wouldn't die, that would be strong like fucking Isaac, who I love. Isaac was a motherfucker, boy. Charles, look, think of this. This is who Isaac was. I think Isaac was a white dude too.
Yeah, he was white.
Isaac, this motherfucker is on the Middle Passage with a ship full of people going to the New World, crossing the Atlantic.
Uh-oh. They got him.
Damn, he was getting too excited.
Yeah. Tell my stories, will you, nigga?
But to his point, those are some of the best books that I've read too. It's mind-boggling.
I'm surprised they make a show out of that shit.
Well, that's the thing, Charles. It will be difficult for them to make a show out of that and get it right. Because the subjects that she touched on, they can be considered really taboo. I mean, we're talking about bestiality, but is it really bestiality? You're talking about like in fledgling, you're talking about a vampire who's 50 years old, but she's got the body of a 12-year-old because vampires don't mature into adulthood until they're around 50 years old.
Damn.
And so, one of the big controversies with the book Fledgling is that the complaint is that she was writing pedophilic novels. But when you read it and see what angle she's coming from, because it came out around the same time that the Twilight series came out. Hers was just a lot darker and it was just a lot better. No sparkling vampires. No, this shit is all biology.
Yeah, that's like, you gotta think about it. It's like, why do you like beautiful women? Because really, what it says it's 35.
All right, I'm gonna finish my goddamn story.
Go right ahead.
I'm at work. It timed me out on the work. Like 7 hours, nigga. The shift is over. Yeah, your shift is over. You should be off the internet. It timed me out. I had to log back in. All right, so scene was this dude crossing the Atlantic during the Middle Passage, ship full of black folks going to the New World in a treacherous storm. This motherfucker is up on the bow of the ship, like Captain Morgan, moving the ship through the storm against the wind. Isaac was a fucking telekinetic. He was a strong ass telekinetic. That motherfucker would push that ship through anything because his daddy wanted him to.
And who was his daddy?
Duro. And that's how he talked
Yep.
about all these fucking special people, because that's what he did. He gathered people with special abilities and stuff like that together, like a fucking Xavier. But like Sinister, he would breed them motherfuckers together and make stronger offspring. Because at base, why Doro was so complex, Doro was alone. He was fucking lonely. He was the only one like himself. Yeah, one of a kind. He was a one of a kind being. And he had lived a long fucking time alone. He didn't want to be alone. When he finally found fucking Anyanwu, the reason it's the wild seed is because it's not somebody he sired. He don't know where the fuck she came from. But she was wild and says he couldn't tame her ass either.
No,
he couldn't tame her, but she was too wild, you know. she was too valuable to kill. Because other people, you didn't piss him off. You did not get his ire up even a little bit. Okay, you didn't fuck with him too much. He said no to some shit. You left that shit alone and never mentioned it again in life. Okay, because it didn't take him but half a second to say, "What the fuck you say?" Take your ass, nigga. That's the end of you. he'd be wearing your ass like a meat suit in a minute.
What type of abilities does he have?
Duro's main ability, his only real ability, was that he had to take body. So if you've seen the movie The Fallen with Denzel and Azazel, that angel or demon or whatever the hell it was, that's how Duro is. He just jumps bodies. That's it. He uses bodies for sustenance, and he has to do it. He cannot resist. He has to do it. The body that he takes will wear out over time. And he has to jump to another body. So he always is in somebody else's body. And he's done this for thousands of fucking years.
And one of his greatest abilities was his ruthless intellect.
Yes.
And his ability to persuade. This motherfucker was
game. Game.
She wrote the shit out of that character, bro.
He wrote the shit out of Duro. Oh, his other ability was he would be attracted to special people.
Yes,
like,
that was
like Caliban in the X-Men. He could find other special people. He'd be attracted. He have affinity for finding them. And he would bring them all together. He'd bring them all together, let them have families and breed, and tell them like, yeah, you're gonna go sleep with Susie. I don't even like Susie. You're gonna go sleep with Susie. What the fuck did I say? I'm not repeating myself. You will sleep with Susie tomorrow night, and you will sire some children. Hi, man. The fucking what? Everybody knew. Everybody was afraid of his ass because they knew what the shit was. You did not want to be pissing that nigga off. No. If he was even a nigga, like you ain't never had no young child come up on you talking some all kind of crazy shit and like, this little motherfucker, who is this? It's Duro, dumb motherfucker.
Like Duro, nigga.
Yeah. And that was the thing. He never had to tell people who he was. All he had to do was speak. They understood it as soon as they heard that tone. They understood who the fuck he was. That's what the trippy part about it was, because he would leave for like 100 years. Come back to this little plantation that he made up with these people. They would still know him. They would still know it was him. As soon as he talked, like, oh shit. Hey, how you doing? What you need? Yeah, I need a bed and some food. And some, oh, okay. Hey, get this. I'm like, who the fuck is this? Get him. Don't ask no questions. This motherfucker is ill. Okay. But he lived a long goddamn time. And when you live that long, you get salty. He do not have long conversations with nobody. Only person he would really have them deep conversations like that with a little bit and let him push a little bit of the boundaries was his children, his special children, like Isaac, who could tell him, like, man, Pops, you're going a little too far. Or Anyanwu, who she was too valuable to kill. So she would talk all kind of crazy shit. He'd be like,
but I think Wayne was the only one he really loved too.
He did love her. He did love her in the way that he could love her, because you have to understand, being alive for that long and having to live the way he lived, which is always in somebody else's body, fucks with your head.
Yeah.
Duro is an interesting character and a tragic character at the same time because he is the only one of himself. And all he's really looking for in all this, people being together and having his children breeding together and stuff, he's trying to find another him.
Yep.
That's all it is. He's trying to find another him because he is absolutely fucking alone. And the only reason he don't kill Ang Yanwu because Isaac is the one game to him and said, "Hey, maybe you found somebody who can live as long as you can." Put that seed in his dad's head because after so much time, he starts losing his touch on humanity.
Yeah,
that's what being in monk mode too long or being too black pill will get your ass. You will lose your touch with humanity. You will not give a fuck about none of this shit. None of these people. None of these meat bags walking around this ball of dirt. Fuck all of y'all. It'll be whatever.
And his great
save me, I'm getting run over. Whatever, man.
But that's the reason why that Ang Yanwu could leverage her own death against him. She did it quite a few times.
He did it a few times.
Bring his ass. She would die.
Yeah, bring his ass back to some fucking sanity when he went completely. I would say Duro was black pill. He was black pill.
Yeah, he's the ultimate.
Yeah, he is the ultimate black pill. That wasn't even nihilism, boy. It was just like, that shit actually mattered. And she had to bring his ass back to a semblance of what it meant to be fucking human a couple of times. Like, I will lay here and shut down my whole body. I will just die. And then you will be alone.
And what about her, this Butler's description of Ang Yanwu when she was beautiful and young?
Oh, shit.
Brother.
She was a baddie.
Yes.
She was a baddie. She would revert back to that form at times for him.
For him. Yep. She would only do it for him.
Only for him. Think about this, Charles. You got a bad chick, just like the chick that you was just showing us right now. Y'all together for 50 fucking years, right? She get older and all the rest of that shit. But then you tell her one day, why don't you go back to how you was when you was like 40 or something? And in an instant, she turned back into that form you see right then. Nigga. Blue Chew, and you'll be mainlining fucking give me whatever you gotta give me right now. I need an IV drip. And let me get my walker over there and put my dick on that crutch.
Like some Blue Chew.
Like some Blue Chew.
In the sense, Doro was the ultimate masculinist, and Yang was the ultimate feminist.
Yep.
In that energy, they were so concrete in those two areas that it was just amazing. Man, I'm gonna go back and read that shit.
I told you, that's an awesome book, dude. I love that. I pimp that book off on anybody who wants to read a good author. I always give them wild seed. Read this shit. Because one of the things I'm remembering, which was the coolest one to me, is that after so many fucking years, like Ang Yanwu has had kids, she went away from Duro, her kids had lived and died and shit like that. And she's just in some little ass house somewhere. And this figure just walks up out of nowhere. Just walks up and sits down on the porch. And she just starts talking to him.
Yep.
And she knows who it is. Yeah. And it's Duro. And they just having a real conversation. Now, they had been mad at each other for like 200 years or some shit like that. Like, nigga, stay the fuck away from me, go for milk and don't come back. Like, it was on some shit like that. They was really funking with each other over some shit that Doro did. And Yanwu was not having that shit. He did it anyway. He couldn't resist that shit. He trying to break her. Like, you bitch, you gonna submit to me? Well, no, the fuck, I'm not. Like, he
killed one of her children. I think that's
that's what it was. She killed one of her children. She's like, no, you cannot have him. Oh, I will have him. No, you won't, nigga. What you doing? He did that shit anyway. She was mad at his ass for like 200 or so years, and he came rolling up one day and just in some other body and sat down, and she understood who the fuck it was. Never seen that person before in her life. Don't know shit. He hadn't even said a word. She knew who the fuck it was. And they just talked. They just had a real conversation with each other like an old bitter married couple. That at some point the bitterness goes away and you just understand you're just an old couple together. That's just all you are. And that's how they talk to each other. They just talk. They just had a conversation. She wasn't chastising his ass, but she told his ass flat out, you won't take anybody here. Don't Don't even fucking try it because it'll be a problem.
Yeah,
issue.
because this dude was not even beyond incest. He was like, your brother gonna fuck your sister and you're gonna create a better version.
No, he was not, he had them motherfuckers breeding like dogs. I'm trying to make the perfect Rottweiler. You gonna go fuck your sister. I just fed her. I don't give a fuck.
But
it was
to Octavia
wild
Butler's credit, it was the time period that she chose to do that in during antebellum slavery.
Yes.
When it was.
How do you feel about this shit now that it's this dude doing it, and you breeding these special powers in people? It was a completely different story. It was an awesome ass story, and it takes you from Africa through the Middle Passage into formation of America shit.
Yep.
The settlement in America and antebellum and all that shit. And these characters are like long fucking lived. So they interact with each other a lot, even when they fell out. Because for a while, he had pissed her off so bad, she went and became a dolphin for a couple of damn years, decades or so. She just went off and jumped in the water and was gone, nigga. Can't come get me. She lived as a dolphin.
Have dolphin babies and kept it moving.
Kept it moving. She was out there being a fucking dolphin. She was the biggest dolphin you'd ever fucking see, but she was a fucking dolphin, nigga. Out there in the ocean, just doing that for years, just to stay away from his ass. I ain't gonna be on nowhere online with this nigga. Fuck him and all this shit. Like, but it's like an old couple. Like we were talking, me and BGS was talking about earlier. Like older couples understand that you can have your shit with each other sometimes, but you still come back together. Y'all still together. You know, it's just understanding that relationships with people is difficult. It's difficult at times.
I think sometimes, like especially couples who have been around that long, it's that same type of entanglement that we're talking about when you shoot up the club, but it's it's almost like a spiritual entanglement.
And like you say, Duro loved Anyanwu. Anyanwu loved Duro.
Yes, she did.
She did.
Because
he turned her ass out the first time he saw her.
Yes, he did.
The first time they saw each other, she laid in her hut. He banged that shit out.
Doing a fucking slave raid. They were capturing slaves in Africa.
He banged that shit out. Opened her up completely. She opened up her inner gate, and she was open to his ass after that, but she kind of got repulsed by the shit because of who he was. But he can't change who he is. He has no control over changing who he is. He couldn't. Now she kept trying to make him more human, but he had lost his humanity a long time ago. The minute he started being able to jump from body to body to survive, he lost a lot of his humanity. And after so many hundreds of years and then up into the thousands, nigga, look, humanity is something that's a distant memory for him. This is just who he is. It's just who he is. Like you're trying to defang a vampire. Like, nigga, I still gotta eat. Can't you eat rabbits? I don't like rabbits. I don't like rabbits. No, there's levels of survival, but why should I go down to that? Fuck you. For what? Just so you can be comfortable?
I think there's an element there where they desired to be what each other needed, though.
They both knew that. That was the interesting part. Is that yes, she leveraged her life against him to get him to stop doing certain things, but at the same time, she needed him too because he could give her children too. Because whenever she had children with a mortal man, her children would die.
And her heart would be broken too.
And her heart would be broken. She was a long-lived person as well. So she had seen children, grandchildren, great-grandchildren die off. It broke her heart every fucking time because she would be the type of mother and figure to be there and raise them every day. And this, to bring them into this world and then to see them go out of this world at old age. Dude, that's fuck. That's like, yeah, bruh. Yeah. So in Duro, he could give her children that wouldn't die. That could possibly be as long lived as her. And that's something that she wanted, just like she would give him the ability to not be alone in this world. They gave each other something. That was the duality between the two of them. The anima and the animus coming together in some kind of balance. And they eventually did find some kind of balance.
Yeah, they did.
They did. Till you get to mind of my mind.
And even that was a circus in that one too.
Woo, that was fucked up, dude. But the mind of my mind was the capper on that bitch because she wrote in three story arcs. She wrote 3 story arcs. So each book finished itself off, but when she went back to the book, she would do a second and a third story. So there's a middle one between Wild Seed, something else in Mind of My Mind. Because Mind of My Mind is the third one.
Man.
I'm gonna forget.
I'm probably gonna listen to that one on audio while I'm at work.
I've done that. I could pull it up and show your ass right now on my Audible. Wild Seed is on there because I was talking about it a little while ago, and I went back and got it on Audible just so I can listen to that bitch all over again. And that would make like, I don't know, maybe the 6th or 7th time I've actually went through that book. 6th or 7th time. That book is good as hell to me, and it don't never get old. But I tell you, a lot of shit when you get older, you go back to, after a certain number of years, you go back to it and read it again, just because it's that good.
Yeah, I was that way with Parable of the Talents because something about that Earthseed religion.
Yeah,
it just, man, they were going in on them Christians. They were killing them because they was like, no, you're gonna learn all these religions. And so when they started debating the Christians and they was reading that shit back to them, I was like, yo. And then the other thing about the Earthseed shit was that how sincere it was, because what did she say? She said the only thing we can promise you in this religion is hard work. It was so dope. I said, damn.
Yeah, I can't see that shit, but it's right at the bottom. I told you I ain't got no data to download shit on my phone.
Oh, I see it. Wild Seed.
Wild Seed and 1984.
Because the old cover had the cover of the black girl on it.
Yeah, this is the new cover. This is the Warner Brothers cover.
Oh man, you don't even mention Warner Brothers with Octavia Butler.
Yeah, that is exactly what it is. That's the Warner Brothers cover. I have the original cover of it, where it's the black woman change it into a bunch of stuff. Where her head is on it, it's changed it into a bunch of different shapes. I showed it on here before too. But yeah, on it strong in the stream. Yeah, pragmatic. I thought I was gonna close it, but look, man, a good conversation is like air to me. I like a good conversation where people can actually have a good conversation. So I enjoy that shit. But I am gonna have to get off now because I'm running up against the wall on my storage on the streaming work.
Oh, that's fine.
Because like my video games, I will overburden this bitch. Like my phone, I will use up the memory on it. I will hit the limit.
That's what's up. All right, man. Good conversation.
Yeah, appreciate you coming up, Dead Set, and Charles Faulkner sharing a little chick pics. Fuck you and your chocolate loving ass. If she got a sister, though, nigga, I'm coming to BlurredCon. Hook it up.
Well, you're gonna see me at BlurredCon because I'm trying to bulk up so I can go as my own goddamn character.
Here we go. I'm trying to get there. I'm gonna see if I can find me an Army Navy store so I can get me a flak vest to come to fucking wherever y'all are fucking around. Like, I'm in California. Y'all don't necessarily like Californians on the East Coast.
Man, you're gonna be in DC. Everybody's in DC.
Oh, good. I need to be that body. I need to be one of those somebodies in DC because I haven't been to DC yet. So that's
man. So we got to show you around there.
Yeah. I plan on coming through there. I got the dates the last time on the last stream, and then I know it's happening in VA. So all I gotta do is get the rest of the shit together. That's it.
Listen, back on this.
What dates are you going to DC?
I'm this motherfucker right here. Trying to come for BlurredCon. Whenever the fuck that's happening, that's the time I'm trying to come. I just bank vacation time because I don't even use the shit. So it's not like the old job where they'll actually cut you a check for all of that stuff. If you use it or you lose it. So if I got a shitload of vacation time,
put it in the back chat.
Yeah.
Nope. Let me write it down again. Yeah, 7th and 9th in the VA. I think Aquatechy told me the last time. Aquatechy told me the last time because I wasn't bullshitting. I didn't say that shit idly. I do want to come out and fuck with Charles just so I can see how big this nigga is. I know he only like 5'9". I got 2 inches on his swole ass. Yeah, I thought it'd be fun.
I'm 5'10", so hey.
Okay, well, I got an inch on you. I'm gonna wear my big shoes.
Yeah, I got two where it counts.
This nigga right here. No, but I thought it'd be fun. I thought, and I try to do things that are actually fun. So, what the hell? Why the hell won't I? I bet your troop won't come out and see your big ass.
All right, fellas. I'm gonna jump off and get some work done. Y'all take it
Peace,
easy.
dead set. Good conversation. Appreciate you coming
later,
up. I ain't did a 7-hour stream in a minute. And I did. Peace, Charles. Charles, the Woo Beast, dropped out of here. Thank you to those brothers for coming up. Sharing some time with the West Coast brother, the apparently anti-Super Bowl party. So I'm gonna close it out, y'all. It's 7 hours and 23 minutes on this stream, which means it's gonna be hell to cut off the audio for the songs for YouTube. But I enjoyed the conversation, so we led in with Master Teacher BGS talking about the mini monk mode, and we filtered into talking about some other stuff with the other brothers that came up. So I appreciate everybody who came up and donated to the chat. People I got actually hitting the super chat. Appreciate that. I forget sometimes that super chat is actually active on my thing because I don't talk about it and I don't use it. So it's not for me, it's for y'all. So I forget about it sometimes. So thank you to that. Thank you to the people who donated on the Cash App side. Between the Cash App and the super chats, we did get the goal. So when the goal goes up from 10 to 15, apparently 5 of those would be super chats. So now you know. It's a good way for me to work it out in my brain of what's what. But thank you all for coming up. I will go out, close this out, go use the restroom. I will watch those trailers. I will give you reactions tonight. You'll probably see them tomorrow, hopefully. So I'll give you reactions to those trailers. I already got the Flash and the Marvels queued up here. So with that, thank you for coming through. I've been Artisan MC. This has been Shop Talk Live. I do this every Sunday, 11 a.m. until it ends. Talk about geekdom, life, and all those encompassed in that. So, see you guys next time. Peace.
Armed and dangerous, ain't too many can bang with us. Straight up, we no angel dust. Label us notorious. Thug ass niggas that love the bus. It's strange to us. Y'all niggas be scrambling, gambling. Up restaurants with mandolins and violins. We just sitting here trying to win, trying not to sin. High off weed and oxygen. So much smoke, need oxygen. Steadily counting them Benjamins. Nigga, you should too, if you knew what this game would do to you. Getting this shit since 92. Look at all the bullshit I've been through. So-called beef with you know who. Fuck you females, father too. Then a blue light, niggas blue like my shit. Not to be fucked with. Motherfucker better duck quick. Cause me and my dogs love the buck shit. Fuck the luck shit, strictly aim. No aspirations to take the game. Spit your game, talk your shit, grab your gap, pull your clip, squeeze your clip, hit the right one. Pass that weed, I got the like one. All them niggas, I got to fight one. All them hoes, I got to like one. Our situation is a tight one. What you gonna do? Fight or run? Seems to me that you'll take me. Rolling big, nigga, die slowly. I'ma tell you like a nigga told me. Cash roll everything around me. Shit, lyrically, niggas can't see me. Fuck it, buy the coke, cook the coke, cut it. Know the bitch before you call yourself numbing it. Nigga with a bench fucking it. Doesn't it seem hard to you? Big come through with mobs and crews. Just fellas down to the moose up through. Who's the killer? Me or you?
We forgive you, for you know not what you do.
7 a.m. in the morning with Henny, caffeine, and green, and nicotine. No dose, so pop a couple of dope, nigga, ripped up. Nigga, Mr. Clean, nigga, clean. Deep in my cup, and I do get sentimentally stirring with my instrumentality. And heated, especially for your team in the 45. And D will be in between the scenes. Destroy your dreams, you willing to die, we'll see. Time in the feast when it calls the scene, we mean mug, mode, dog, trying to be perfect. Disciples with its survival, tongue of a double-edged sword, triple. 6 rivals, spitting fire, this the real true bitch. Breaking out the lies, my massage, better be ready for Armageddon. Shit, 6 5, it's wild, bless the job. That whatever came of merit, put in positions already good. All that I had to do was stay. Test me now, contend, never else I run, I know pretend. Pick up my pen and my hand, none of my trusted friend. Hey, open the last seal for real. We all suited, beg my pardon in the morning. Maybe we ain't marching, we shooting in there, recruiting there's a football. Every day in the gale, we start on my fiddle and get them a bottle of pen and pen and hit the level, kick the devil.
To the moment, it's shot a bird. Never go back in the curve. Me feeling that urge to space, but I broke this fucks and give me that mouse first swerve. I to my bed, cause I gotta get my mask and shells to put in this 12 game. So don't get them all off, nigga, y'all lost, take it all off, get a nigga count off. But the bottom I left is swimming and thinking the cut, and then the Muhammad, I'm falling in nothing. But you just think I'm with fucking them good, that's fucked up. Now let me get done with the crime, got the good bridges of time. Put in the state to get done with the crime, smoking the reaper to ease my mind. With some wine, step on the block with the rocks, but really me staring them dumb and see. Get the fuck up on down if it come back talking like give it back me money, thugging with me killers. Need us a leader of liquor, but niggas ain't got shit. But it's all about popcorn, but they get pissed on now. Who's ready to get back? Nigga like me, teeny for them great leagues, but I ain't got no dough. Gotta make some money, so I'm making my dummy rocks if I go broke. It's all that big, 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 it's all that big. Let's ride, let's ride, get high, get high. Let's ride, let's ride, let's ride, get high, get high, get high. Little like hat coming in the form of scripture. Finna get you and hit you with magic. Drop it down there, better call it my gadgets. With automatic status, we straight down the load the glass. But I'm thinking now, it's another E4 telling me to do what I gotta do. So I up a pipe and nigga die tonight. And I'm always fighting for the boys in blue. Biggie boots on my ass now, about to say the phone, the car bomb, what's happening? Grab artillery, niggas start packing. Cause a motherfucker try to get me in the jacket. That it did him. Hit it right between the eyes. Spots wide. When it's just a nigga size that it costs. Nigga fuck around with the wrong shit. Y'all get moved, murdered all day, all day. We done played away and I'm on the run. I'ma call my boys to bring out